Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I, Patriarch Uzumaki, inherit Hell-Blood Demon God at the beginning. Chapter 61. Is Hanzo crazy? When Hanzo of the Salamander took the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village, using the exaggerated detonating charms and silent shurikens to plunder the life of the Iwagakure ninjas. Onoki with a livid face slapped the table and roared angrily. He originally thought that Hanzo of the Salamander would be able to keep Rain Shinobi Village safe from the attacks of the three major ninja villages. At least he was a man with a strategic vision. Although at least he is not worthy of the title of demigod, he is definitely not mentally handicapped. But now, he doubted his guess. Demigod, that's a fool. Ono Kimoto thought that everyone was in the land of rain, at least there was a tacit understanding on the battlefield. Now, everyone knows that Konoha has recruited a lot of ninjas from the land of rain to go to the land of Uzumaki to trouble Uzushio village. Leaving aside the issue of the land of vortex, let's focus on the battlefield of the land of rain. What are they going to do? Taking advantage of the emptiness of Konoha's guarding power, he directly pulled out Konoha's stronghold in the Kingdom of Rain, making Konoha completely lose the ability to compete for the interests of the Kingdom of Rain. This is what a wise leader should do. But what is Hanzo doing? Instead of following the other ninjas from Ninja Village to beat the Konoha shinobi back to the land of fire, he led his men to find him Iwagakure desperately. Is your head squeezed by the door? Onoki gritted his teeth. Regarding the conflict of interests between Uzushio village and Konoha, including sophisticated weapon resources and so on. That dog-eat-dog scene was an illusory benefit to Onoki. Moreover, the country of Earth is too far away from the country of Vortex, and he does not intend to participate in it without specific information. Isn't the immediate benefit not fragrant? By repelling Konoha, Rain Shinobi Village will face less pressure. Isn't this a win-win situation? Why did Hanzo choose the worst plan? Onogi, I can't figure it out. But he only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to completely expel Konoha from the battlefield of the land of rain. Send the order down. As soon as he slapped the table, Onogi wondered if he had a too good temper, and people would always think that Iwagakure is a soft persimmon. It's just Rain Shinobi Village. Does he really think that third Tsuchikage is a waste like Danzo? Rain Shinobi Village takes the initiative to provoke, then let them use our Iwagakure's will of stone. Interest, he doesn't want it anymore. This time, Onogi wants to face him. But when the ninjas of Iwagakure and the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village confronted each other head-on, Onoki found that he seemed to have underestimated the fighting power of Rain Shinobi Village. The exaggerated detonating talisman made him slap himself in the face. But a man as stubborn as Onogi will never admit that Iwagakure is inferior to Rain Shinobi Village. This was a fierce battle, the two sides did not back down, and the fight was dark. Konoha Camp. An intelligence ninja rushed forward and rushed to the command post to hand over the information. Master Sakumo, I just received the news that the ninjas from Rain Shinobi Village appeared before the Iwagakure route first. At this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander and Onogi are confronting each other head-on. They have no time to clone in a short time, and they have no way to attack the Konoha camp. Good news. In the command post, everyone including Hitaki Sakumo immediately stood up. In an instant, there were two fewer enemies attacking the camp. Then all they have to do is to fight against San Shinobi Village. As an old opponent of San Shinobi Village, facing the Chiyo elders of San Shinobi Village who suddenly entered the hinterland, I am very confident in defeating them. A big win is coming. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes were firm, he vaguely had a plan. Indeed, if Senior Shuo Mao personally commands, victory is close at hand. Jiraiya smiled slightly, squinting at Orochimaru not far away. I said, Danzo, as the commander-in-chief of the front line, privately dispatched ninja troops to leave, and even the commander was absent during the war. Is there any explanation? It's best if Konoha wins in the absence of the commander-in-chief. What do you say? Disgusting about the ability of that commander-in-chief. Orochimaru looked calm. You're not suing Danzo, are you? I just saw your letter. Jiraiya moved closer to Orochimaru, and gave him a shoulder ambiguously. Roll. Spit out a word. Orochimaru didn't bother to answer this careless person. Not writing. If you don't write a letter, Konoha is now facing a three-party siege. He didn't bother to explain the contents of the letter. It is true that he did not Send news to Hanzo of the salamander just to show favor to Uzushio village. In Orochimaru's life philosophy, as long as the goal is achieved, the means will be used. The fact that the information fell into Hanzo's hands was all due to his calculations. But if Konoha's scandal is about to spread to the entire ninja world because of that information, it will be no loss for him. After all, the result Orochimaru wants to get is to break the deadlock in front of him. In fact, he succeeded. To be able to trade directly with that person in Uzumaki village, then Hanzo of the Salamander must have seen the terrifying strength of that person. In order to show favor to Uzushio village and to disgust his teacher, with the help of Rain Shinobi village, Tsunade will lead the ninjas of the Senju clan to support Uzushio village. It is a certainty. The rest of Senju's wounded. Tsukumo senpai, please. There is only one Sand Shinobi village to deal with, and the ninja troops led by Hatake Tsukumo alone are enough. Tsunade, the 1000th Senju tribe, will not play a key role. Go ahead and do what you want. Giving Tsunade an encouraging look, Hatake stroked the white fang short sword and his eyes flickered. He will use this battle to prove his worth. And at the same time, the border of the Vortex country. When nearly 300 red-haired reckless men lined up neatly, it was a unilateral battle. It's about to start. Ninja World. The situation is unpredictable. The country of fire. Konoha, in Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information in his hand with a subtle expression. Sand Shinobi village and Iwagakure reached out to the battlefield of the Land of Rain, so naturally they couldn't intervene in the statement he mentioned before in the affairs of the Land of Earls. But just in case Danzo got off to a bad start, Sarutobi was confirming that Danzo was about to arrive in the Vortex country. Sent a secret letter to the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village, and the 3rd Mizukage of Rain Shinobi village. This is a back trick for Danzo. The content of the letter is simple and crude, that is, once, Cloud Shinobi village Kurigakure and Konoha were on the same front. Everyone participated in the act of destroying Uzumaki village, and the cooperative relationship still exists. And now Konoha got the exact news. The reason why Uzumaki village withstood the last siege was because of the newly invented sophisticated equipment and leaked information. This news will definitely attract the attention of the two ninja villages. Sure enough, it didn't take long for news to come back. At the same time, the two major ninja villages began to dispatch troops and gathered ninja troops to the border of Uzumaki. Sarutobi is not worried. The arrival of the two major ninja villages will divide the cakes of Uzushio village and Uzumaki country. The reason is simple. Danzo is about to arrive in the Vortex country. At that time, it must be Konoha who will dominate the battlefield. What's more, during the last invasion war, Cloud Shinobi village and Kurigakure suffered heavy losses, and they have to weigh carefully if they want to make another move. The reason why it is called the two major ninja villages is a back trick. Sarutobi was really afraid that Danzo would fail again. But with the joint pressure of these two ninja villages, the energy of Uzushio village will be dispersed. Even if the two ninja villages just wait and see and do not do anything, it will indirectly help Danzo win the victory. 3rd generation is quite satisfied with their arrangement this time. He looked at the map of the ninja world and smoked his pipe indifferently. In his prediction, the news of the complete fall of the Uzumaki kingdom would come back in at most 3 days. Master Hokage, an emergency in the Land of Rain. An intelligence ninja hurried into Hokage's office and handed 3rd generation an encrypted file. Land of Rain. 3rd generation squinted his eyes. Compared to the situation in the Land of Vortex, he also did not want to give up on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. But he wasn't too worried. Danzo took away only the remaining ninjas of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, and the ninjas of other clans were on the front line. Unless Sand Shinobi village, Iwagakure, and Rain Shinobi village join forces, it is impossible to pose a threat to Konoha. Did the worrying thing happen? Originally, Sarutobi, who was with the old god, opened the file, but after a glance, his face was as exciting as a roller coaster. What was feared did happen. But for some reason, Rain Shinobi village suddenly went crazy and attacked Iwagakure, and finally the 3-on-1 situation did not come. What made him angry was those Senju clan members who were originally under the command of Danzo, who were planted by him and sent out from the village, were gathered together by Tsunade. It's no big deal that the move gets discovered. He gave his disciple a high look. But it's not worth his anger and worry. After all, he always has a reason to explain the problem. Although Senju is integrated into Konoha, he is always Konoha's ninja. If you are a ninja, you must complete the task for the village. What happened to sending them to the battlefield to kill the enemy? This is necessary. So what really made him angry was what Tsunade did next. She even led the assembled Senju clan without authorization, and followed them to the country of Uzumaki, even with the slogan of supporting the Uzumaki clan. Boom! Slapping his palm on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as uncomfortable as if his parents had died. But then, he suddenly laughed. He seemed to have a reason to deal with the Senju clan in a fair and honest manner. Pick up the pen and write the secret order on the paper, and throw it to the intelligence ninja. After writing, Sarutobi regains the appearance of the old god. Send Danzo an expedited delivery. Yes. The intelligence ninja nodded quickly and turned to leave. The content of the secret letter is very simple. He sent Danzo an extra mission. After letting him solve the problem in Uzushio village, find a chance to make those Senju people never appear in Konoha. After that, he will send Anbu ninjas to connect with Danzo's root ninjas to support. As long as this matter is done well and the news does not leak out, it will have no impact. As for what method to use, that is a question that Danzo should think about. He just needs to wait for the result. Konoha shinobi, led by Danzo, went to assist Daimyo of Uzumaki, but was suddenly attacked by unknown ninjas, and had to fight back. Reasonable. Spit out 2 words, Sarutobi seems to have seen the future. The country of the vortex. Border. It's different from the tense atmosphere in the land of rain. The Uzumaki clan, who were waiting for the arrival of the enemy, had a serious face, but they were not nervous. After a month of penance, today is the time to test the results. In front of the Uzumaki clan, Su Feng was sitting calmly on a chair, looking at his arms and lost in thought. Kushina next to him watched silently. She had already discovered the abnormal behavior of the ancestor, as well as the scarlet arm that was not human. The broken chain was clasped around her wrist, and the fingers like hell's claws made her fall into thought. The ancestor's arm became different. Do you think this thing is cool? Shaking his ghost hand, Su Feng asked curiously. This is a small function that he discovered after the job transfer hall LV3. No ghost hand side effects, no loss of sanity, but there is an optional option. That is, the ghost hand will appear during the battle. Of course, this restriction is of no use to him. He can reveal his ghost hand if he wants to, and hide it if he wants to. What Su Feng thought about was how to have more impact when fighting. The ghost hand option is obviously under consideration. The battle is going on, and the scary-looking ghost hand is probably scary. Good. Kushina's evaluation is extremely pertinent. Perhaps because of cultivating the power of blood, she expressed appreciation for all red things. For example, the red hair of the Uzumaki family. That's it. Clicking on the panel, Su Feng ticked the battle display function. And just when he finished these actions, a system notification sound came from his ear. Ding! Detect the youngsters and spy on the country of the vortex, and the special wartime mission is released. War rhythm: repel all invading enemies, ensure the sovereignty of the country of Uzumaki, and establish the status of Uzushio village in the ninja world. Task details. Anyone who dares to provoke the Uzumaki village will be punished, whether it is the enemy watching around the Uzumaki kingdom or the invading enemy, repel them. Task rewards. 100,000 clan strength, host level increase LV plus 10, all Uzumaki clan job changing warrior LV plus 5. Task time limit. 1 month. Special mission. As early as when he got the system, Su Feng knew that in addition to the daily development tasks of Ninja Village, the system would issue special tasks according to the situation faced by Ninja Village. And the special task reward made Su Feng's heart flutter instantly. Level up to LV plus 10. According to his current level, he will reach LV 76 after being promoted to level 10. At that time, it is estimated that there will be a second awakening task in the transfer temple. That would be a qualitative leap. In addition, the clansmen will also increase the level of LV5. This is a huge breakthrough in strength. But for Su Feng, and even Uzumaki village, this task is not difficult. It is nothing more than repelling powerful enemies and declaring the sovereignty of the country of Vortex. As for the mission time limit of 1 month, it was still not a problem. When the enemy is repelled, scared of them, and fear of Uzumaki, the task is naturally completed. Thinking of this, Su Feng was suddenly a little satisfied with the previous layout. Danzo, he is really his own lucky star. Otherwise, according to his upgrade speed, it would take a lot of time to reach the second awakening. His act of leading people to invade Uzumaki village was perfect. However, from the special mission, Su Feng discovered some clues. In addition to the upcoming Danzo's troops described above, there are also enemies who are entrenched around the country of the vortex and intend to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Needless to say, those enemies Su Feng identified their identities immediately. Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder, and Kurigakure in the Land of Water. The reason is easy to think of. Some small ninja villages do not have the confidence to participate in this war, and Sand Shinobi Village, Iwagakure and Rain Shinobi Village hold each other in the Land of Rain. Only Kurigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village are eligible to wait and see to decide whether to attack. For Su Feng, those are the culprits of the last invasion war, and they will be cleaned up sooner or later. That being the case, let them understand what it means to leave the battlefield with mad dogs. A month? Does it really take that long to clean up those trash? Su Feng coveted the task rewards very much. Click. With a snap of his fingers, Su Feng leisurely crossed his legs. Uzumaki Ryuji next to him half kneeled on the ground, waiting for the order from the Patriarch. Tell the clansmen that you don't need to give Konoha face for a while, and try to focus on it. What kind of order is this? Aren't the clansmen all holding fire and wanting to give Konoha a shot? Uzumaki Ryuji blinked, and looked at Uzumaki Kushina next to him in confusion. This little girl's way of thinking is more flexible than his, maybe she can understand the meaning of the ancestor. The old ancestor wants to tell you, try to kill as many people as possible, don't keep alive. Kushina's eyes flashed red, and she started to run away naturally. At the same time, a fresh ghost hand appeared on her arm, and the chain shattered in an instant. The cute face was full of murderous looks, and she looked quite difficult to provoke. I see, Uzumaki Ryuji suddenly realized, and quickly retreated to arrange the clansmen. The Patriarch said, be more ruthless in a while, and kill as many as you can. Upon hearing this, the members of the Uzumaki clan were excited on the spot. Of course, they don't have the old relationship with Konoha. The people in Uzumaki village originally treated others kindly, but what they got was a backstab that disappointed them. I have nothing to do with the world, but they want my life. Resistance in such a big environment is only the first step. Their inner anger needs to be vented. Coming. While the clansmen were discussing, the Patriarch's leisurely voice came slowly. For a moment, all the Uzumaki clan looked forward. That is the entrance to the country of the vortex, and it is also the only way to come from the country of the rain. If the enemy wants to enter the country of the vortex, they will definitely appear here. This time, there were not a few people with Danzo, so it was a dream to hide his body and sneak in. The atmosphere gradually became dignified. The people of the Uzumaki clan were full of blood. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Konoha's ninja appeared in front of him. At the same moment, the tribe looked at their leader Uzumaki Shufeng with admiration. What a terrible perception. The advance speed of the Konoha shinobi was not slow, but 10 minutes ago, the Patriarch had already grasped their movements. Obviously, the Uzumaki clan underestimated Uzumaki Shufeng. 10 minutes. With his Kagura mind that can cover the entire Uzumaki with all his strength, he knew about Danzo's arrival a long time ago. Including the number of Konoha shinobi, their strength, etc., are all clearly understood by him. After careful calculation, Danzo only brought about 2,500 ninjas to invade Uzushio village. What is this? I was underestimated. Su Feng curled his lips, he felt that he brought too many clansmen. To deal with these things, I am afraid that they are not enough to kill the clansmen above LV30. When his eyes swept forward, looking at the direction of the eyes, Danzo in the eyes seemed to be stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. It seemed that he had no idea that the Uzumaki clan was waiting for them here. What is Ushio village going to do? Danzo looked at the less than 300 people, and suddenly smiled. This is the strength of Uzumaki village. Sarutobi is really making a fuss. With a smile on his face, Danzo had a relaxed face, and led his men to approach Uzumaki village. He also saw Uzumaki Su-feng sitting on the throne wrapped in gold chains for the first time. Your Excellency is the head of the Uzumaki clan, right? There is no way. That man is too conspicuous, and everyone around him agrees with his sitting behavior. Obviously he is the one talking about it. Although it looks too young, the identity of the patriarch should be confirmed. Su-feng didn't reply, but watched Danzo with great interest. Compared with the original book, this old guy looks younger, but he is still very old. From the inside out, he exudes how to write the word dog. Su-feng ignored him, but he couldn't stand Danzo being too enthusiastic. I saw him standing proudly, waving his big hand and looking quite poised. Give you a choice. From now on, Uzushio village will become a subsidiary of Konoha, and declare an unconditional surrender to Konoha. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan will be removed from the ninja world. The words were harsh, but what surprised Danzo was that, including the little girl next to the head of the Uzumaki clan, they all looked at him with eyes that looked stupid. After a long time, Uzumaki Su-feng sighed slightly, and pointed forward. Go ahead and tell him. What is called 300 Uzumaki can destroy a country. The country of the vortex. Border. When the man's leisurely and calm words reached Danzo's ears, his face gradually turned ashen. 300 Uzumaki can destroy a country. What an arrogant statement. Even if Senju Hashirama is alive, he is not so able to pretend. The god of ninja has never said that 300 Senju can destroy a country. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Uzumaki clan is the former Senju clan? Danzo's expression was uncertain. Even Senju is just a chess piece to be used in the hands of the old man, let alone Uzumaki. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the man known as the god of ninja, can learn to be humble. Young man, this old man will teach you what true strength is today. When Danzo's words came, Su-feng didn't say anything, but Kushina beside him frowned. Old ancestor, why do people always talk about the god of ninjas? What's there to show off for that kind of defeated general of yours? Obviously, the little girl complained for her ancestors. Can the god of ninja transform all the Uzumaki clan? Can you give the Uzumaki clan great strength? Can you plan a strategy and take everything in the ninja world into account? Obviously not. Even if it is strength, it was once beaten on the ground by the ancestors lightly. Why do you always talk about the god of ninja? In her heart, the ancestor is the supreme existence. She is always ready to offer her heart to her ancestors. Because of resume, Su-feng said calmly, but he did not explain the specific content of these 4 words. The power of Senju Hashirama has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people by subduing Sengoku and establishing the number 1 ninja village Konoha. So any strong man seems to be overshadowed by that man. People will also feel that any ethnic group will not be stronger than the former Senju clan. But today, he wants to completely smash this cognition. Uzumaki Su-feng wants to write the Uzumaki family's own resume. The finger falls, which is a signal to the entire Uzumaki family. Ramp away. Blood rage. The clansmen who had been waiting for a long time, together with the little girl Uzumaki Kushina, uttered low shouts one after another. Immediately afterwards, when scarlet ghost hands appeared on the arms one after another, a violent aura soared into the sky. Bloody. When 260 members of the Uzumaki clan rushed forward exuding the power of blood, the scene was like a demon breaking through the cage of hell and rushing towards the world, with a kind of palpitation that made people feel chills in the back. But these details obviously did not make Danzo vigilant. On the contrary, he was full of dissatisfaction with the Uzumaki family's daring to take the initiative to attack. He is the leader of the battlefield, and the Uzumaki clan is the side that is suppressed. Now, he turned to take the initiative to attack. Is the old man Shimura clan a soft persimmon? Yes, this time in formation, he placed the Shimura clan in front, and the Sarutobi clan behind them. This is a lot of military exploits, and the people in Uzumaki village are lambs waiting to be slaughtered in his eyes, and he has to keep the benefits for himself. Relying on this achievement, when he replaces Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage in the future, he will also have confidence. With a cold expression, Danzo waved his hand, announcing the official start of this war, which is not a war. 10 minutes, still 5 minutes, 2,500 people or against 300 people, and this kind of confrontation has no suspense at all. Danzo was even counting the time to end the fight. Ah! The expected scream came earlier than Danzo expected. Master Danzo raised his head leisurely, and walked forward, knowing which egg was the first to be killed by his men. But what made him frown was that, seemingly in a trance, the Uzumaki clan rushed to the center of the battlefield, and the rather short little girl at the head was the first person to attack from Uzumaki's side. And the screams were actually made by his subordinates who were about to attack the little girl. Boom! Suddenly, the thick bloody smell of Japanese stock spread around. Uzumaki Kushina, who was the first to fully master the bloodthirsty warrior skill, charged into the crowd with an avalanche and stepped on the ground with a yell. Red's blood rushed to the surroundings, and then something happened that frightened the surrounding Konoha shinobi. What's going on? I feel like the blood in my body is out of control. Thump. Bloodthirsty. Force the surrounding enemies into bleeding state without any wounds. This is originally a buff skill added in the game, which is simply unsolvable in this real world. Anyone with insufficient blood energy in their body will be forced to enter an anemic state because of this trick, and if it lasts for a long time, it will even cause that person to lose blood and die without a trace. When the first Konoha shinobi fell to the ground because of lack of energy, the ninjas who gathered around Kushina and planned to kill the little girl fell to their knees one after another. Blood pressure is too high. Kushina's face was slightly pale, and she hadn't fully controlled the bloodthirsty force yet. Use your own blood power to control the blood of others. This method makes the scalp tingle. But there is also a price to pay. That price is the power of his own blood. But she didn't panic in the slightest, she clenched her fist with one hand and shouted coquettishly. Death resist. The strong blood power turned into a new power in the body, and Uzumaki Kushina, who had successfully regained blood, turned his attention to the Konoha shinobi in front again. Boom! With a step on the foot, the huge force caused the ground to collapse an area, and then the figure rushed forward. With just one breath, she appeared in the area with the largest number of former Fang Muyi ninjas. Adamantine ceiling chains. With a low shout, along with the chains extending out of the body, a dozen or so Konoha shinobi who hadn't reacted were instantly entangled and grabbed onto the top of Kushina's head. Rage explodes. The classic combo reappeared, and the ground trembled under his feet. The strange lines, and the breath of blood soaring into the sky made those Konoha shinobi who managed to escape pale. When the anger gathered by the blood erupted from the ground, those Konoha shinobi who were caught were instantly sucked out of blood, and the dead could not die again. After releasing the outburst of anger, Kushina did not stop, dropping the chain and leaving the body to rush towards other enemies around again. Hand of Soul Eater. Being short doesn't mean she can't scratch her head. Adamantine ceiling chains are under the improvement of Uzumaki Sufang, so every chain can replace the soul-devouring hand. Boom! Blood energy erupted, and when the dismembered corpses, accompanied by blood all over the sky, gathered into a rain of blood and sprinkled on the faces of the Konoha shinobi practitioners, they suddenly found out. This woman who looks like a gift is simply a monster. A monster that can control blood. Kill her. In the distance, Danzo saw this scene from a distance, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. One face to face, the number of people killed by that girl has reached double digits. What if she is allowed to kill like this? In a panic, he quickly issued orders, but many people were instinctively afraid of the sudden bloody and brutal scene. But an order is an order, and they must bite the bullet and go forward. It's just a pity. Because of the high level of Kushina, the speed of rushing into the battlefield is relatively fast. After 2 moves, the other members of the Uzumaki clan have already been killed. To the despair of the Konoha shinobi fans, these Uzumaki clansmen who look like hell demons have exactly the same fighting style as that girl. Why did the Uzumaki clan control blood? Danzo's scalp was numb, when a group of reckless men rushed into the crowd. The red-haired reckless men who came like a sea of blood, harvested the lives of the Shimura and Sarutobi families lightly like Shinigami. The entire battlefield is like a purgatory on earth. A corpse crushed by the hands of Soul Devourer. A mummy whose blood was drained because of bloodlust. And that unrecognizable, hideous and miserable scene bursting with anger. Boom! When a certain clansman used the hand of Soul Devourer, because the impact force was too fierce, and the head of the corpse fell directly in front of Danzo like a football, he finally recovered from the shock. Instead, there is endless panic and panic. What kind of underworld group is this? Danzo's legs were weak, and he began to back away unconsciously. He has seen a lot of the cruelty of the battlefield. But most of them were stumps and broken arms, but this feeling as if the blood in his body was controlled by others made his scalp tingle. Is this still the Uzumaki family that yearns for peace and treats people kindly and sincerely in his impression? For a moment, he even felt that he was in a dream, and felt that everything in front of him was just a dream. Lifting his head suddenly, Danzo stared into the distance. There, the man sitting on the throne seemed to face everything without any waves. It also seemed that the man was admiring the beauty of the battlefield. The fierceness of the battlefield formed a strong polarization with his leisurely complacency. Suddenly, as if feeling Danzo's gaze, the man smiled gently at Danzo, and slowly opened his mouth. From the mouth shape, Danzo instantly understood what he was talking about. "Thank you, Danzo. What is he thanking me for?" Danzo's body trembled, and at this moment, he had the illusion that he was outside the opponent's palm. "Thank you, Su Feng. Of course it is the arrival of special missions in wartime. If Konoha unjustly invaded the Uzumaki kingdom, where would he instantly increase 10 levels? There is such a good thing." But Su Feng had no idea what effect his gentle and bright smile fell into Danzo's eyes. That man is a real devil. He believed that even the Uchiha clan, who was identified as an evil clan by second Hokage Senju Hashirama, would never laugh when faced with a battlefield full of corpses and blood. He is a real devil. Only the devil can face everything indifferently. In a trance, he suddenly understood why the entire Uzumaki clan was safe and sound when facing the invasion. Why is he so confident to bring people over and wait for his arrival? Because people have never been afraid of Konoha. It's Shimura Danzo who really plays the part of the clown. 300 Uzumaki can destroy the country. After the words that he took as a joke just now fell on him, he didn't feel any sense of humiliation. The Uzumaki clan is horrible. The evil family Uchiha is not even a brother in front of Uzumaki. Compared with the ideological extremes of the Uchiha family, the brutality of the Uzumaki family on the body taught him a lesson. Run, must run, otherwise, the son will definitely die in the country of Vortex. At this moment, a strong desire to survive rose in Danzo's heart. He doesn't want to die here. Even if the mission fails, you must not die here. Alive is the most important thing. As if being hunted down by the Urzuzi in the future, Danzo finally understood the value of life, and turned around to leave. The screams behind him made him feel sick with the smell of blood, reminding him all the time that he is now in hell. "Cover me." In a panic, he gave orders again. But compared to this time, no one will follow his arrangement at all. The people of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan have fully understood that if they follow Danzo, the genocide will be wiped out sooner or later. They want to escape, but before Danzo issued an order for the whole army to charge, when they rushed to the battlefield in a swarm, the killing speed of the Uzumaki clan did not give them time to escape at all. It's Danzo, instead, who sees his only chance of survival. He wants to take advantage of his subordinates being killed and use this opportunity to buy time to leave quickly. Far away, Uzumaki Su Feng saw this scene, but did not take any action. The reason is simple. Within the scope of his perception, he found an extremely interesting scene. Just behind the Konoha shinobi led by Danzo, there was a rapid march of about 1,000. And Su Feng felt the familiar atmosphere inside. Tsunade. What is she doing in the country of Vortex? No, this chakra. Suddenly, Su Feng smiled. The signal he left before was indeed captured by Tsunade keenly, and gathered the members of the Senju clan. Compared with the common people, the Senju people can easily identify their chakra. At this juncture, Tsunade brings the Senju clan to the country of Uzumaki. What is she going to do? Su Feng smiled slightly, looking forward to it. This is a script he personally arranged, so it's a pity that he didn't read the final ending. Reinforcements. In the distance, when Danzo finally rushed to the rear of the team and was about to retreat, he suddenly saw a large number of Konoha shinobi coming. For a moment, he seemed to have found the hope of living. Taking one step and doing 2 steps, Danzo rushed over in one breath as Konoha's ninja. But when he saw the leader, he couldn't help frowning. Tsunade. He didn't think she was the reinforcement sent by Sarutobi. Danzo is not an idiot. It is too late to hide the Uzumaki country from Tsunade, so how could it be possible for Tsunade to attack Uzushio village on his own initiative? Danzo. When Tsunade saw the disheveled Danzo, he was very obviously surprised at first, and then the anger on his face was instantly ignited. She didn't know why Danzo was like this. However, she could smell the shouts of killing in front of her and the strong bloody smell from such a distance. What happened to the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Could it be that she was still a step late? You sinner. Furious, Tsunade rushed to Danzo, grabbing his arms in grief and pulling with all his strength. Gaba. Ah. Arms bent in opposite directions. Howls of misery resound through the forest. This time, Tsunade strikes without any hesitation. Abolishing Danzo's sealed hands can't solve the hatred in her heart at all. What was the physical torture compared to what the Senju clan went through? She really wanted to torture Danzo now and send him to the west, but the shouting and killing continued. Tsunade has not forgotten what is the purpose of coming to the country of Vortex this time. Accelerate the march. Holding Danzo, Tsunade waved his hand with a serious expression. At this moment, her heart is full of self-blame. If she came a little faster, wouldn't the Uzumaki clan be saved from disaster? Uzumaki is kind to Senju. The Uzumaki clan must not be allowed to die here. Even if it is to leave a spark for the Uzumaki clan, she must speed up. What are you going to do? Danzo, who was weak and moaned and screamed, gritted his teeth and asked. He wanted to ask why Tsunade was so crazy that he dared to shoot himself. But he is not a fool after all. When he saw that these people were all from the Senju clan, he understood Tsunade's idea completely. It is estimated that the wind leaked somewhere, which made this direct descendant of the Senju clan a little bit unbearable. But none of that matters. The important thing is, Tsunade actually wants to take him back to the place he just escaped from. Can't go there. Don't go. With horror in his eyes, Danzo struggled violently, but with his arms broken, he couldn't do anything. Noisy. Tsunade frowned, and waved at one of his clansmen. The people of that tribe knew it in their hearts. Take off your shoes. Take off your socks. When the smell of sweaty feet approached, Danzo hid back and forth with a ferocious face, not wanting to let the Senju clan get his way. It's hell ahead, left the last sentence, and Danzo's nostrils and eyes were directly filled with tears. He had to admit, the taste was too strong. Keep going. Time is life. Tsunade didn't choose to let the tribe rest in place. Even though they marched all the way in a hurry and expended a lot of physical strength, it is not the time to rest at all. Of the Uzumaki family, only one can save the next one. The Konoha created by Grandpa must not be allowed to bear more sins. The Senju family is extremely fast. Over the top of the mountain ahead, they swooped down. And when they finally approached the area that smelled of blood, all the members of the Senju clan, including Tsunade, stopped slowly. Silence spreads in every corner. What did they see? When a member of the Senju clan could no longer bear the blood and the impact of the scene, he bent down and spat it out. This seems to bring a signal to the Senju clan. Vomit. It's really not that they are not up to date. Joke. As a big family in the Sengoku period, they have passed the test of time, and even the baptism of the Second Ninja World War. I have seen many small scenes. But this is really the first time I have seen such a bloody scene. Field. The one-sided massacre did not end there. When a certain Uzumaki clan, covered in blood, fiercely punched the weak Sarutobi clan in the chest. The Scarlet Ghost's hand directly crushed the opponent's heart. But he didn't seem to be very relieved, and the soul-devouring hand broke out. Boom. The thick blood aura accompanied the remains of the corpse, and even the enemy not far away who wanted to flee was thrown away. Kill the enemy. The red-haired reckless man seemed to be a little unsatisfied. His eyes scanned the battlefield, and then he locked on the Senju clan who suddenly appeared. He is excited. More than 2,500 Konoha shinobi are not enough to kill. But these new ones seem to be more powerful than the previous waste. This is the truth. In front of the keen perception of the Uzumaki family, it is natural to understand that the strength of the Senju family is much higher than that of the waste just now. But he didn't do it directly. Whirlpool Village orders and prohibits, and Su Feng's words represent absolute authority. The Uzumaki clan looked up at the man sitting on the throne of chains in the distance. The ancestor did not give an attack signal. The clansmen knew it in their hearts, and continued to clean up the battlefield with the others. As this, still the Uzumaki clan, a member of the Senju clan finally recovered and said a word with a pale face. Danzo also had a deep understanding of these words just now. They seemed to be able to manipulate blood. Another elder who looked a little older said with a frown, "I have never felt this level of blood in a person." The perception ninja with complex eyes smiled wryly. Manipulating blood, does it belong to the Uzumaki family's blood succession limit? Why didn't the Uzumaki clan in the Sengoku period use this power? Anyway, if this matter gets out, I'm afraid. For the rest, the member of the Senju clan did not continue to speak. But everyone understands the inner meaning of these words. Think Uchiha, Sharingans who gain power just because of the death of their loved ones will be called an evil family. What about Uzumaki in the future? Uzumaki of blood. What kind of impact will it bring after bearing such a name? No one would have imagined that the kind-hearted Uzumaki clan possessed such exaggerated power. Blood escape. In the ninja world, starting from today, there is another frightening blood successor limit. And this blood succession boundary comes from the Uzumaki clan who originally had the ability to seal-tailed beasts. This would make Uzumaki a real target. He is not afraid. The silent Tsunade glanced at the man in the distance. From the very beginning, when Tsunade saw this man in Uzushio village, Tsunade knew it. This is an existence that fears nothing. The Uzumaki clan has this kind of power, and he will never choose to hide it. On the contrary, if someone is resistant to this power, and even slanders the Uzumaki family everywhere, he would beat that person to death. Uzumaki Su Feng. He is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The strongest of the Uzumaki clan during the Sengoku period. Judging from his calm appearance at this moment, I am afraid that this kind of blood escape awakened by the Uzumaki clan must be related to him. Along with the changes in Uzumaki village. Suddenly, she thought of the day when she was attacked by that strange thing named Chakra Arrow Tower when she arrived at Uzumaki village. Yes, ninja village possessing such powerful power doesn't seem to need the rescue he did. Tsunade was a little self-deprecating. It is you. Swish. A petite figure landed in front of Tsunade with ghostly speed. Uzumaki Kushina. She looked Tsunade up and down, finally set her gaze on the exaggerated position, and snorted. Grandpa likes this one. Recently, she checked it out and found that this level of existence can only be born, even if she has more milk. In this regard, Kushina is quite sorry. She is not yet old, so she doesn't know if she can be this woman's opponent in the future. Without waiting for Tsunade to answer, Kushina suddenly caught a glimpse of Danzo who was being carried by a member of the Senju clan. A strong murderous aura emerged from the originally restrained little girl. Just the outward momentum and the opening of the blood rage made all the nearby Senju clan look horrified. The power of blood. After close contact, they really felt the violent power zone. At the same time, the ghost hand that had stopped killing originally appeared suddenly. The gold chain grabbed from the air, and Danzo, who wanted to hide, was caught directly in front of Kushina. The ghost hand reached out and grabbed Danzo's neck. Kushina looked at Tsunade with a hideous face. You and him are together. She is Uzumaki Kushina, the exclusive bodyguard of Uzumaki Su Feng. She doesn't care whether the group in front of her is called Senju or not. Anyone who dares to oppose the Uzumaki clan and the ancestors is an enemy. She is always ready to act. As long as that woman with a murderous weapon nods, she will definitely be a craftsman. No, don't get me wrong. Tsunade shook her head quickly. She didn't know where this little girl got such a terrifying murderous aura, so she could only appease her quickly. Don't get me wrong, we're here too. Having said that, Tsunade suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, we are actually here to support. Some were ashamed to express their emotions, so they explained with their hands. Originally, our Senju clan was in the land of rain, but we heard news that Danzo led people to invade the land of vortex, so we wanted to come to support. But I don't know why the kind-hearted Uzumaki clan became so bloody. And the exaggerated strength of each one is terrifying, even the girl in front of him is the same. Tsunade didn't even have the confidence to last long at her hands. Such an exaggerated combat power. In the ninja world, everyone has misread Uzumaki of blood. Oh, thank you. Instead, Tsunade was surprised. Kushina is not the kind of reckless man who only knows how to fight, but he is quite reasonable. Although you didn't help, thank you anyway. The girl saluted generously, and naturally accepted the support of the Senju clan. She can tell right from wrong. Since they are not enemies but are here for support, there is no need to show their sharpness. At this moment, she actually had a good impression of her rival. Well, can you hand him over to deal with? A little hesitant about Kushina's hot and cold attitude, Tsunade pointed to Danzo and asked. You have to ask the ancestor. Kushina flicked the crisp chain, dragged Danzo on the ground, and hooked his finger at Tsunade along the way. Let's go, the ancestor is over there. I can see it without you telling me. Tsunade was silent. In the entire battlefield, a man who is contented with himself is the most beautiful scenery. Even she has to admit that God gave that man the appearance of looking down on all living beings, but the noble temperament that only the pampered and superior people have is acquired. God-like existence. Following behind Kushina, finally, the two came to the whirlpool Shuafeng. The man still sat there with his legs crossed, looking at Tsunade with a little surprise on his face. Uzumaki of blood, hidden deep. With a wry smile, Tsunade spoke first. Tibetan. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, and suddenly realized. To be honest, this is a complete misunderstanding. All the while, he had no intention of hiding the rise of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki village doesn't need to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. It didn't take part in the Second Ninja World War because it wanted to take the opportunity to accumulate more clan strength. After all, it is easy to destroy a ninja village, but it is difficult to squeeze out the potential value. Su Feng did not expect that Tsunade would interpret this as hiding. But he didn't bother to explain. After all, it has only been a month since the Uzumaki clan was invaded, awakened to become a mad warrior, and now has this level of strength. Hide it if you say so. Su Feng said leisurely, but it's no big deal to take this opportunity to show Uzumaki's power to the ninja world. Cloud Shinobi Village, Kurigakure. The next thing he has to do is to wipe out those who want to wait and see the outcome of the war. But the word Uzumaki of blood. Touching his chin, the man was puzzled. Where did this thing come from? Senju of the forest, Uchiha of the Uchiha, Uzumaki of the blood. Su Feng is interested. Is this how the outside world evaluates him from the Uzumaki clan? Manipulating blood, controlling the lives of others without a trace. What else is it called if it's not Uzumaki of blood? Tsunade was expressionless and didn't explain the problem. Like Senju, first Hokage's wood style exists, and the title of Senju is quite natural. Putting Uzumaki here, there is no conflict. Old ancestor, she is here to support us. Beside, Kushina opened his mouth to remind. Support. Su Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then took a look at what happened before and after. Are you going to be laughed at? All right. After all, I didn't do anything to help, and I didn't do anything while staring at the banner of support. I was even shocked by their exaggerated fighting power. This really should be laughed at. Laugh if you want. Looking at the silent Uzumaki Su Feng, Tsunade spoke quietly. Why laugh? Su Feng stood up, walked in front of Tsunade calmly, and then pinched the woman's chin naturally. You think I'm Uchiha Madara? Yes, in this scenario. If it is Uchiha Madara, I will try my best to ridicule him and tell everyone that he is not matched to support him. Fungzibo Madara. He Uchiha Madara represents the power of God. Unfortunately, there is an essential difference between Uzumaki Su Feng and Uchiha Madara. You let me go. Tsunade flushed slightly. Being pinched on the chin in front of so many people made her uncomfortable for a while. But the discomfort didn't last long. When the man let go of his hand and calmly looked at the surrounding Uzumaki clan, he said a word lightly. Senju is an ally. I, Uzumaki, recognize it. Not suitable for Konoha. One finger Senju clan. Didn't even give her any embarrassment, or dismissive ridicule. That man just announced something naturally, but it made Tsunade's heart extremely warm for a moment. God knows how she lived these days, how much pressure she withstood. Ally. Senju is not alone, even if you are betrayed by your own ninja village and Hokage. The ninja world is not without Senju's tolerance. Thanks. She didn't want to show her weak side in front of this man, so she turned her head and spit out 2 words. But Tsunade understands that this man has left a deep mark in his heart. As expected of him, the man who can Uzumaki Mito wait for decades. What are you going to do with Danzo? Intentionally changing the subject, Tsunade looked at the trembling man on the ground, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Swish. In an instant, the eyes of all the people around were focused on Danzo. The pain caused by the broken arms disappeared at this moment. Danzo only felt as if he was being watched by countless evil spirits and would be eaten alive at any time. But he was clearly mistaken. Even if the Uzumaki clan were man-eating evil spirits, it would be impossible to choose this level of garbage entrance. What will happen to my husband? How would these people handle themselves? Danzo has given up struggling, so what if the chains that bind him are broken? I'm afraid that if you can't even escape the Vortex country, you will be caught again. It works. There was a weird smile in Su Feng's eyes. He has his own ideas about how to arrange Danzo. Apparently, he can take down Danzo with ease now. But what value can a dead person bring to himself? It was this question that he was thinking about. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen a word. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng spoke slowly. Konoha invaded the country of Uzumaki. Uzushio village desperately resisted, and paid a very heavy price. As Konoha's Hokage, he needs to give Uzushio an explanation. Lost heavily, desperately resist. Tsunade almost lost his footing. Big brother, no, is the ancestor. Are you sure you didn't say no? Is it the Uzumaki clan or Konoha that suffered the most losses? 2,500 people, all of them are the elite tombs of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Almost all of them died here. In at least 20 years, these 2 clans will be completely abolished, and will not have any weight in Konoha. It is not an exaggeration to say that it exists in name only. Whole family has been wiped out, you still need someone to give an explanation. Tsunade fell silent. Therefore, Uzushio village needs to discuss compensation with Konoha. Su Feng said with a gentle face. Tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that I will go to Konoha in a few days and discuss the specific amount of compensation with him in detail. I'll take Shimura Danzo as a hostage when the time comes. Smiling and looking to the side, Danzo, whose face was ashen, Su Feng walked over and stepped on his face with 1 foot. Tell me, how much is your old partner, good friend, good gay friend willing to pay for you? It's hard to say. Danzo was shocked. Although Konoha is known as the #1 ninja village, the location of the Fire Country is also extremely favorable, and it receives a lot of support from daimyo every year. Konoha does have money, but the Second Ninja World War is still going on, and the ninja supplies on the front line are all consuming Konoha's resources. Under such circumstances, how much is Third Hokage willing to pay to redeem him, who was defeated 3 times and almost caused the complete extinction of the Sarutobi clan? No, are you willing to redeem him or not? Danzo swallowed, but because of the presence of some sweaty socks, the saliva directly made him spit out 2 streams of snot. It's disgusting. Su Feng quickly moved his foot away, took off the shoe that had just touched Danzo in front of Danzo, and threw it aside. What kind of disdain is this? Tsunade's mouth twitched. But it's also true, it's obvious that you don't need to treat people like Danzo as human beings. The news of Konoha's defeat is estimated to spread in a short time. Uzushio village has completely broken with Konoha. It's you Senju, what are you going to do? As for the matter of going to Konoha, he will put it on the agenda after sorting out the problems on the country of Uzumaki. In addition to meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and squeezing enough benefits, it's time to pick up his cousin and go home. As for Konoha not letting Nine Tails Jinchuriki leave, Su Feng grinned ferociously. In this world, those who hold the right to speak have always been the strong. Besides, the future patriarch of the Senju clan is here, so it makes sense that Nine Tails also belongs to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, so Konoha has a basket relationship. I've made up my mind. Tsunade's eyes were determined. She had already made all the preparations after she went to the Land of Rain and gathered her clansmen. Especially, the fact that she slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face in front of everyone. She knew that after returning to the village, she would definitely face a lot of pressure. But she belongs to Senju. When did the Senju clan need to be instructed by others when doing things? Even if I can't solve it, isn't there still my lovely ally? As if thinking of something, Tsunade stuck out his tongue at Su Feng mischievously. Whether this ally can help her at a critical moment, Tsunade doesn't know. Saying this is mostly a joke. But what shocked Tsunade was, "Hehe, you seem to have forgotten. If you want benefits, you have to pay a price. Do you think Uzumaki's ally is so good?" The man actually showed him a smile that was so familiar to her. That smile, she experienced it last time when she was in the bed of the King of Heaven. Sure enough, when Tsunade was about to escape, he was directly grabbed by the man, and then flew towards the no man's land of the grove in the distance. What did the ancestor do? Looking at the backs of the two, Uzumaki Kushina was a little puzzled. I can't tell. Long shrugged his shoulders, and didn't even explain to Kushina, but asked the clansmen to do a good job of vigilance. At this time, the ancestor definitely didn't want to be disturbed. Naturally, the security work has to be handed over to them. Time flies. When Su Feng came back with Tsunade, that familiar pose made Kushina suddenly realize. But this time, what shocked her was that her mouth was swollen for some reason, who she regarded as her opponent. What did the old man do? Her. Kushina was shocked. Certainly, Su Feng naturally didn't act like a beast on the spot. After all, the people of the Senju clan are waiting, and it is not good to go back and see the future patriarch walking with a limp. Clean the field. Half an hour to rest and prepare for the next game. With a wave of his hand, Su Feng, who was in a great mood, began to issue orders. The war is not over yet. This can be seen from the unfulfilled upper limit of the system task. Besides Konoha, there are two other people who covet Uzushio village. The next game is the Battle of Revenge. Su Feng's gentle smile gradually faded. In addition, it is not easy for our allies to arrange a place for the Senju family to rest. It sure wasn't easy. Kushina sneered, really hurt his opponent. What does she mean? He came here specially to the country of Whirlpool, fearing that he did not come to rescue the Whirlpool clan at all. Instead, she came to meet her ancestor, right? I messed with you. Next to him, Tsunade, who was covering his mouth fiercely, looked at Kushina suspiciously. She was the one who was taken advantage of. What's your expression? Now Tsunade is really afraid to speak casually in front of that man. No way, the price is a bit tragic. The elimination of the country of the vortex is still going on. While people were staring at Uzumaki, a piece of news came out from the land of the rain. Konoha repelled Sand Shinobi village, killing countless enemies. In this battle, Konoha wins. Hitaki Tsukumo went deep into the enemy's camp alone, beheaded the son and daughter-in-law of the elder Chiyo of Sand Shinobi village with his own hands, and then cooperated inside and outside to tear apart the defense line of Sand Shinobi village. Matched to the White Fang short sword. However, he was impressed by Hitaki Tsukumo's amazing sword skills. In this battle, the name of Kiyi-baya resounded throughout the ninja world. The country of fire. Konoha. Inside Hokage's office. Looking at the battle report in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not happy at all. The reason is simple. This battle, from the beginning to the end, was not directed by him personally. What is even more unbelievable is that Danzo, the battlefield commander he appointed, is not on the front line at all. That is, with this victory, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no role other than to send the ninja to the land of rain. This is Konoha's victory, but not his. The commander is not there, but the Sleepy Leaf has won. On the front line, only Shimura Danzo was present, and both battles ended in failure. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that his face was dull. In addition, Muyi-baya's name also made him extremely awkward. Indeed, that man is Konoha's hero. Now the villagers in the village are praising this title, even giving all the credit for this battle to Hitaki and his Hokage relationship. This is the truth. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was in the village all day long, and he had no time to respond to unexpected situations. Naturally, he couldn't do the real strategizing like Hitaki Tsukumo. Iwagakure won, and you could say that was thanks to Tsuchikage. Because the third Tsuchikage Onogi personally commanded the two scales on the battlefield. In such a comparison, Sarutobi seems to have picked up a victory without doing anything. Where is Danzo? Why hasn't his news come back yet? Sarutobi lit his pipe, and suddenly missed his old partner at this moment. If Danzo was present in this battle, would Hokage also be credited for it? Pity. Since Danzo was given the task of killing Senju last time, Danzo never sent back any news. Lord Hokage. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. An intelligence ninja handed over a letter with an expression of disbelief on his face. He has read the above content. This is not a classified document. The reason is simple. Because this incident seems to have spread throughout the ninja world. Did it come from Danzo? Seemingly relieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face. What about Dashunksha in the country? The real credit is to control Uzushio village, provide Konoha with a steady stream of elf materials, plus qualified Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In contrast, this is the real feat. Ah, no. The intelligence ninja's face was a little awkward, and he didn't dare to answer. There are some things that he really dare not say. Sarutobi was also a little strange, picked up the file and opened it to watch. In the next second, he tore the information to pieces in a rage. What was written on the document was nothing else but the thing he had known for a long time. Tsunade gathers the Senju clan, leads the Senju clan to support the Uzumaki clan, and advances and retreats with Uzumaki. Konoha betrayed the allies, and my Senju clan did not. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very angry at those big characters. What made him angry was not Tsunade's actions, but this matter. The whole ninja world knew about it. Things that were originally kept secret are now known to everyone. Sarutobi remembers that he clearly told people to keep it a secret, and no one took the initiative to mention this matter. So who spread the news? As the Konoha clan, although they have integrated into the village, the influence of the Senju clan still exists, and Uzumaki Mito is still alive at this moment. That is the spiritual pillar of the Senju clan. But for this reason, what the Senju family did is tantamount to slapping their own Hokage in the face. I, Konoha, just announced that it is reasonable to invade the country of the vortex, and your Senju clan will go to support immediately. Even draw a line with Konoha. Konoha betrayed allies, Senju clan did not. What does Tsunade mean? Is she going to betray the village? When this incident was publicized, Sarutobi seemed to see that the whole ninja world was laughing at himself and Konoha. Please write clearly in the newspaper that many villagers have already started discussing this matter. Even has a lot of opinions about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reason. This Konoha was founded by the Senju family. How can people's spiritual totems go wrong? Since it wasn't Senju who was wrong, it was his Hokage's decision-making. They will feel that the Senju clan has been opposing Konoha's interference in Uzushio village in essence, but this was decided by Hokage without authorization, and there is no way to resist, so the Senju clan will use take action to show your determination. When this kind of thinking spreads among the villagers, the consequences can be imagined. As the Senju family who founded Konoha, they don't trust their own Hokage, so what about the others? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was uncertain. Unfortunately, at this moment, he can't do anything. It is even more impossible to secretly control the people who walk and leave messages. He has no one on his staff. Anbu ninjas and root ninjas were all dispatched, and more than 90% of them were sent to the country of Uzumaki by him to support Danzo in the battle to eat the Senju family. But now, he just wants those subordinates to come back. No way, now the entire ninja world knows that the Senju clan is in Uzumaki. Uzushio village, the largest force there, is still in an alliance with Senju. What will happen if all members of the Senju clan die there? They'll think that's what Danzo led people to do. At that time, the fact that he, Hokage, will kill the donkey and stab his own people in the back will be completely confirmed. As for Konoha, it is impossible to accept a Hokage who is trying to destroy the existence of the Senju clan. Taking out a pen and paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and began to write information, and quickly threw it to the information ninja in front of him after writing. Delivery to Danzo as quickly as possible. Right now. The Senju family can't go wrong for the time being. Otherwise, don't be a Hokage. Don't let him know. Whoever passed the news to the entire ninja world knows, otherwise the other party will be crushed. The intelligence ninja did not dare to delay after receiving the order, and hurriedly wanted to leave the office to complete the task. But in Hokage's office, a figure suddenly appeared below and half-kneeled on the ground. Hokage is directly under the assassination unit. Anbu. There's news from Danzo, Lord Hokage. The masked Anbu ninja glanced at the intelligence ninja, then gritted his teeth and spoke. There should be no need to send the message. Over there in the vortex country. Swallowing, Anbu ninja tried to calm himself down. Over the country of the vortex, Master Danzo belongs. Completely annihilated, including all the Sarutobi clansmen you sent to the country of the vortex. All killed. Boom. This moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly, and sat down on the chair, losing all strength. What happened to Konoha has nothing to do with Uzushio village at this moment. Su Feng is working hard to complete special wartime missions. Just repelling the enemies on Konoha's side is only part of the mission. What really needs to be done is to increase the influence of the Uzumaki clan. And the real influence is not said with words, but with actual experience. The reason why the world fears the former Senju Hashirama is because of the great war between him and Uchiha Madara before Konoha was founded. That's a real map canon. Today, Uzumaki Su Feng is writing the history of the Uzumaki family with practical actions. Unlike when dealing with Konoha shinobi, when it was confirmed that Kurigakure and Cloud Shinobi village were spying on the border of Uzumaki. He chose to divide the troops without hesitation. At this moment, he already has a lot of strength against the Uzumaki clan under him. Were the people Danzo brought with him weak? Not really. Not everyone can claim to be an elite. Even if there is a relationship between Danzo and Sarutobi, their clan members are treated better than others. But the real elites are made by fighting. So those people aren't all trash. But when faced with nearly 300 Uzumaki clansmen in Uzumaki village, they didn't have any ability to fight back. This made Su Feng very calm about the next battle. Let Uzumaki Ryuji go to the border of the country of water and the country of vortex, and he himself only takes Uzumaki Kushina to the country of thunder. This time, he will do it himself. Finally, I can see my ancestors show off their glory again. On the way, Kushina was a little excited. Since the last time I watched the ancestor deal with Hanzo of the Salamander, it was rare for the ancestor to take action in person. She kind of missed the scene where the enemy was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Are you scared? Holding Kushina's little hand, Su Feng asked leisurely. Hee. Kushina giggled. Would she be afraid? What a joke. You may have misunderstood the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. This girl. Su Feng rolled his eyes, and then stared forward. The country of vortex is not big, so they didn't spend long time on the road. And within the range covered by his Kagura mind eye, all the ninjas hiding at the border in Cloud Shinobi village have nowhere to hide. Master Raikage, there is a suspicious person ahead. Red hair, a man and a woman, the woman looks very young. Far away, in the remote corner where Raikage is located. A Cloud Shinobi village ninja approached and said respectfully. For this mission, in his opinion, it is not necessary for Raikage to personally supervise the battle. But in Cloud Shinobi village, a ninja village that advocates force, Raikage's words are absolute authority, and no one will disobey them. This is a place that is completely opposite to Konoha's atmosphere. As for why he came to the border in person, this is actually the result of Third Raikage's deliberation. In the last invasion of Uzumaki village, all the people they sent out disappeared inexplicably. And after that, no matter how they probed, they couldn't find out what happened. Even the spies sent to investigate into the country of the vortex disappeared strangely, and no news was sent back. This made Third Raikage instinctively feel that something was wrong. He is different from the person like Third Mizukage who is eager for success and profit. Don't look at the 5 majors and 3 times, but he is actually very delicate and considers the consequences before doing things. This time, after receiving Sarutobi's superstition, he was naturally not fooled as Sarutobi imagined. Instead, he became very curious about the secrets of the Vortex Kingdom. He wanted to know what happened in Uzumaki village. I also want to know why Uzushio village has the confidence to challenge Konoha. In addition, the elite who invaded Uzumaki village last time disappeared, and his group of men supplemented them, but after all, they have not been tempered and cannot take on great responsibilities. Therefore, it is necessary to come to the border in person. Red hair, country of vortex, should be from the Uzumaki clan. Third Raikage thought for a moment, and gave a gesture to his subordinates. He urgently needs to know what happened in the country of Uzumaki, so it is necessary to catch 2 Uzumaki clansmen for interrogation. And you can use these 2 people to test the bottom line of Uzushio village. After all, Uzushio village just issued a statement a while ago. Anyone who dares to enter Uzumaki village is an enemy. Then, it is very important for a ninja village to value its own statement and maintain the authority of the statement. Now he is about to step into this land without regard to the existence of the Uzumaki clan. How will Uzushio village react? Whoosh whoosh, several figures moved forward silently. But just when they were about to approach, whether it was an illusion or something else, the ninja of Cloud Shinobi village suddenly noticed that the man showed a bright smile, then tilted his head, and glanced at a certain place in the distance. The man's movements were not finished, just looking at it was not enough, he stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers in that direction. The Cloud Shinobi village ninjas have a good memory and they know that's where their Lord Raikage is. In an instant, the ninjas were gone. The opponent's actions are undoubtedly provoking their Raikage. But obviously, Third Raikage was able to hold his breath, and he didn't choose to make a move in person at the first time. Oh, quote, Su Feng sighed slightly. In the original book, Third Raikage's way of appearing on the stage is very powerful, but he walks very peacefully and outrageously. In the official background introduction, Third Raikage can be regarded as someone Su Feng admires. But the original is the original. Here, you are the one who dares to take action against my country of Vortex. If the invasion war does not go out by itself, what awaits the Uzumaki family is destruction. Su Feng looked calm, not taking the initiative. He always has a way of printing people out. Crash, boom, when more than a dozen chains drilled out from the ground under the feet of the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who wanted to attack, only one of them couldn't breathe, and they were all thrown into the air. Still not coming. Su Feng raised his eyebrows, and held Kushina's hand. The person didn't move, but the chain suddenly strengthened. Boom. First, tilting his head, the man took a breath of the blood exuded by the female ninja who died because she couldn't bear the oppression of the chains and exploded her body. Pity. Before he died, he didn't seem to have enjoyed real happiness. Su Feng let out a sigh of relief with his face full of sunshine. Hellspike. A consistent hand. Without any hesitation, in front of him, his subordinates were pinched into a blood mist, which is simply an insult to him, the strongest Raikage. He didn't even try with 4 fingers at the beginning, and chose 1 finger to go full speed at the first time. The strongest spear was formed in an instant, and Layden's chakra mode covered his whole body, and his speed was raised to the limit. Come yet, the strongest spear. Su Feng looked at the approaching figure calmly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, if you can please me with this blow. You guys can still live on. Madness. In a rage, Third Raikage advanced at full speed. But what surprised him was until he approached the other party and saw the man's face right in front of him. He still didn't make any defensive moves, and didn't even make an evasive move. What does he mean? Pointing his finger at the man's chest, he didn't have any thought of showing mercy to the enemy, so he tried his best to pierce through it. But the next moment, it seems that the body that is advancing at full speed has been hindered. The whole world came to a standstill, and the rapidly receding world in his eyes also froze instantly. Unbelievable eyes swept forward. He saw a scene that shocked him extremely. His whole hand, the extended finger, represents his fishy spear. But now, he was caught by that man with 1 hand. Yes, just clamp. 2 fingers lightly pinched his forward hand, and he couldn't move at all. What kind of powerful force is this? Third Raikage was too shocked to speak. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. So, I condemn your men, guilty. Gaba, use 2 fingers. In front of him, the man who ignored the lightning-style armor snapped his fingers in reverse. A crisp sound came, and pain swept through the brain. Gritting his teeth, Third Raikage suppressed the pain and did not let out a howl. But the other scene in front of him made his eyes extremely red. Like this man said, he condemned his men, and the price for punishing the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village is to make those people disappear in the rain of blood just like the first ninja who exploded to death. You, the devil. Third Raikage gritted his teeth, but his words were exactly the same as when Danzo saw this scene. Then why are you attacking the devil's village? Su Feng spoke calmly. This world is like this, when you are bullied because you have no strength, you deserve to die. And when you have the power to fight back, they will think your methods are cruel, and even call themselves the devil. What's the point? Since Cloud Shinobi Village dared to attack Uzumaki Village, then, the consequences are already doomed. The chains creaked. When behind him, a blunt sword made of adamantine sealing chains formed, Su Feng no longer tried to control Third Raikage's hand, but grabbed his head instantly, wanting to smash it to the ground. Boom! Like an earthquake, the entire ground trembled crazily due to the huge force. No one knows how far Uzumaki Su Feng, who is currently enjoying the double bloodline strengthening effect, has reached in terms of strength alone. One strike, lightning-style armor goes out. The consciousness of Third Raikage seems to be out of the body. When he slowly came back to his senses, it was the scene where the gold blunt sword behind the man who was originally in the air slashed at him. Soul-thirsty sealing demon slash. Instead of manipulating it himself, adamantine sealing chains will help him achieve the desired result. Go ahead and leave the rest to you. Quote, catch me alive by the way. After killing Third Raikage in seconds, Su Feng waved his hand, seeming to be a bit discouraged. Third Raikage only. Kill and kill. Although the killing time was much earlier, the fourth Raikage had already graduated from the ninja school at this time, so there was no need to worry that Cloud Shinobi Village would become a mess. Affect the plot. What is the plot? All he wants is money and family power. When the Uzushio village reaches the full level, what is the Otsutsuki family? Good Patriarch. Excited Kushina rushed out with sword and shield onslaught. Soon after, the entire border of the Land of Thunder was filled with wailing. As a Cloud Shinobi Village ninja with a frightened face. By the time she brought him to the front, the battle was over. Cloud Shinobi Village was just watching the situation in Uzumaki country, so before finding out the situation, Third Raikage didn't think about such a thing as a large-scale attack. So he just brought hundreds of ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village to observe the situation in Uzumaki. Kushina's killing speed is not slow, and within 20 minutes, the dispute on the side of Cloud Shinobi Village has been resolved. But this is obviously just the beginning. Su Feng looked at the scared Cloud Shinobi Village ninja calmly. I kept you alive so that you could bring a message to Third Raikage's son. I, the Patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, will visit Cloud Shinobi Village in the near future, and the invasion of my Uzumaki village is not over. You killed Third Raikage, isn't it over? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja shuddered, wanting to say something but didn't have the guts to speak at all. That's right, Su Feng smiled casually. Just tell the next generation Raikage openly. If the son of Third Raikage succeeds Raikage, you must tell him the truth. Just say, I killed his father, and he has to compensate me and give me money. Understand, how can I pass on such insulting words? But, in order to be alive, only by being alive can the news be passed back to the village. Let the Dino's village, let the ninja world know that a demon has emerged from the Uzumaki clan. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja nodded tremblingly. Seeing that Su Feng had nothing to say, he stood up tremblingly and ran towards the Land of Thunder behind him. When it came, it was led by Third Raikage. Raikage is confident that even if he encounters a large group of enemy troops, he can retreat unscathed. But no one could have imagined that the man who claimed to have the strongest spear and the strongest shield would die so unpretentiously, as if he was crushed to death like an ant. That devil, he said he was the head of the Uzumaki clan. Why, the people of the Uzumaki clan have such terrifying strength and murderous aura. He has no idea, and just like him, the sea area on the border of the country of water has been completely stained red at this moment. The blood that soared into the sky ignited the violent emotions of the Uzumaki clan. Third Mizukage has a clearer purpose than Third Raikage. He even wanted to rely on the convenience of the Ghost Lamp clan to take advantage of the Uzumaki clan's decisive battle with Konoha to sneak into Uzumaki village and completely destroy the old nest of Uzumaki village. Pity. When they first entered the scope of the Uzumaki country, they were directly caught by Uzumaki Ryuji who brought them over. The brutal fight turned the image of the sunlight reflected on the sea level into red. Those who interfere in the internal affairs of the vortex will be killed without mercy. The Uzumaki family hereby declares that anyone who dares to provoke Uzumaki will declare war on the day of the enemy and destroy them the next day. Go back and tell Mizukage, the head of the Uzumaki clan will visit in person in a few days, and prepare your explanations. It is no different from what Su Feng explained. Tibetan. He never hides gone. Since Tsunade has the illusion that he is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in Uzumaki village, then he just tore the disguise. He wants to tell Ninja World. The Uzumaki clan will surely rise. Uzumaki means, absolutely invincible. Ninja World. It seems that after the great battle in the Land of Rain, they fell into a strange calm. People talked about Muyi Bai Ya's heroic deeds, and discussed the strength of that man. It seems to be jealous of the fact that Konoha has a large number of talents. After the war in the Land of Rain, the villages maintained a delicate balance. After all, they also know, when any one of these ninja villages takes the lead, it will not take any advantage. Sand Shinobi village was raided by Muyi Bai Ya, and the losses were quite heavy. But similarly, in the battles of Rain Shinobi village and Iwagakure, there were also many deaths. Especially Iwagakure. There are many people in Iwagakure, but Hanzo can't hold back the high-strength detonating talisman that he didn't know to borrow. After knowing the power of that thing, Onoki didn't dare to make a move without authorization. Tsuchikage is thinking about whether there is a possibility of trading in the Land of Land and Uzushio village. Since they will be selling war supplies to Rain Shinobi village, Iwagakure can as well. As for the Konoha side, there are also losses. It's just better than other ninja villages, but they don't have the capital to take the initiative to fight. This delicate balance remains. Tsunade returned to the Land of Rain with the members of the Senju family and began to heal the members of the Senju family. When all the rest is over, it is time for them to return to Konoha. It seems that a storm is about to break out in Konoha. But what everyone didn't expect was that Konoha's storm has not yet started, and a blockbuster sweeping the entire ninja world exploded in the ninja world. Konoha, Shimura Danzo, Hokage's right-hand man, led 2,500 people to invade the country of Uzumaki in an attempt to interfere in the country's internal affairs, and started a war with the Uzumaki clan on the border of the country of Uzumaki. In this battle, the frontline commander Shimura Danzo was captured, and the entire Danzo army was wiped out. This is the first blockbuster. At that time, the shadows of the villages were still waiting and watching, and they were a little dazed by the news. Why can Ushio village defeat Konoha? They fell into this weird question and thought. But before they digested the blockbuster news, another blockbuster sounded again. Kurigakure attempted to attack the Uzushio village, which had no other skills. After the Uzumaki clan fought against Konoha, they tried to attack the Uzumaki village from behind but failed. 3,000 Kurigakure ninjas died in the sea. Boom. Compared with the previous news, this news is even more exciting. That's Kurigakure. Because of distance and internal affairs, they did not participate in the Second Ninja World War. This means that it is impossible for them to lose elites due to war issues. But even so, 3,000 people raided Uzumaki village, and all of the elite were killed in the sea. What is this? For the first time, the ninjas in the ninja world doubted the authenticity of this news. They couldn't believe that Kurigakure's third Mizukage was so incompetent. But the strange thing is, as the center of the incident, Mizukage of Kurigakure did not come forward to clarify at the first time. What does this mean? Could it be that the news of the defeat of Uenian village is actually true? How can this be? People were a little unacceptable, and the atmosphere fell into silence. But this kind of silence didn't last long at all, and another heavy news was delivered. Cloud Shinobi village Raikage personally led a team to investigate the country of Vortex, and encountered the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan at the border of the country of Vortex. After the fierce battle, third Raikage was instantly killed on the spot, and only one person survived in the elite troops. The news is absolutely true. Cloud Shinobi village is preparing for the funeral of second generation in recent days. According to eyewitness reports, Raikage was seriously injured and only half of his body was found. The person who killed Raikage threatened, "Tell third Raikage's son, I killed his father, and I will demand compensation from Guikun." Boom. This time, the ninja world was completely fried. The Uzumaki kingdom war that countless people were looking forward to ended in such a weird way. Konoha was defeated and Danzo was captured. Kurigakure was defeated, and a large number of elites were buried in the sea. Fighter Cloud Shinobi village Raikage was killed and decapitated. When these three news are linked together, no one will doubt the authenticity of the news. Because no one dares to fabricate things like this, it is equivalent to offending three ninja villages at once. And these 3 ninja villages, whether it is Konoha, or Kurigakure or Cloud Shinobi Village, they all maintain a silent attitude. The news is true. Immediately afterwards, Uzushio Village's statement followed. Anyone who tries to interfere in the internal affairs of the Uzumaki is the enemy of the Uzumaki clan. I hope that everyone in the ninja world can make money with harmony, with Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village, Uenian Village Bingshu. The above 3 ninja villages, the Uzumaki clan will visit soon. Insane statement. In addition, after the leader of the Uzumaki clan killed Third Raikage, he put it down. No one is doubting the reliability of the news. And when a ninja from a ninja village observed the 3 major battlefields from a distance, he only left a few words. Blood has stained the sea red, and the border of the country of Vortex has flowed into rivers, all of which are broken arms. It is rumored that the Uzumaki clan has awakened to a new blood successor limit in the ninja world, called Shueiden. The patriarch of the Senju family evaluates in 4 words, Uzumaki of blood. Blood escape. Just listening to the name makes one tremble with fear. As the name suggests, control blood to fight. Whose blood is it manipulating? Own, or the enemy? A chilling feeling came to my heart. At this moment, Onogi, Third Kazekage, and his subordinate Chio are very fortunate that they did not participate in the battlefield of Uzumaki country. I am also fortunate that my country is far away from the country of the Vortex, so I did not focus on the war supplies produced by the country of the Vortex. Yes, the power of Uzumaki is not because it can produce high-strength equipment higher than the ninja level. They were never afraid of news leakage, they just told everyone that the equipment was produced by the Uzumaki clan. You can keep an eye on it, but you have to leave the territory of the Vortex country to fight for it. Anyone who dares to covet Whirlpool Village will die. They are never afraid, because they have stronger and more terrifying power besides the power of sealing. Control the blood. They have already felt how strong the red-haired reckless man on the battlefield is at this moment. Not to mention their patriarch. In the ninja world, who can claim to be able to crush Third Raikage's lightning-style armor 100%. And who can confidently block his health thrust. That man is the best at cage level. But even Third Raikage would be killed on the spot by the head of the Uzumaki clan. The feared Uzumaki of blood. At this moment, everyone in the ninja world felt trembling. The emergence of unheard of forces will always be accompanied by battles. But unlike Uchiha, now, no one dares to accuse the Uzumaki clan of being too evil in the first place. Joke. In the face of absolute power, Zuiden is just looking for a fight. He, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, dared to say that the Uchiha family is an evil family in front of the Uchiha family. That's because Uchiha Madara doesn't want the Uchiha family anymore. If Uchiha Madara at his peak was standing in front of him, and that Uchiha Madara was extremely protective of the Uchiha clan, you let Senju Tobirama try. If he said that, would he be beaten by Madara on the ground? The country of rain. A hidden flicker somewhere. When Black Zetsu appeared under Geto statue, next to that chair. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. He has sorted out the information and provided it to Madara for review. In fact, after Uzumaki Su-fung appeared as an old friend, Madara often asked Black Zetsu to pay attention to the affairs of the Uzumaki clan. This actually suits him. After all, he suspects that Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths was found by the Uzumaki clan, and investigation is necessary. Unfortunately, the country of the Vortex is okay. Even if his sneaking technique is top-notch in the ninja world, he still can't get close to Uzushio village. There seems to be a strange enchantment there. And if the distance is too close, it will be attacked by strange arrow towers. He didn't dare to investigate too deeply, for he was afraid of alarming the snake CEAC. But now the news of wearing it back caused him to think deeply. Not Rinnegan. It's about manipulating the power of blood. He has seen the battlefield, and it is true that he does not have the power of Rinnegan, nor does he have the power of his mother. But what confuses him even more is blood escape. What about farting? His mother is the authentic Otsutsuki clan, the real ancestor of Chakra, the goddess of Mao. Even Chakra was brought to earth by his mother. Why didn't he know that among all the blood inheritance boundaries, there is a blood escape? Moreover, the Uzumaki family was originally inherited from the Sage of Six Paths. Whether it was Otsutsuki Yuya or Otsutsuki Hamura, their descendants had never heard of the appearance of blood escape. This is something he can't figure out at all. Uzumaki of blood. After reading the information, Madara showed a little admiration and arrogance on her face. Not bad, it's hidden deep enough. After all, when that fellow beat him up before, he never used the ability called Blood Escape. It seems that, like Hashirama, the late awakened would style and his own eternal Mangekyo have the power to fight. The three masters of Nanhekwan, but they compare their size together to see who is the farthest. Uzumaki, not as weak as he appears. Even if he is resurrected in the future, he probably won't be too boring. There are other people besides Hashirama who can fight him, and this person has the same philosophy as him. Although the three of them have different paths. But the ultimate goal is much the same. Hashirama wanted to understand each other, and he initially supported Hashirama, and later opposed the field, hoping to unify by force. As for Su Feng, it is more radical. If the system is not perfect, it will be reformed until it is perfect. Before that, someone objected, so he was convinced and asked to wait patiently. Now it seems that the Uzumaki family has such confidence. But to his disappointment, his old friend seemed to get into the money bag. He would actually trade goods with that self-proclaimed demigod. Snort. There is no strong heart. Madara looked disdainful. The strong should be proud. Otherwise, why is it strong? Master Madara, should we be worried? What if he blocks our plan in the future? The power of Uzumaki village suddenly expanded, and its influence was astonishing. Black Zetsu seemed a bit worried. In case that terrifying man gains power beyond Madara one day in the future, what is the plan? He said that he would not interfere with the affairs of the Uzumaki clan, and he didn't bother to care about what I did. Madara said calmly. He understood that the man was a one-sided character. Just don't provoke him. When he is fully resurrected, he will not be able to stop himself at that time. He is very confident in his own strength. Nagato that sighed, look good. When I am resurrected in the future, if he wants to settle accounts with me, he has to beat me. Madara said proudly. You are so confident. No wonder I was plotted around. Black Zetsu drilled into the ground, and he suddenly seemed a little out of touch with Madara recently. Originally, before that man named Uzumaki Su Feng appeared, Madara was quite easy to fool. But after that man appeared, Madara suddenly had a strange fighting spirit. As long as she gets involved with that man, Madara will eventually become unable to listen to her own words. Strangeness. The country of the vortex. Eddy Tide Village. The war is won. Emotions run high among the Uzumaki clan. And Su Feng, looking at the scenery by the sea. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the special wartime mission and getting a level increase of LV plus 10. All members of the Uzumaki clan have a level increase of LV plus 5. Ding. Congratulations to Uzumaki village for obtaining 100,000 clan power points. Mission accomplished. Su Feng had a happy expression on his face. That's 10 points of clan power. If you buy equipment, you can exchange it for a total of 10 million taels. For him and Uzumaki village, this is a huge sum of money. And he has just completed the daily training task. The level has been raised to IV67, plus the level up reward directly becomes V77. You can go to accept the task of the second awakening. Clan power, temporarily kept unused. This 100,000 points of family power is not the end. Next, he wanted to blackmail the defeated three parties. When all benefits are converted into clan power, it is time to start consumption. After walking a few steps, he came to the job transfer temple. Close your eyes, and a virtual panel appears in front of you. The Patriarch's exclusive awakening mission is open. The task is confirmed. Please complete the awakening task sweeping the ninja world. After completion, you will unlock the second awakening ability. Sweeping the ninja world. As the overlord of the dominant side, host will naturally not settle down in a corner, but if he wants to sweep the ninja world, gathering the subordinate ninja villages is a key step. Please host one of the 5 great ninja villages and make it a subsidiary of the Uzumaki village. This task. The real time has come. Su Feng suddenly laughed. How does the system know his urine nature? That's right. This trip, he went out with a strong purpose. What is a long-term meal ticket? Fang Lik, who can get a lot of money even without material transactions. Attached to Ninja Village, and Su Feng now has a goal. Go, Kushina. Su Feng waved his hand to the little girl watching him in a daze from a distance, and Su Feng smiled. Where is the ancestor going? The girl's voice was crisp, and she naturally grabbed the hand that Su Feng handed over. Go out and get back what belongs to us. After a pause, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in Su Feng's mind. By the way, take my cousin home. Crash. The chain was extended in an instant, aiming at the prison locked somewhere in Uzushio village, and he forcibly dragged Shimura Danzo, who was covered in blood, on the road. Do you want to take the ancestor's cousin home? Kushina blinked, noncommittal. The land of water. The endless sea. A flat boat is slowly moving forward on the sea. One man, one woman, one big and one small, the two of them sat on the boat. The boat seems to be moving slowly with the waves of the sea, but the direction has not changed from beginning to end. Neither of them rowed a boat, but sat on it and watched the windy building of the sea. Su Feng and Kushina. After this trip, Su Feng collected the spoils that Uzumaki village gained in this war. Very laid back, no rush. The first goal is Kurigakure, who did not participate in the Second Ninja World War, but suffered heavy losses. Kushina. The man opened his mouth slowly, stood up and stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless front of the sea. After softly calling the girl's name, Su Feng showed a weird smile. You said, I went to the other party's ninja village alone, and asked the other party to kneel down and be my dog. Will people be willing? A system task for the Second Awakening. Conquer an affiliated ninja village. In Su Feng's conception, the ninja world in the future will be dominated by Uzushio village and will be unified. And this great unification needs to be carried out after earning enough benefits. At the same time, it is also necessary to recruit all kinds of talents. So naturally, Su Feng needed to find a pilot. No matter how you look at it, Kurigakure is the most suitable one. It is the closest to the country of Vortex, and it is sufficiently hidden and mysterious. It doesn't seem to be that time-consuming and labor-intensive to take control. Besides, a certain Mizukage in the future has already been targeted by him. Why not? Kushina frowned, pinched her fingers, and then helped the broken hair on her forehead. Isn't it an honor for those people to be the ancestor's dog? It's natural. Do you really think that the ancestor wants all kinds of dogs? Kushina sneered. The ancestor gave them face and let them be the dog of the ancestor, that is the blessing they cultivated in 8 lifetimes. It's really exciting for this girl to talk. Su Feng laughed, he seemed to enjoy Kushina's blind worship more and more. I love hearing what you say. But today I want to teach you a truth. Hand in hand, Su Feng pulled Kushina to stand up as well. Sometimes, if you want to make people surrender, you need to show strength enough to deter the opponent. My power, the third Raikage has seen. But he's dead. It is still one of the 5 great ninja villages to make people submit for no reason. Still needs some means. Kushina nodded confusedly. Although she matures precociously, she is still young after all, and she still doesn't understand why some people don't want to be the ancestor's dog. Isn't that their honor? This world and the future belong to the ancestors. Surrender early and surrender late, isn't the final result the same? Su Feng didn't continue to explain anything. Instead, he set his sights on the system panel in the void. There, when he accepted the job transfer task, he acquired a special ability. 2 sense skills practical experience. Function introduction. It's time to show the long-awaited power. Host can actually operate the scene of becoming a blood demon once. Practical skills. Bloody wrath, demonic blood fall, blood demon killing heaven. This is similar to allowing you to experience skills in the training ground for free when playing games, to meet the player's experience requirements for the feel and gorgeousness of skills. After crossing, the ninja world is the real world in Su Feng's eyes. Then this kind of actual operation does not have to be carried out in the training ground. The sea stretches as far as the eye can see, and Kurigakure is surrounded by archipelagos in front of the sea. It seems appropriate to target these. Don't be afraid. Hold on to me. Then the blood rage started, and Uzumaki Su Feng glanced at Uzumaki Kushina calmly. He intends to shock the little girl and make her feel hopeful, knowing that everything in front of her is not the end of the Uzumaki clan. Stronger forces are waiting for them. By the side of the ancestor, never be afraid. Kushina nodded, holding Uzumaki Su Feng's palm with her small hand. She vaguely felt something. At this moment, she felt another level from her ancestors, which did not belong to their kind of power called Crazy Warrior. The torrential blood energy seemed to be tempered at this moment. When the thick blood turned into a blood storm, with Uzumaki Su Feng as the center, the thick blood completely enveloped the two of them. Immediately afterwards, that blood energy rose into the air under the guidance of Uzumaki Su Feng. Kushina can't see the outside world, but she is very sure that this blood energy comes from the ancestor's body, but it is extremely pure, as if this is the real power of blood energy. What's even more exaggerated is that she can perceive the coverage of this bloody storm. Hundreds of meters, or a few hundred meters. A terrifying sense of oppression swept across the sea, and Kushina couldn't digest the center of the bloody storm in front of her. The huge shock brought her was taken by Uzumaki Su Feng and flew into the sky. Excitement appeared on his face, and the man controlled the bloody storm to turn into a giant bloody dog, opened its bloody mouth and bit the sea level ahead. Blood demon kills the sky. Sign. Ow. The bloody dog rose into the air. When it hit the sea level, it seemed that the entire space was torn apart, and the air visible to the naked eye was distorted. The sea level was calm for a while, and then the sea seemed to shatter and sag from the center. The oppression brought by the blood storm really came, and in just 1 second, the sea with the same model as the blood demon formed a huge wave with a height of hundreds of meters and swept forward. After all, it doesn't really reach LV85, otherwise, the effect will be more exaggerated than it is now. When the Gorfine disappeared, the man took a deep breath, felt the power of blood energy consumed in his body, and frowned slightly. Although it is an experience, the price of becoming a blood demon still exists. From the prison blood demon god to the emperor's blood killing the sky, it is the process of refining the blood energy in the body. When the tempering is completed, it will reach a new level. The big dogs came and went quickly, but the impact they caused would not disappear in a short while. Su Feng is sure that if this trick is used on a flat surface, the level of the earthquake will never be lower, and it will even be more exaggerated than the earthquake. Completing the second awakening will truly touch God's construction time. What does a full blow from God look like? Su Feng couldn't think, but he was about to touch that door. He glanced at the little girl next to him. Finally, the girl who had been by her side for a long time, acquired her habit of pretending, and imitated an indifferent face, showed an extremely exaggerated expression of shock. She stared at the front, a little sluggish from the tsunami blasted by the Gorfine Shishin. Is this the ultimate power of the Uzumaki clan? At the end of the blood escape, can it turn into a terrifying lethal force like a natural disaster? It's not the ultimate power. Seemingly seeing what the girl was thinking, Su Feng spoke leisurely. He's telling the truth. The second awakening is not the end, especially for him. The third awakening, and breaking through the upper limit after the level reaches LV100, he doesn't seem to have the problem of the upper limit at all. In the end, it will even surpass all the crazy warriors in the DNF background story. As long as the clan strength is sufficient, surpassing is a matter of time. Isn't this the ultimate power? Kushina's small mouth grew, and she looked at her ancestor in disbelief. Just now, she actually experienced what it means to fly to the sky, and also felt the completely different power of blood. But the ancestor told her that this kind of power is still not the end of the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly, her fighting spirit was completely aroused. Then he drew out the little hand held by the ancestor, and swung the sword and shield to attack fiercely, stepping on the water surface, and hit the sea level with a blow that collapsed the mountain. She was excited. Su Feng smiled. This girl will never be hit. On the contrary, because of their own strength, they will be full of longing for the future. But Su Feng discovered another problem. Compared with other little girls of this age, his girl has a sense of loneliness. Do you want to snatch another Destiny's Child's mother? Su Feng touched his chin. In the original book, Kushina has almost no friends. The only one who has a harmonious relationship is the mother of another Destiny child. Even Su Feng has no doubt that if the two mothers in the original book give birth to a boy and a girl, they can make a baby marriage on the spot. Grab it. Anyway, the mother who controls a Destiny's Child is also in control, the two are the same. It's all about being a companion to Kushina. The tsunami ahead is moving forward. Su Feng grasped the direction of the big dog very well. He was aiming in the direction of Kurigakure. As for whether this big dog will affect the Whirlpool village near the sea. Of course he wasn't worried. It's just a tsunami, not a head-on fight against Gorfiend. The result of VB's protection is enough to prevent the seawater from eroding Boiling Tide Village. Besides, his direction and strength are well controlled, and there is only one goal. With the power of God, tell Kurigakure that resistance is futile. As he said when facing Third Reikage. Like Cloud Shinobi Village, Kurigakure was also responsible for the previous invasion of the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi Village pays the price of the strongest movie, and when disturbing Yin, the whole village needs to surrender. He was never a soft-hearted person. The enemy wants the lives of all the Uzumaki clan. He just set off a tsunami. Kurigakure's ninja is good at water style. If you are lucky, you will have one life left. Regarding those people's extermination, Su Feng himself felt that his actions were somewhat benevolent. But that can't be helped. He needs a pilot project attached to the ninja village, and what he wants is the hidden wealth of the country of water. In comparison, a village of corpses is completely useless. Recaptured Kushina, who was practicing avalanche against the water, hoping to master the big jump in the future. Su Feng stepped on the water, precisely controlled chakra, and rushed to the top of the tsunami. In this place, others may not be able to stand firm because of the turbulent water, but he can. He wants to stand in the air and watch his masterpiece at a close distance. Finally, the tsunami is approaching. Kurigakure. When the first ninja looked up, he stopped in a daze and opened his mouth wide. People stopped their needlework one after another and looked to the sky. There, a tsunami several hundred meters high was sweeping towards them at a strange speed. Third Mizukage was standing in Mizukage's office. Seeing this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. As that, a tsunami. Judging by the scale, it's too exaggerated. There hasn't been an earthquake in the ninja world for hundreds of years. How could there be a tsunami? Natural disasters have not happened before. But Kurigakure's location is unique. Surrounded by islands, the village is surrounded by several high mountains, and those ordinary natural disasters and small-scale tsunamis can't break through the obstacles of the mountains, so Kurigakure has been safe and sound all these years. But now the situation is too unexpected. Let alone a tsunami of this scale, they have never even heard of it. Mizukage-sama, are there two people up there? A sharp-eyed ninja reached out and pointed to the location above the tsunami. I can't see. Third Mizukage said grimly. .0. His eyes were originally small, and usually his subordinates would misunderstand that he was squinting, let alone seeing two figures from such a distance. There are two people, Mizukage-sama, you can see it when you open your eyes. My eyes are open. Third Mizukage was furious, but he didn't have the intention to teach his subordinates a lesson. Moreover, the tsunami was so fast that they had no time to build defenses. 10 seconds later, water overflows Jinshan. Su Feng stood at the top of the wave. Looking at the Kurigakure building that was washed away by the tsunami, and the collapsed Mizukage building, I looked very calm. In this natural disaster, Kurigakure is doomed to suffer heavy casualties. But what Uzumaki village faced before was a man-made disaster. Compared with the two, he prefers the thrill of revenge. Compared with the power of nature, the power of human beings is small. But at a certain level, any natural disaster may be caused by man. Other Nagatos above cage level can destroy Konoha with one move, let alone the current Uzumaki Su Feng. The building collapsed, but the people of Kurigakure didn't have time to scream before they were drowned and disappeared without a trace. A long time. When everything calms down, Kurigakure, which was originally surrounded by mountains and relied on its favorable location, is now soaked in seawater and filled with floating corpses. Su Feng looked around. He found the person he was looking for. Third Mizukage. He didn't die, but his injuries seemed to be a bit eye-catching. One thigh was fractured in reverse, and it became a bit hideous. As expected of Mizukage, Su Feng walked over step by step and stood in front of him. Who are you? Chakra was exhausted, and Mizukage asked feebly. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Su Feng. The man spoke calmly. I've never liked talking nonsense. From now on, Kurigakure will be incorporated into the affiliated organization of Ushio Village, and will pay 10 million taels of protection fees to Uzuo Village every quarter. Otherwise, Su Feng showed a gentle smile, leaning over and getting close to him. He knew Mizukage disagreed. He will even say that even if he dies, he will not succumb. This is Shadow's own will. But as a shadow, his weaknesses are more obvious. Otherwise, in a short while, there will be a tsunami waiting for you. Kurigakure. Ninja Village. That's Mizukage's real weakness. As long as Ninja Village is still there, he is still Mizukage. But when Ninja Village is mortally threatened, he will inevitably compromise. As a result, he touched the realm of God. Just relying on him, Uzumaki Sufeng, he can set off a tsunami that is even more exaggerated than this scale at will in the future. Third Mizukage. He has no right to refuse. Intimidate. Learned. Next to him, Kushina took out his notebook, licked the nib of the pen and recorded in the small book. This is the real threat. And there is no temptation at all. The old ancestor is worthy of being the old ancestor, he taught her a lesson casually. Disaster strikes the land of water. Ninja World. The country of fire. Konoha, a high-level meeting is about to begin. People seem to know that the Japanese stock market storm is about to sweep the entire Konoha village. The country of fire. Konoha. Inside Hokage's office. It's not time for a high-level meeting. Third Hokage was smoking a pipe, standing at the window looking down. But at this moment, Sarutobi didn't have the heart to appreciate the scenery of Konoha at all, instead his face was full of sadness. The impact of the war in the country of Vortex is far more serious than he expected. Remove the attitude problem of other ninja villages. The loss on Konoha's side alone can already be described as traumatic. Except for the old, weak, women and children in the village that are still left by the Sarutobi clan, the disaster can almost be described as extermination. His heartache is on the one hand, and shock and the strength of Uzumaki village are on the other hand. Similarly, the pressure Sarutobi is now facing from all directions is even greater than before. Uzumaki village used its own strength to prove how ridiculous the ninja world looked at them before. Uzumaki of blood, hidden really deep enough. Sarutobi's face darkened. Next, he had to face several serious problems. Uzushio village announced to the outside world that it would take the initiative to go to those ninja villages that were defeated by Uzushio village to discuss the issue of post-war losses. It is clear that no matter how you look at this war, Konoha's losses are even greater. But defeat is defeat. The defeated country pays compensation to the victorious country, which is the real benefit of the war. And this number that needs to be compensated, no one knows how much it is yet. Konoha, together with Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, is definitely not willing to pay this compensation. As for redeeming Danzo, that's just a joke. If there are too many leaves, one does not have many, and one does not lack. Impossible to pay much for just one Danzo. Compensation issue, this is the first point. There are more serious problems that need to be solved. The Senju clan is not extinct in Uzumaki. And at this moment, the rest of the Senju tribe who had been stationed in the Land of Rain gathered together and headed towards Konoha. This is already old news. He hasn't received the battle report from the front line yet, so he doesn't know the latest situation. The problems of the Senju clan are extremely serious. Before, Konoha declared that he was against Uzumura, and Tsunade led the Senju clan to support Uzumura. This is slapping yourself in the face of Ninja Village, slapping yourself in the face of Hokage. However, at this moment, he seems to have no reason to attack. This is what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen most aggrieved. The country of the Vortex won, and it was still a hearty 1v3. They retreated and even killed the third Raikage. The strength of Uzushio village does not seem to be something Konoha can compete with now. But Sarutobi thinks that there are suspicions of exaggeration in this rumor. If it was Konoha who won the 1v3, he would not doubt it. But the mere Eddy Tide village can do this with the rumored blood escape. If the Uzumaki clan is the Senju clan, can there be a character like Senju Hashirama? On this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen is skeptical. With two major problems in front of him, coupled with his cronyism and suspicion of his ability to judge people, his position as Hokage has become unstable again. This is the problem that Sarutobi needs to consider solving at this moment. To be honest, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait for Danzo to die. If he is dead, throw all the blame to him, and he will be able to avoid disaster. He was also aggrieved. Sarutobi never dreamed that he would give Danzo 3 times in a row, but he failed. But to sum up, the three failures seem to be reasonable, and there is the shadow of Uzumaki village behind them. He suspected that he was maliciously targeted by Uzumaki village. After all, before Konoha took the lead in backstabbing, this account has not been completely settled. Taking a deep puff of the pipe, his lungs were full, and Sarutobi stared forward and fell into thought. How to appease the emotions of the high level and the villagers, and solve the affairs of the Whirlpool village, he needs to think of a way to achieve both. Compared with these, Hatake Tsukumo has repeatedly made military exploits on the front line, and the light faintly overshadows his Hokage, which can be put aside for now. Senju, Uzumaki, Konoha. Repeatedly chanting 3 words, finally, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He already has a way to avoid all problems. What's more, at that time, the relationship with the country of Whirlpool cannot be repaired because of this. Afternoon. The high-level meeting was weirdly postponed by Hokage. After he sent spies and learned that the Senju clan was about to return to Konoha, he could barely open the meeting. Not surprisingly, the problem he will face this time is the same as he thought in the office before. Sarutobi, what you did this time is very problematic. Udatane Kaharu said with a serious expression. Even if there are 2 consultants, are they planning to break away from themselves? Sarutobi sneered in his heart. In addition to Danzo, these 2 can be regarded as his other right-hand men. But once there is a problem with themselves, they will pick themselves up first, and then throw the pot to him. Don't worry about the strength of the Uzumaki country. I, Konoha, are the #1 ninja village, and I am not afraid of such a small country. The outside world will always exaggerate the enemy, so as not to perceive oneself as weak, but I think Third Raikage's death was an accident. Mitokado Homura seemed to be explaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but then he changed the subject. But Sarutobi, as the Senju family who founded Konoha, why do you have any opinions on this Hokage? Have you ever thought about it? Coming, although the issue of the country of Vortex is also the theme of this meeting. But the Senju clan and Konoha Hokage opposed this kind of thing, which made Konoha lose face in the ninja world. These 2 old guys are very concerned about Konoha's face. No, maybe I care about my own face. This incident became an outright scandal in the ninja world. Everyone was watching Konoha's joke. In addition, should Hokage-sama give an explanation for Danzo-sama's defeat? The strange voice came again. And this time it was the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's father, who spoke this time. But Sarutobi looked calm and indifferent. He knew that the Uchiha clan would definitely jump out. The reason is simple. During the reign of second Hokage, the Uchiha family was dealt with miserably. The whole family was like a tiger whose teeth had been pulled out, and entered the sick cat mode. Senju Tobarama can suppress Uchiha, he thinks he can as well, just didn't think of a good way. It is not surprising that Uchiha stood up to impeach himself this Hokage at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not answer the meeting. He was waiting patiently for something. But his appearance at the moment gave those people below a false sense of guilt. From the beginning, there were only a few people discussing, and finally everyone in the conference room was discussing the problem of Hokage. But at this moment, the door of the office suddenly opened. A beautiful figure appeared there. Tsunade. When she appeared, the entire conference room became silent in an instant, and everyone looked at her in unison. She has come back. The one who betrayed Hokage with the Senju clan. Sarutobi raised his head for a glance, then was in a daze. It's been a long time since I saw him, and he feels that his disciple has matured a lot. It's just surprising that the bold style of dressing in the past has become restrained and tightly wrapped. Naturally, Tsunade would not tell others that this was a man who asked him to do it. According to that man, even if others can't see the real guy, they can't give any room for imagination. Very domineering. Tsunade, didn't you see we were in a meeting? Who let you in? Sarutobi still didn't speak, but Udatane Kaharu, who saw the culprit at the moment, was a little annoyed, and started to teach with his fingers. Why can't I be here? Tsunade asked calmly. Nonsense. Konoha high-level meetings, only high-level cadres and patriarchs of various ethnic groups can participate. You are just a jonin of Konoha, you are not qualified to appear here. Mitokado Homura also frowned and said extremely dissatisfied. It seems that these excluded people joined the meeting, pulling their bar down. You also said that the patriarchs of all ethnic groups can participate in high-level meetings. With a sneer on Tsunade's face, he specifically emphasized the 4 words of patriarchs of various tribes. At first, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura didn't react. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a flash of understanding on his face, and even smiled, with a feeling that everything was under control. Tsunade did exactly that. Squinting his eyes, Sarutobi still didn't speak. His disciples must not know that since she entered Konoha, no, since she left the Kingdom of Rain, she has already fallen into his calculations. Now, it's time for Tsunade to perform. What do you mean? Udatane Kaharu's expression suddenly became serious, and even the ninjas in the conference room looked at Tsunade with a different look. Did I not make it clear enough? Tsunade stood proudly. I, Tsunade, represent my Senju clan at this moment, and come to Konoha's high-level meeting. Any more question? Waiting for your words. Sarutobi coughed lightly suddenly, the meaning was obvious. He who had remained silent all this time was about to speak. In that case, please take a seat with Tsunade, who represents the Senju clan. With a wave of his hand, the subordinate next to him naturally moved out a chair and brought it to Tsunade. It seemed that everything was in his consideration and he offered a seat to Tsunade early in the morning. Is Sarutobi crazy? Next to it, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu looked at each other, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Shouldn't he ask the specific reason and then refute the reunion of the Senju clan? Why would they cooperate with each other so much? They don't understand. Could it be that he forgot what he was going to do? Who is sparing no effort to deal with Senju, and the influence of the Senju clan has been reduced? Is it true that they are blind and can't see? Now I finally found an opportunity to continue to attack the reputation of the Senju clan. How could Sarutobi just let it go? Okay, let's continue to discuss the issue. Sarutobi was all smiles, not intending to explain anything to the 2 advisors. As we mentioned just now, regarding the issue of compensation for the Uzumaki clan, since the representative of the Senju clan has come, the old man will express his opinion. Yo-Yo stood up. Sarutobi sighed. The old man admits that last time he misunderstood the Uzumaki clan, which led to disputes in the country of Uzumaki. This responsibility, the old man will not shirk. Don't throw the pot away. According to common sense, shouldn't we throw the pot to Tuankai? Udatane Kaharu turned pale with fright. Maybe today's Sarutobi Hiruzen was pierced by a human soul. But the problem has already happened. What we have to do is how to make up for it. With a serious look, Sarutobi spoke here. And before that, I must praise my sensible disciple, Tsunade. Also praise? ? Mitokado Homura was also dumbfounded. Tsunade was also a little puzzled. She was ready for a tough fight when she came back, but something seemed wrong now. What kind of calculations did I, the teacher I once respected, have? After the misunderstanding happened, she bravely gathered the Senju clan and went to the country of Uzumaki to support Uzumaki, hoping to stop the dispute between the 2 parties and eliminate the misunderstanding. This move, the old man appreciates it very much. Sarutobi said with great satisfaction. As we all know, the Senju family is the founder of Konoha, and Tsunade also said that Senju did not betray Uzumaki, and is still an ally of the Uzumaki family. In that case, with a friendly expression on his face, Sarutobi is full of kindness, staring at Suna sincerely. Then why not ask the representatives of the Senju clan to receive the Uzumaki clan and be responsible for negotiating with the Uzumaki clan? I see. In an instant, everyone present understood what their Hokage-sama was up to. Throw the contradiction to the Senju clan who claimed to be allies of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, it will not be Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Tsunade who will be in trouble. If this matter is not handled properly, the prestige of the Senju clan that has just assembled will drop significantly. If it is handled well, it will be rumored that the Senju clan has long been in collusion with the Uzumaki clan. In a fit of anger, he would even be accused of rebelling against the village. Hi, this trick is really high. Many people silently extended their thumbs and looked at Tsunade with some pity. After all, a disciple is a disciple, and when it comes to calculations, he can never surpass his teacher. The teacher believes that for Konoha, for the first Hokage, the village founded by your great-grandfather, you will be able to do this well. Senju is an ally of the Uzumaki clan. The issue of compensation will definitely be reduced to a trivial matter, and he can even make a bridge for Konoha, and trade high-end precision with them in the future. Good weapons and equipment. Quote, even with the friendship between the Senju family and the Uzumaki family, it is entirely possible to win a qualified Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha. All in one breath are killing moves. One mouthful, one for the village. Will you accept this mission? The teacher believes in your ability to lead the Senju clan to its former glory, and also trusts the friendship between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. This task is most suitable for you. Sarutobi slapped his chest. As the successor of the Will of Fire, what First Hokage can do, as my disciple and granddaughter of First Hokage, you will definitely complete this task for the sake of this village. The teacher trusts you 100%. In the conference room, the atmosphere was completely silent. Tsunade just announced to re-lead the Senju clan, and he didn't even become the patriarch, so he put on a hat directly. This means, it really doesn't work if you don't admire it. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Tsunade was not flustered, nor nervous. Instead, he watched Sarutobi perform with great interest. After a moment of silence, Tsunade blinked. Finished. It's over. Sarutobi was taken aback for a moment, not understanding what Tsunade meant. Then I will say. Tsunade sneered and stood up, holding Konoha's forehead protector in his hand. Immediately afterwards, she exerted force with one hand, and the hard forehead protector was squeezed into another shape by her. Do you really think that I will be bound by this thing? I'm telling you, I don't have that spare time to care about the trouble you caused. I refuse to complete this task. Also, please call me from now on Senju Tsunade. Chapter 71. In front of Konoha's high-level executives, he pinched and deformed Konoha's forehead protector and threw it there. What is she Tsunade going to do? Tell them blatantly that he wants to betray Konoha. Is she crazy? Everyone watched this scene in horror. They never expected that Tsunade would be so tough. Drop the forehead protector, and then explicitly reject the quest given to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. Not even a leeway was left. Is this still the same Tsunade? Although the previous Tsunade's temper was already very hot, but he would not disrespect Sarutobi Hiruzen on this occasion. In any case, they are all their own teachers. Or Konoha's Hokage. Tsunade. Sarutobi's expression turned cold. Senju Tsunade. Tsunade showed no sign of weakness. Now, she agrees very much with what Grandma Mito said. Although the person who really said this was that man. But the truth is the same. Misplaced decision-making is abolished. If the things created are not up to standard, then destroy and rebuild. Forever sticking to the current model of Konoha, what kind of virtue will this ninja village become? Tsunade doesn't know, but she only knows that if she doesn't resist, she will be morally kidnapped by Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of everyone. For the sake of the village, she has to be obedient. Fart. If Tsunade shows weakness at this time, it is to give Hokage a chance. She figured this out before she came back. Since you want to do it, be bold. Her attitude has been made clear. If you continue to force the old lady to negotiate with your allies for Konoha, then the forehead protectors of all the Senju clan will be thrown on the ground like now. You Sarutobi, dare you bet? Block the position of Hokage, bear the reputation of persecuting the entire Senju clan to rebel against the village. It seems that the current Tsunade is the name of the one who voluntarily discarded Konoha Shinobi, but it is actually a declaration of sovereignty to some extent. Konoha was built by the Senju clan, but it can also be discarded. But you, Konoha, can you announce the secession of the Senju clan in a high-profile manner? The answer is obvious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's uncertain face has proved that Tsunade has successfully counterattacked. Be tough, be tough. She had to do this if she wanted to bear the name of the Senju clan. This is the truth she got from asking Uzumaki Sufeng before she came back. Putting the contradictions on the bright side is beneficial to the Senju clan. The atmosphere in the meeting room was frozen, and everyone was stunned by Tsunade's actions. The initiative was regained. Tsunade regained his composure, and then announced another news. At this high-level meeting, I just want to announce a few decisions to everyone here. First, from now on, I will restore the status of the Patriarch of the Senju clan, just to remind you. In the future, anyone who dares to treat my Senju clan behind my back will be regarded as a provocation. The head of the Senju clan. When she said it again, no one doubted the other party's attitude. If Tsunade is alone at this moment, then it is impossible for her to have such a strong attitude and the right to speak. But now, behind her stands the entire Senju clan, and those clansmen have already returned to Konoha. If there is an accident, they have been placed in the former clan of the Senju clan. Second, as the patriarch of the Senju clan, I abolish the decision made by first Hokage to let the tribe integrate into Konoha. Another piece of news completely touched the brows of the two Hokage consultants. With the help of the first Hokage title mentioned by Tsunade, they stood up in an instant. The order issued by the first generation, are you qualified to abolish it? As soon as he slapped the table, Mitokado Homura spoke immediately. Oh, Tsunade sneered, I, the granddaughter of first Hokage, the current patriarch of the Senju clan is not qualified, you are qualified. Also, this is a family matter of my Senju clan, are you sure you want to interfere? Housework. Thinking about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Whether Senju should integrate into Konoha, or gather together to rebuild the Senju clan, that is their own decision of the Senju clan, outsiders have no right to interfere. Tsunade is proclaiming that the Senju clan will not be at your mercy. The last point. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade's eyes sparkled. Let me tell you, from now on, the name and surname of the Senju clan discarded by my grandfather and my second grandfather will be carried by me again. Finished. Not paying attention to the eyes of the ninjas in the conference room, she turned and left. It seems that returning to Konoha and participating in high-level meetings is just to announce these few things. There is no attempt to explain why they joined forces with the Uzumaki clan against Konoha. Also outright refusing to act as a peacemaker between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Solve the troubles you have caused yourself. Her Senju clan is not for wiping people's asses. Tsunade bravely took the first step towards the rise of the Senju clan. But after leaving the conference room, she leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, and the tension was a step too late. Although she sometimes behaved nervously, she was just a young man after all, and it was inevitable that she would be nervous when facing such an occasion for the first time. Fortunately, they all persisted. The cold wall made her regain consciousness. At this moment, she somewhat missed that warm embrace. Although leaning against the other party half forcibly, it still gave her the warmth she wanted. Ah choo. And at this moment, someone who is being talked about. Cloud Shinobi Village has been extended. And now, unfortunately, he was pressing one hand on the head of the boy who was much shorter than himself. This man is the son of Third Raikage. Because of age issues, Third Raikage was killed by him early, and there was no Raikage in the village for the time being, but many loyal subordinates of Third Raikage supported Third Raikage's son to take the position, and then let them assist by the side. The postures of the two were a bit strange, so just now Uzumaki Su-feng sneezed, and all of them hit the boy's face firmly. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Having inherited the title of I, the future Fourth Raikage is extremely angry at this moment. But the strength gap lies here. Although this kid is very talented, he was promoted to elite chunin at a young age, which is only one step away from Jonin, but how could he be Uzumaki Su-feng's opponent? Pressing I with one hand, Uzumaki Su-feng waved to Kushina who was looking at the picture in the distance. When he went to Kurigakure before, because he disliked Danzo being an eyesore on the boat, he directly used the sealing technique to throw him in a corner of the sea. This time I came to Cloud Shinobi Village, followed by Konoha. So I brought Danzo with me. Anyway, it's just like walking the dog, and you don't need to touch the other person yourself. Maybe you can use him for some money when you get to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally reluctant to pay Danzo's life with much money. This matter must be let Danzo know, and then let the two dog eat dog. But the money problem, Danzo can certainly solve it himself. The Shimura clan took a lot of money after Danzo came to power, and now there are not many members of the Shimura clan left, only Danzo is in charge of the overall situation, and he must be willing to pay for Danzo's life. Old ancestor. Kushina trotted all the way, then winked at Su-feng. She understood that once this time came, the ancestor would teach herself a lesson. Although she couldn't understand most of the lessons, it didn't mean she didn't want to listen, nothing else, because this was her own time, a time she could share with her ancestors. Did you see the angry look in his eyes? Su Feng pointed his chin at the young fourth Raikage and said. Kushina nods. It's the same as when I killed his father, the same anger, and the same incomprehension of our behavior. Su Feng said calmly. In his way of thinking, it is reasonable for his father to send people to invade our vortex country. And his father is not strong enough. If he was killed by me, we should be hated. I taught you a vocabulary, double standard. Really? Kushina suddenly realized. But I was a little puzzled. Didn't the ancestor say these words to her once before? I'm not done yet. Su Feng smiled and rubbed Kushina's head. From the look in this guy's eyes, there is an obvious problem. Even if they have all experienced the same pain, people still cannot let go of their grievances and reach a model of mutual understanding. If you don't believe me, ask him. I killed his father, does he understand me? Kushina stared straight at I, and Li Ping planned to ask. But from the look in his eyes, she felt that she was wasting her tongue when talking to him. Look, so I've always felt that apart from Ashura's inherent brainwashing talent, normal people can't understand their brain circuits. Su Feng sneered. For example, your son, oh no, it's a fool who can forgive the culprit if his parents are killed, but he can still understand that his teacher who led the team was killed and his teacher who taught him was killed. Opponent's behavior. Is this normal, my son? Kushina shy for a while. Was it born with the ancestors? Although the ancestor changed his words, she could hear what she said clearly. The little girl didn't remember the important point behind, and her head was full of thoughts. Her son's father must be the ancestor in front of her. 2. Even if she grows up, she can only be the ancestor's private property. Kushina is extremely proud of this. She belongs to the ancestor. Su Feng sighed and didn't dwell too much on this issue. Both Ashura and Indra have some defects due to genetic problems. This is not Uzumaki Su Feng nonsense. You must know that their father, Sage of Six Paths, is not a normal person, and he takes things like sealing his mother for granted. Even Sage of Six Paths didn't know that Keigaya's original intention of releasing Infinite Tsukuyomi was to fight against the Otsutsuki trio in the future. That poor and hateful woman finally chose to stand on the ground of the earth. It is said that Sage of Six Paths is not normal, because whether it is Otsutsuki Hamura or Otsutsuki Yuya, they are not viviparous animals, and they are not even individuals. At most, it can be counted as a group of chakra, plus the additional products brought by the worship of the goddess Uno by the people. They take the power and backhand seal. Very messy. Still the same sentence, don't mess with him, otherwise he will definitely let Sage of Six Paths call him dad. Certainly, even if you don't mess with him, he still has this plan. It is more convenient to deal with things at Cloud Shinobi Village than at Kurigakure. The reason is simple. The third Raikage, the strongest Raikage was killed by Uzumaki Su Feng, and no one in this village seemed to be his opponent except Eight Tails Jinchuriki Bu Ruby. And it was only a face-to-face meeting just now, and Bu Ruby even forcibly used Tailed Beast transformation, but at that moment, Eight Tails seemed to be frightened by something, and shrank in the sealed space, not daring to move. Ninja Village is the strongest. Combat power is not an opponent. This is the first point. The second point is that Uzumaki Su Feng did not directly ask Cloud Shinobi Village to become a subsidiary of Uzumaki Village, which is considered to have given them a little face. It's not that Su Feng gave up Cloud Shinobi Village to give face to the dead third Raikage, but that the pilot has just started, and he has already assigned his staff to stay in Kurigakure to supervise Mizukage's work. Before adapting to this mode, it will become a burden to acquire redundant affiliated ninja villages. Anyway, the money must be handed over to Uzushio Village on a quarterly basis. The free time is used for the clansmen to practice skills. Not good at proficiency. So to sum up, the cooking at Cloud Shinobi Village is much more flat than that at Kurigakure. At least Uzumaki Su Feng didn't have to forcefully deter them with a blood explosion in front of them. After all, he has now completed the awakening task, and has become a real emperor's blood to kill the sky. All the blood in his body has been tempered, and his strength has risen to a higher level. If there is a bloody anger in Cloud Shinobi Village, the village will probably disappear, so who will give him money? How can we exchange clan strength without money? How can we continue to improve without clan strength? It's a cycle. It's time. After solving the problems of the two defeated countries, the next step is the focus. With a leisurely expression, Su Feng came to the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village and glanced at Danzo, who was chained by the tree, just like looking at a dog. You'd better make sure that after returning to Konoha, you can really give the Patriarch that much money. This is a means of scaring people. In fact, the number is not satisfactory, and he also intends to throw Danzo back to Konoha. Let this guy continue to harm Konoha, discuss their own people, and add trouble to Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, how can such a good Danzo not take advantage of it? To put it bluntly, Danzo is Sarutobi Hiruzen's gun, and has always been Sarutobi Hiruzen's pawn. At least for the sake of Konoha, Danzo can occasionally go to the battlefield as a guest corpse, framing the enemy. What did Sarutobi do? It seems that since the first ninja war, I was a guard of second Hokage, and I have never stepped into the battlefield since then. And now Danzo's thinking is no longer in the united front with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the past few days, if he had nothing to do, he asked his subordinates to brainwash him. Such as how stupid he is, Danzo, being used by Sarutobi, and so on. Therefore, Su Feng is looking forward to the scene when Danzo returns and brings his own people against Sarutobi Hiruzen all day long. The dog bites the dog or something, the most enjoyable thing to appreciate. I don't know what happened to Tsunade either. Besides, another person, gone. Su Feng waved the gold chain and dragged Danzo forward slowly. Where are you going this time, Patriarch? Kushina jumped and followed beside Su Feng. Large leaves. Quote, there is someone who has been waiting for me for a long time. Grandfather's cousin. Kushina blinked. Although she was curious, she didn't say anything. Ninja World. The country of fire. Konoha Shinobi Village. The village is still discussing enthusiastically about what happened in the village. The high-level meeting did not resolve any substantive issues. However, some rumors made the villagers of Konoha more talkative. The Senju clan announced their revival, and the reconstruction work was personally led by the current Patriarch Senju Tsunade. With immediate effect, the decision of the Senju clan to integrate into Konoha will be abolished, and the name of the Senju clan will be shown to others again. This news is a bit explosive. But for the villagers, they can't really feel any strange place. To say that there are the most obvious changes. For example, they can now proudly say that the Senju clan still exists and the faith still exists. That is the family who founded Konoha, and they belong to Konoha's totem from beginning to end. Some people are delighted by the sudden decision of the Senju clan, while others are naturally dissatisfied. For example, the Uchiha clan. Konoha Street, close to the entrance of the village. Uchiha Fugaku, who is only 11 years old, is a little irritable. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he knows that he shoulders the future of the clan. But at this moment, he obviously hasn't learned to restrain himself. He showed himself as the head of the Uchiha clan to the fullest. I heard that he always heard the villagers in the village talk about the Senju clan, and some people said how great the Senju clan is, and Senju Tsunade will definitely restore the Senju clan to the glory of the Sengoku period. Words like these made him extremely dissatisfied. The strongest clan in the Sengoku period was Uchiha. The pride in his bones did not decrease because of the decline in strength and conceit in thought, but increased day by day. Uchiha has a problem in his bones. This is a very serious family of mental illness. This family is not united internally, but extremely repelled externally. Anyone who is Uchiha is the boss and the second child. Occasionally there will be an extremely kind person like Uchiha Kagami who has the world in his heart. But that level of kindness is often manifested by depriving one's own ethnic group of interests. For example, Uchiha Kagami once helped the Hokage lineage to suppress the Uchiha clan. This kind of behavior of eating inside and outside is incomprehensible, but it is only natural for them to do this kind of thing. He always thinks that his strength is far superior to that of the common Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and sighed. Then, he raised his head and his eyes flashed. With a smile on his face, he walked towards the front. Sister Makoto, you are away from home, what are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku, who is only 11 years old, already has his own goals. What makes people feel like a beast is that he set his sights on Uchiha Makoto, who is 5 years younger than him and just 6 years old. Yes, the two are not the same age. This point was completely analyzed when the two died. One was 35 years old and the other was 40 years old. In a way, Fugaku is less human than Su Feng. At least he has a cultivated idea of Uzumaki Kushina, and he has no evil thoughts in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, had strange thoughts about Uchiha Makoto when he was very young. Young Patriarch. Although she is young, Makoto obviously abides by Uchiha's order of respect. She bowed to Uchiha Fugaku, and then pointed to the shop next to where she bought kunai. I'm going to school soon, I'll choose the right weapon for training. To be honest, Uchiha Makoto has some instinctive dislike for this young patriarch who always approaches him intentionally or unintentionally. But the other party is the young patriarch, she has no right to say anything. The Uchiha family has a special arsenal, so why buy it on the street? Fugaku asked with a frown, taking it for granted. Makoto said nothing. She wanted to tell the young patriarch that if they were not an elite group, or belonged to the faction of the patriarch, the Uchiha people in common did not have the authority to use the arsenal casually. But she didn't explain. One thing more is worse than one thing less, she just wants to quickly buy Kuwu and stay away from this man. Feeling that the sister Makoto whom he yearned for was a bit repulsive to him, Uchiha Fugaku frowned, and just about to say something, he suddenly saw a strange scene. Then take it to heart. Women, even girls, respect the strong in this era. If he is excellent enough, he will definitely leave a mark in Makoto's sister's heart. Right now, there is an opportunity. In front of his line of sight, there are two red-haired ninjas, one big and one small, wearing clothes that Konoha has never seen before. Red hair, weird pattern. Based on the words he had listened to his father and some rumors circulating in the village recently, he suddenly realized. That should be the Uzumaki family without a doubt. It has grown a pair of good skin. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, and specifically called out to Makoto, Sister Makoto, did you see that? That is the enemy of my Uchiha clan in the Sengoku period. He already had calculations in his mind. People from the Uzumaki clan were beaten up by the Uchiha clan, that makes sense, right? This is Konoha, Uchiha is one of the founders of Konoha. The relationship between the Uzumaki family and the Uchiha family has always been very bad, and it seems natural to have conflicts. So, as the young patriarch himself, it seems that it is time to feel proud. Then what? You said it was the Sengoku period. What year is this? How long has it been since Master Uchiha Madara died? And, what does this have to do with me? Makoto looked at the man in the distance in confusion, and then fixed his eyes on the little red-haired girl. As if attracted by fate, at the same time, the red-haired girl also looked at her. The four eyes met, as if they saw their own reflection in the pupils of the other party. Fugaku next to him looks a little unnatural. From his perspective, what he saw was his sister Makoto, who was staring at that handsome, dim-witted man. How can this work? He is in a hurry. In a panic, he caught the man who was dragged on the ground by that man like a dead dog. A.B. Konoha forehead protector. He couldn't tell who it was. After all, just looking at the bloodstains on his body, he knew that he had been treated inhumanly. It seems that he deserves justice today, in front of Makoto's sister. Hello, that one over there, what about you? Now, let go of that Konoha shinobi immediately. Proudly stepping forward a few steps, Uchiha Fugaku scolded on the spot, pointing at Uzumaki Su Feng as a matter of course. One last warning to you, I am the young head of the Uchiha clan, release the hostages immediately. What is this guy talking about? Su Feng frowned. He has just arrived at Konoha village and is reporting himself to the guard at the gate. The guard was obviously stunned by his status as the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and was so frightened that he couldn't speak well. Su Feng didn't specifically tease him, but comforted him. He was responding to a certain group of people in the village, and the guard was very respectful to him, so naturally he didn't bully them. But what is this thing that popped up all of a sudden? Let him release the hostages. Do you mean Danzo? Su Feng raised his eyebrows, but what did this guy just say, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan? According to the calculation of time, the young patriarch of this generation should be Uchiha Fugaku without a doubt. For a moment, a touch of disgust and incomparable disgust flashed in his eyes. He gave Kushina a look, and opened his mouth slowly. Then he is useless, let him go away. Kushina nodded, and the figure disappeared instantly. The next moment has already appeared in front of the man who looked very annoying. How dare she command her ancestors? What do you think you are? So fast. Uchiha Fugaku was startled, but then reacted too. Shanguyu instantly appeared in his eyes, and then he habitually used his special illusion. Pity. Not to mention that when the Uzumaki village was upgraded, all the members of the Uzumaki clan had mastered the characteristic illusion immunity. Even without this characteristic, with Uchiha Fugaku's pupil power, it is not enough to look at Kushina, who is strengthened by IV-30 bloodline. And of course, what made Baozebo Fugaku happen? You must know that after the upgrade of Uzumaki village, the illusion immunity feature has another special effect, that is illusion rebound. When he habitually used illusion to control Kushina, he froze in place, raised his arm and slapped himself hard. Snapped. But in Kushina's opinion, the slap was obviously not strong enough. Stretching out one hand and jumping up lightly, she imitated Uzumaki Su Feng's posture and grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's head. It's a pity that she is still a little young, and her palm size is limited, so she can only press on Uchiha Fugaku's forehead and smash him to the ground with great force. Boom! The ground trembled, and the stone slabs shattered where Uchiha Fugaku hit. The dignified young patriarch of the Uchiha clan passed out without even screaming. But the task given by the ancestor is to let him go away, and the halo will not work. Kushina sneered and wiped his hands, then moved his right leg back and began to accumulate energy. Aiming at an extremely fragile part, she kicked hard. This time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was in a coma, was awakened directly by the pain. But he found himself in the air strangely, flying towards an unknown direction. Boom! When his body smashed into a certain wall, everything was settled. She is so handsome. Beside, Uchiha Makoto, who witnessed everything, was a little excited. It was the first time she saw such a handsome girl. That's right, it was indeed her young patriarch who was beaten, but what does that have to do with her? She is not in the battle order, and she hasn't entered school yet. Besides, wasn't the young patriarch himself provoking it? Being beaten can only be said to be weak. Of course, Makoto never imagined that this handsome girl's kick had completely destroyed the young patriarch. Old ancestor, I can be with her. Back to Su Feng, Kushina suddenly spoke. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to get close to that cute-looking girl. Although the ancestor often said that she was very cute, it was only after seeing that girl that she understood what the word, dumb, meant. Go ahead and make a friend. If the temper is the same, I will take care of Uchiha's patriarch and let her be a guest when she comes to Uchiha. Su Feng smiled slightly. In fate, the mothers of two children of destiny will always be close to each other. They are each other's only friends, and they are also the junction of fate. For Su Feng, let's go to hell with the plot. A Destiny's Child's mother is also a kidnapper, so what if he kidnaps one? Big deal. Later, Destiny Child gave birth to himself. After giving birth, just wipe out the Ashura Indra chakra in their bodies, together with the participating souls. With the approval of the ancestor, Kushina happily walked over, and then extended his hand generously. Hi, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Makoto. The big eyes blinked. The scenery of the two loli standing together is naturally beautiful. Su Feng didn't worry about them either. In fact, with Kushina's current strength, Konoha is completely at the level of walking sideways. She burns incense without thinking about others. Who would dare to plot against her? You were so handsome just now, Makoto said excitedly. You must be a ninja, right? Can you pick some kunai and shuriken for me? I haven't gone to ninja school yet, so I don't know how to read these things. Kushina nodded, glanced at the weapon shop ahead, and frowned. After getting used to the excellent equipment of Uzumaki village, these garbage goods are hard to see. After thinking for a while, Kushina took out a kunai from her bosom. This is the ultra-fine kunai specially distributed by the ancestors to the Uzumaki family. For you. Without being stingy, she took off her ninja bag and handed it to Uchiha Makoto. It's too expensive. Makoto hesitated, but didn't reach out to take it. Although she felt that she instinctively wanted to get close to the other party, but this kind of thing was too expensive, and she had no reason to accept it. After thinking about it, she took out her wallet and flipped through it. Kushina rolled his eyes, and then took a coin from it. Okay, the transaction is complete, take me to Konoha. These two girls are really interesting. Su Feng could see clearly from a distance, it was the nature of a child after all. Shaking his head, Su Feng finally dragged Danzo into Konoha village under the guard's trembling body and frightened eyes. That's really Lord Danzo. The guard ninja at the door had sharp eyes and completely recognized the existence of that person. And, at the very beginning, if he heard correctly, after the man reported his family name, he mentioned another sentence. Uzumaki Su Feng, the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, approached Hokage to discuss compensation for the Uzumaki War. Everyone in Konoha knows about this. What shocked him was not this. It was his next sentence. Also, do you know where the Senju clan is located? How is my cousin Uzumaki Mito? Has Konoha ever had someone upset her? Don't worry, I won't hit you, just tell the truth. Did he hear anything? Uzumaki Mito-sama, he called, Uzumaki Mito-sama, his cousin. Then, what level of existence is he? This news must be reported immediately. If it's true, it means that, the person who is negotiating with Konoha is a real monster. The country of fire, Konoha, Senju clan land. In fact, he didn't have to ask the Konoha ninja where the Senju clan is located. His perception unfolded, and there was no way Konoha could hide anything from him. But I haven't seen it for decades, and there will always be some emotions in my heart. Su Feng didn't want to greet each other with chakra, but a warm hug would be more appropriate. You should know what to do. The adamantine ceiling chains loosened and Su Feng restored Danzo's freedom. It's nothing to be burdensome about going to see my cousin. And having come to Konoha village, Danzo has his own mission. To raise money. Danzo nodded quickly. One thing to say, he never thought that his life could really be bought with money. After all, in Danzo's cognition, the strong are not very important to that kind of money. But Uzumaki Su Feng seems to be just the opposite of his cognition. In front of money, he will naturally negotiate business with you like a businessman. Miser. This is a real money junkie. But if you dare to provoke him and don't abide by the trading rules with him, you will definitely die a miserable death. So after he regained his freedom, he immediately chose to go to the former Shimura clan's clan land. He needs to redeem his life first before making other plans. But no matter how he calculated, he really didn't want to have anything to do with Uzumaki Su Feng, unless it was absolutely necessary. Danzo left. Su Feng stood at the entrance of the Senju clan for a long time, and a familiar figure appeared in his mind. That figure, when he was a child, would follow behind his buttocks, shout Su Feng big brother, and ask himself some strange questions. After so many years, that voice has never changed in his memory. With nostalgia on his face, he stepped into the Senju family's clan. Completely different from the original book, there is no deserted feeling here at all. The Senju clan who came back to live in the tribe seems to have brought the land back to life. One of the members of the Senju clan recognized Su Feng's identity and hurried over to salute and bow. Are you here, to see Mito-sama? Or to see Tsunade-sama? The clansman asked respectfully. The patriarch has an ambiguous relationship with the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. For the time being, he is not sure how far this person has developed. But no matter what, the relationship between the two is a good thing for the Senju family. After all, the two sides are staunch allies. Take me to see Mito, Tsunade, don't worry. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling him to lead the way. The clan territory of the Senju clan is not small. If Su Feng looked at the panorama of Konoha in his previous life, this area was eventually demolished. As for who did it, you can guess it by just thinking about it. After all, the Senju clan was completely finished at that time, and Uzumaki Mito also died of old age. Keeping this area will always remind the villagers of the former Senju clan. So dismantling is inevitable. But now, everything still exists. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen are engaged in a fierce battle of wits, guarding the 1-acre 3-point land left by their ancestors. It's just ahead, you can go there by yourself, we can't go in there without authorization. The Senju people are very sensible, they chose to leave their own space for the two, and did not get involved. Su Feng nodded, walked into the small courtyard, and came to the door of the room. Crunch. When the door of the room opened, a figure leapt into his arms like lightning. Familiar breath. Su Feng put his arms behind the opponent and took a deep breath. But a sense of surprise followed. The feeling in my arms is not wrong, but compared with decades ago, it seems that there is not much difference. The only difference is that the scale seems, something is not quite right. Looking down at the woman with eyes full of tears, Su Feng was stunned. The 100 healings mark on the forehead does exist. But she still maintains her former appearance. The difference is that the innocence has completely disappeared, and she has transformed into an extremely mature and elegant queen. Brother Su Feng, waiting for you to leave the customs is really hard. In front of Su Feng, she showed only weakness. Sticking to the man's ear, she told her missing. Then, before he could respond, more shocking words came into Su Feng's mind. Brother Su Feng, what is true happiness? Boom. The atmosphere was completely ignited. Hashirama, it's not a brother, it's not a person, it's really. The screen can be turned around. In the sealed space, Ninetails stared with doubts in his eyes. Huh, why can't I see the content behind? Could it be paid content? It shouldn't be. Who severed the link between Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast? Kurama has question marks all over his head, which means he is very puzzled. CEBH. Certainly. It's just pure curiosity. What are these two people going to do when they meet again after a long absence? Humans are incomprehensible, still waiting to watch TV. It's a pity that this wave of signals was cut off too decisively and thoroughly, and it couldn't perceive any external situation at all. At this moment, this situation is very similar to a real prison. But, the breath of that man. Lowering his head, Kurama tapped his ears with his paws, like a tickling husky. That man was too scary. Except for the strong blood power on his body, triggered only from the bloodline, he actually felt that the Sage of Six Paths was not enough for this man at all. If you insist on sorting according to the generation of human beings, that Sage of Six Paths can at best be that man's son. This kind of thinking is so strange that Kurama himself can't believe it. But the facts are right in front of it. Its beastly intuition will not lie to itself. It instinctively felt that the man was more dangerous and oppressive than Sage of Six Paths. If you fight against that man, it will definitely die. And it's the kind of death where, after death, there's no way to reunite with Chakra's resurrection. Scary man. Kurama shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Outside world. When all the dust settled, 3 hours had passed. With an incredulous look on Su Feng's face, he looked at Mito with question marks all over his head. Brother Su Feng didn't tell me that I, Uzumaki, don't have to marry and form an alliance with Senju. Seeming to see his doubts, Mito lazily leaned against him and explained. But if you tell me, after you retreat, the clansmen will all be farting. There is nothing wrong with this statement. When Su Feng left the customs, all he saw were a herd of sheep. And I can't stand Senju Hashirama, as if what I said makes sense, the marriage was facilitated. But I didn't marry him. Just a little girl from the Uzumaki clan who worshipped Senju Hashirama, my maid, who died 20 years ago. I'll take care of Tsunade in her place. Winking at Su Feng charmingly, Uzumaki Mito is very naughty at the moment. That idiot knew that it was impossible for me to marry him. He just used Uzumaki's name, and he knew that I had long coveted brother Su Feng, respected me very much, and even called me sister-in-law in private. As for why I came to Konoha, the Senju brothers begged me to come. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly. They feel that in some respects, Su Feng's remarks and practices are necessary for Konoha to learn from, but Su Feng has already retreated, so they can only ask me for help. Unfortunately, even if those two brothers have some skills, the third generation is still a waste. I don't want to stay in this poor village for a day. Good boy, put a green hat on your own head. Hashirama, that's really yours. Su Feng fell into deep thought. If this is the case, it makes sense. Then, did Hashirama rush? Su Feng wanted to point out something, and whoever he was referring to was naturally Miss Diane. Otherwise, where did Tsunade come from? What is ripe is good. Mito understood this very quickly. Understood. Su Feng nodded leisurely. This kind of thing, Mito has taken the initiative, he will not be polite. So everything that happens in the room is very natural. It's just a direct lineage, not a close relationship. It's normal for a direct lineage to be closely related to each other. Otherwise, where do you think the pure bloodline comes from? Just go and go. Okay, we'll leave after the black leaves are finished. Su Feng made his decision quite quickly. Brother Su Feng is so short of money. Do you want me to take away the property of the Senju clan? Uzumaki Mito said very emotionally. Save some for Tsunade anyway, it's not easy for her. Not so naughty. Su Feng rolled his eyes when he heard the words. Hey, it's Senju Hashirama's granddaughter after all, she's quite attractive to you. Mito sneered, as if he had seen through Su Feng's true thoughts. No way, I grew up with Su Feng, so I know Su Feng quite well. Let's not talk about this first. Su Feng coughed and quickly changed the subject. Just now, I felt that your body was very strange. Her bodily functions are not old, she is still the same as when she was young, both physically and internally, she is a young Mito. 100 healings mark can do this, but it doesn't seem to be so perfect. I stole Nine Tails chakra, and every time he messed with me and prevented 100 healings mark from keeping his looks, I stole some. Still the master who doesn't suffer. Su Feng suddenly realized that since it was chakra from Nine Tails, it made sense. But this is not enough. The man showed a gentle smile, and the next moment his body was full of blood, and Uzumaki Mito next to him covered his mouth and let out a cry of surprise. But the man's action was not too late. He put one hand on Uzumaki Mito's forehead, and then let out a low cry. Blood gas diversion. When the thick, full of vitality flowed into Uzumaki Mito's limbs and bones, the feeling of rebirth made her lose her strength instantly and fell into Su Feng's arms. It was a comfort that came from the soul. Reborn. In the blood and energy diversion, in the job transfer temple, the skills that the Hell Blood Demon God had deleted, Su Feng was able to learn because of the Patriarch's authority. Directly import the torrential vitality into the opponent's body, the effect is more powerful than the reincarnation technique. However, there are no side effects. What was consumed was blood energy, and with Su Feng's perverted physical fitness, he could replenish it in just a few breaths. Do you know the average life expectancy of the Otsutsuki clan? Su Feng pinched Mito's chin and asked calmly. The Otsutsuki clan. Dazed Mito shook his head. You have to accompany me for 1,000 years. Before the time, you can't die. These words are enough to move Uzumaki Mito, and the price of being moved is to dedicate his heart and find happiness. Yes, Brother Su Feng said millennium. It is 1,000 years. She never doubted whether the figure really existed. But in the same way, what is decades of waiting compared to millennia? Therefore, when the two chakras connected and came together to the sealed space of Nine Tails, poor Kurama had already been imprisoned for more than 10 hours. Can't see anything, can't feel anything. This is the real seal, not the seal that can be seen from the outside world when connected to Jinchuriki chakra. Nine Tails. Holding Uzumaki Mito's hand, Su Feng immediately opened the door of 8-sign seal and walked over step by step. And Nine Tails, who was trembling all over and trembling in soul, didn't even dare to move when the seal was broken. The gap is too big. The torrential blood is full of brutal killing intent, and the huge chakra in his body is almost comparable to it, and even he is not as good as the opponent. Who is he? Nine Tails watched him approaching with horror. Squat down, I'm not used to looking up at others. Walking in front of Nine Tails, Su Feng said calmly. Swish. Without any hesitation, with its strong desire to survive, I lowered my proud head. At this moment, it completely discovered something was wrong. In addition to this man being wrong, Uzumaki Mito has also become something wrong. That woman's temperament didn't change obviously, but the feeling of spring on a dead tree on her body must not be wrong. Her lifespan has been improved. And it's not even a star. This point, as a tailed beast connected to Jinchuriki, can be sensed immediately. I can give you some freedom. But you have to split in two and be there for them to help. It's not a seal like Jinchuriki, but it's connected with chakra from the outside world, with the help of entering the tailed beast. Agree. Uncle Ben can go out. Is this really a good thing? Nine Tails suddenly calmed down. This man doesn't seem to be here to kill himself. What's your answer? Su Feng frowned. He didn't want to waste time on a tailed beast. To be precise, most of the reason why he wanted to get Nine Tails out was because he didn't want to be secretly observed when the two of them were doing certain things. Beastization. That is indeed a huge help to strength. But for the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village, this thing is dispensable. No problem. Kurama, with a serious expression, sat down instantly. Although it didn't know how it could be divided into 2 parts, it always had no problem following the command. Su Feng was very calm, and took out 2 twang from his bosom. This thing was bought in the clan leaders section of the ethnic group's exclusive mall in Whirlpool Village. Each one is not cheap, but it works a lot. Before coming here, considering the problem of 9 tails, Su Feng sold out early in the morning. Yin-Yang Chakra Separation Amulet 1. Tailed Beast Liberation Scroll 2. The first one is a spell that divides tailed beasts into yin and yang attributes. And the second one is the scroll that can make the tailed beast not trapped in Jinchuriki's body and open a special connection method. The tailed beast cannon of Uzumaki village will be fully charged. Shouting all over his body, Su Feng quickly pasted the charm on it. In the next moment, 9 tails chakra ran wildly in the entire sealed space. At the same time, because of the liberation of the 8 sign seal, the outside world felt the huge 9 tails chakra rising into the sky at the same time. What did Konoha Shinobi fans think of first? That is, 9 tails go berserk. Konoha, with that skyrocketing destructive chakra spread. The ninjas looked in the direction of the Senju clan in horror. That's chakra from 9 tails. It broke out once before, but it was quickly controlled by Mito-sama. But now, the intensity of the 9 tails chakra burst is even stronger than last time. They didn't even feel any signs of shrinkage. What happened? Is something wrong with Uzumaki Mito-sama? Konoha at this juncture, no one can resist the attack of 9 tails. It's the ancestors' side. In the Uchiha clan's clan, 2 girls who were squatting on the training ground and drawing something on the ground raised their heads, and the red-haired girl frowned before explaining. Will it be dangerous? Uchiha Makoto asked with concern on his face. This concern is for the people of Konoha village, and for the young man. No, with the strength of the ancestor, it will not take any effort to deal with a tailed beast. Kushina shook her head calmly. But I have to go there first, I may not be able to play with you today. In the event of an emergency on the ancestor's side, although there is nothing to worry about with the ancestor's strength, as a guard, he must be by the ancestor's side at this time. This is the responsibility she has set for herself. All right, Makoto nodded reluctantly. I'll stay in Konoha for a while, and I'll come to see you after the ancestors' affairs are settled. Anyway, I have memorized your chakra. Kushina gave a word of comfort, then said hello and disappeared in place in an instant. She is amazing. Looking around in confusion, Kushina's figure has disappeared. Can easily defeat the young patriarch, the speed is still so fast. I really don't know how she cultivated. Vaguely, Makoto envied such a Kushina. Live freely, without any restraint and shackles, she is a free person. But what about her? Makoto shook his head. Senju clan land. What happened? Get out of the way, let me discuss. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived in a hurry with Anbu's people, he was directly blocked by the Senju clan. What are you doing? 9 tails ran amok for such a big thing, and you actually stopped me from resisting 9 tails. What is the intention of the Senju clan? Sarutobi was furious. He felt that 9 tails runaway seemed to be a good opportunity for him. At least it proves that his Hokage is valuable. Although he hasn't played against 9 tails, he doesn't think that thing is too difficult to deal with. He is the strongest Hokage, let him deal with the strongest tail beast. Pity. The members of the Senju clan didn't give him a chance at all. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan is inside, and there will be no problems. Master Hokage, please go back. My allies of the Senju clan are talking about the old days with Mito-sama, and the patriarch said that no one will be disturbed for the time being. The Senju tribe said neither humble nor overbearing. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The one who is playing tricks, saying that Uzumaki Mito is his cousin's madman. Sarutobi sneered. That's just nonsense. Even if Uzumaki Mito's cousin can live to this day, he is still a very old man. And what my guard ninja announced was that the person who came was a young man, and he brought a 6-year-old girl with him. They didn't do anything else after they got to Konoha. It turned out that in front of everyone, the little girl beat up the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and stopped Uchiha Fugaku is still lying unconscious in the hospital. The group of people are clamoring for an explanation. It's just the Uchiha clan, and if you get beaten, and you can't find a place to throw the blame on him. So, he didn't respond at all. What really worried Sarutobi was the Uzumaki clan, who came to the Senju clan to reunite with Uzumaki Mito. The reason is simple, like the Nine Tails chakra breaking out right now. He was worried that Konoha's ultimate weapon had been transferred into another person's body under the conspiracy of the two. And that person, the young Uzumaki who claimed to be the head of the Uzumaki clan, said Uzumaki Mito was his cousin. Everything is a conspiracy of that person. He used such clumsy excuses to get close to the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito, without Konoha being prepared. The purpose is to get Nine Tails. Such a Uzumaki family, so calculating, so scheming. Entering Konoha under the guise of negotiation, taking the opportunity to take away Konoha's most important things. Is this the real plan of the Uzumaki clan? In just a few hours, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had figured out the cause and effect, had been waiting, and finally after the Nine Tails chakra erupted, he completely understood the opponent's plan. What killed Raikage, beheaded the 3,000 elites of Hidden Village. I'm afraid it's all false news from the Uzumaki clan. Nine Tails is the real purpose of Uzushio village. Ninja world, everyone is fooled. What Sarutobi wants to do most now is to tear off that person's disguise, and then tell others that you have been deceived, and let them re-examine the Uzumaki clan. Then, leaving Nine Tails behind, regain control of Nine Tails. As long as he follows his plan, then his prestige as Hokage will be completely stabilized. I'll just say once, get out of the way. With a serious expression and murderous look in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had plans to do something. Regardless, Nine Tails must not be taken away. That's something that belongs to Konoha. If he won't let, what is Hokage going to do? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, as if he heard it wrong. Turning his head, he saw several figures in front of him. One of them is Uzumaki Mito. Wrong. The breath of Nine Tails still hasn't disappeared, but Uzumaki Mito is alive and kicking, not like the Jinchuriki who lost the tail beast should look at all. Could it be the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan? 2. After all, Uzumaki Mito is a legendary in Konoha, with the same appearance for decades, and a lofty aura. Nine Tails should be able to persist for a while without leaving the body. His gaze shifted, and he looked into Uzumaki Mito's arms, where a long, cute little fox was looking at him curiously with its tail flicking. On the left of Uzumaki Mito, the 6-year-old girl described by the doorman also holds the same little fox in her arms, but the color is brighter. The line of sight is shifted. The right side of Uzumaki Mito is the deliberate man who is rumored to call Uzumaki Mito his cousin. Tsunade, who was next to the man, seemed to have no intention of speaking. The person who just questioned himself was Uzumaki Mito. As Hokage, I'm just worried about Mito-sama's safety. After all, Konoha has just mixed in Xiao Xiao's generation, pretending to be some people who didn't exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained calmly, and then turned his gaze to the young and handsome man. But he didn't choose to ask the question immediately, instead he looked around suspiciously. The chakra from Nine Tails is still there, and quite strong. But he didn't see where Nine Tails was. Nor did he feel the breath of Nine Tails on that man. Could it be that the new Jinchuriki is the little girl holding the same little fox? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and looked back at Uzumaki Mito. Just now Nine Tails went berserk. I'm really worried about Master Mito's body. Where is Nine Tails now? Mito and Kushina took a breath, and then looked at the little fox in their arms at the same time with some confusion. You're blind. Nine Tails, who was hugged by Uzumaki Kushina, yelled, "Don't you see me here? Hey, my uncle's half-body, please save some morals." Uzumaki Mito shook his head with the yin Nine Tails in his arms, and then glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain. You have to say that. Tell him, donate the eyes if you don't need them, and don't waste resources. He has an old dog face and asks where is my uncle, who the hell does he think he is? Does he think that this uncle has lost his temper and wants to seal him off? Tisk, can't it be, someone really thinks of himself as Senju Hashirama? Good guy, yin yang Nine Tails, one has a hot temper, and the other likes yin and yang. Su Feng always felt that his yin and yang separation spell was used too thoroughly, and the Nine Tails animal design collapsed. Are they Nine Tails? In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally confirmed the source of Nine Tails' breath, let out an exclamation. Master Mito, seal them up. Do you know what you are doing? Their existence will threaten the safety of the village. Uncle Ben, can you? The Yang Nine Tails turned their arms and was about to hit someone, but was held back by the Yin Nine Tails. Calm down, brother, he said that we are a threat to this poor village. Why don't you and my brother team up and release a tailed beast bomb to destroy Konoha directly? So good. Yang Nine Tails felt that what his brother said was very reasonable, so he nodded quickly and planned to do it. Don't. There is something to discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned green when he heard these two things. For the first time, he felt that it would be so difficult to get along with the tailed beast. Of course, this was also the first time he tried to communicate with the tailed beast. But he didn't know why Nine Tails turned into two, and one was more unreasonable than the other. Okay, we can discuss it. The two Nine Tails withdrew their momentum, preventing Nine Tails from wagging their tails and pointing to Nine Tails at Yang. Just now, what you said insulted the character of my uncle and my brothers. How about this? Don't say that my uncle didn't give you a chance. Apologize to my uncle and my brothers. Just say, Nine Fathers, I was wrong. Sarutobi's expression darkened instantly. Just now, what did he hear? These two fools actually let themselves call it daddy. Are you kidding? He is the strongest Hokage in Konoha. It seems that you don't want to. Brother, let's continue. Too lazy to wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to express his opinion, the two Nine Tails jumped to the ground, and then began to gather energy zones in their mouths. Yin attribute chakra and Yang attribute chakra are mixed with each other. When the huge tailed beast bomb appeared, Sarutobi suddenly understood that these two Nine Tails were not joking with him at all. And his gaze instantly looked at Uzumaki Mito and that little girl, as well as that young man from the Uzumaki clan. The two women didn't move at all, while the man was smiling all over his face, as if he couldn't hold back. Tsunade looked at him indifferently. Several people, none of them planned to block Nine Tails. Jude, I was wrong. He succumbed immediately. But Sarutobi he had reasons to convince himself. He is called this father for the people of Konoha village, not the warrior who surrenders to the tailed beast. Force. Yes, he is Hokage and must not allow disaster to the village. It is understandable for him to let go of his dignity at this time. Wouldn't it be all right earlier? Retrieving chakra, the two tailed beasts ate the shapeless tailed beast bomb, and then hiccuped. They can be done casually now. See the man behind him smiling happily. That is the person who gave them freedom, and after a short time together, Yin-Yang Nine Tails discovered something. That is, it seems that for this man who calls himself Third Hokage, the boss will feel better. So there is nothing taboo about the two Nine Tails just now. It can make the boss happy, and they can also get a lot of benefits. For example, the snack called Tailed Beast Special Ration has a very good taste, and after eating it, the body shape has grown a lot. It's over. Relieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Now, he has completely realized that something is wrong. Nine Tails turned into two, and they are very good at burying people. And it was originally expected that Uzumaki Mito, who would give the tailed beast to the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki, did not have the slightest sense of weakness of losing the tailed beast. Even the imposing manner is a bit stronger than before, always looking at the young man next to him with a touch of style between his brows. He didn't understand that emotion. Squinting his eyes, he finally set his sights on Uzumaki Su Feng. Who is this? When he asked knowingly, he wanted to test the other party's details. If you are not deaf, Konoha's guard should have notified you. At this moment, the little girl who was only 6 years old had a sudden shock. The old ancestors visit to report once is to give you face, but it is shameless to give face. Patriarch, it's really like acting. Until now, Sarutobi still does not believe in the identity of Uzumaki Su Feng. In other words, he didn't want to believe it, didn't want to accept the power of Uzumaki village, let alone know that the person who can instantly kill Third Raikage is really the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Little girl, talker, boom, the blood in her body ran away in an instant, and to her surprise, when the 6 paths lines appeared on her body, the 9 tails in her arms suddenly disappeared. 9 tails chakra mode. Kushina's new power. She raised her hands in the void, and 9 tails chakra covered adamantine sealing chains, pinching Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck and hoisting him into the air. At the same time, 9 tails in Uzumaki Mito's arms also glanced at his boss, disappeared silently, and turned into a pure chakra. In an instant, 2 Uzumaki Valkyries who had turned on the 9 tails chakra mode stood proudly and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. Who is he, you ask? At this moment, the sound in Uzumaki water also carries endless meanings. I can tell you, but the same thing, I'll say it straight again. He is my cousin. From the Sengoku period to the present, he is the strongest of the Uzumaki clan. As for the juniors in Uzumaki village, they are more used to calling him Patriarch. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, that's my cousin's defeat. With a face full of pride, Uzumaki Mito's aura burst out. I say so. Can you understand? Konoha. The entrance to the settlement of the Senju clan. This place is the bustling area of Konoha village, and now it is daytime, people will pass by from time to time. But those Konoha villagers were horrified to find out. At this moment, their master Hokage is being hung in the air by a girl with a chain around her neck, which can be seen from the embarrassment of Master Hokage. If there is no one to help, I am afraid that it will not be long before Hokage-sama will surely die. This is Konoha. Why are these people so bold? A certain villager took a wary look at Konoha shinobi over there, the one closest to Lord Hokage. Tsunade. But Master Tsunade didn't seem to have any idea of helping. What's more, Uzumaki Mito-sama is even asking Hokage something. Is this really Konoha? The villager swallowed his saliva, and trotted away quickly. Terrible. Especially the little girl with red hair. I heard that not long ago, that girl also defeated the young head of the Uchiha clan. The temper of the Uchiha clan, they beat them whenever they want, and the key point is that they have subdued Hokage now. Pity. Not only him, but other villagers who passed by, as well as the Konoha shinobi who watched from a distance, stood in place at the moment without any thought of stepping forward to help. This situation is actually not difficult to understand. First of all, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the third Hokage who created a highly respected personality in the future, but the common Hokage who basically has no construction after he came to power. But Hokage is Hokage after all, and it represents Konoha, so it won't be such a situation of being attacked but helpless. It's a pity that the things that came out from the high-level meeting not long ago were too unbelievable. In addition to the Second Ninja World War, Konoha's side was defeated one after another, and even attacked the former ally Uzushio village. Under the command of 3rd Hokage, Konoha lost 3 times in a row, and had direct conflicts with the Senju clan who founded Konoha. It is even rumored that under the coercion of the 3rd generation, Master Tsunade crushed Konoha's forehead protector. If the persecution continues, Master Tsunade will lead the Senju clan to leave Konoha. According to various rumors, Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost the popularity of the people, and people have doubts about his ability as Hokage. This is the first point. The second point is better understood directly. Want to know who is attacking him now? Uzumaki Mito. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Uzumaki Mito is in the same position as that little girl. Who is Vortex Mito? Rumor has it that Senju Hashirama is a man of great respect. Her existence is a continuation of the influence of 1st Hokage. Why this adult is dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they don't know. But if she takes action to deal with Hokage, it's not a matter of course, but in the true sense, the elders teach the younger ones, and it's strange if someone stands up to block it. Combining these 2 points, it is at the gate of Konoha village, the Senju family. Their Hokage was directly controlled, but no one dared to stand up and help. On the contrary, the Anbu ninjas directly under Hokage's assassination unit looked at each other, as if they were considering the chance of winning directly. But their eyes were always on the 2 cute-looking foxes. After they helped Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina turn on the 9 tails chakra mode, they kept squatting on their shoulders at an illusory angle. Now, the 9 tails chakra mode has stabilized, and the 2 Mengmeng are exuding a terrifying aura, but they don't know it. That's 9 tails. And it's 2 9 tails. Just now, they have seen the appearance of the huge-tailed beast bomb. Going to help now, will Nine Tails go berserk again? If they ran away, not to mention that they couldn't save Hokage, I'm afraid the whole Konoha would suffer. What's more, at this moment, the two Nine Tails seemed to sense their faint killing intent, and they chose to look at them with a provocative gaze. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move. That's Nine Tails. If there is no Uzumaki Mito, who can stop these two things from going crazy? Okay, Kushina, we are here to discuss business, not to kill people. Finally, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that he would suffocate to death in the next second, a man's voice came slowly. The little girl hesitated, and finally let go of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, she is still maintaining the Nine Tails chakra mode, on the chains of adamantine sealing chains, and wrapped around Gold's Nine Tails chakra, which looks really majestic. Nine Tails, her new pet fox. It was a gift from Uzumaki Mito to her. Mito could tell that Su Feng liked this little girl very much, and when the little girl came to support him, he offered to throw the other half of the Nine Tails to her to play with. Yes, just play. In fact, Mito's original intention was to share Nine Tails chakra with his cousin. But after she felt the huge energy in her cousin's body just because of the diversion of blood and energy, she found that her thinking seemed to be a little wrong. Her cousin doesn't seem to need any external help at all. No wonder Nine Tails saw him as if they saw their ancestors. The difference in combat power is really astonishing. Beasts always have an instinctive reaction to the coming of danger. So in the end, young Nine Tails fell into the hands of Kushina. This is very close to the original. Young Nine Tails doesn't have any complaints. After Nine Tails is divided into two, it always feels a little novel, but to a large extent, that man is as agreed restored its depend on. As long as it is not the kind of running around in the Manin world, they can stroll around at other times. This is already a great gift for Nine Tails. Think about Senju Hashirama back then, the man known as the god of ninjas. He spoke nicely, but he was quite ruthless. Nine Tails, your strength is too strong, I must seal you up. Look, are you human? Especially when you use that wooden golem to hold down my uncle with one hand, isn't it a bit too shameless to say this? Compared with Senju Hashirama, this new father, a man named Uzumaki Su Feng, is much stronger. They don't care about their own strength, because they are much stronger than Nine Tails, and they are not afraid of running away in a fit of anger. Essentially, Senju Hashirama sealed himself, probably because he knew that he would die one day, and after he died, no one could deal with Nine Tails and let Nine Tails endanger the ninja world. But this man is completely different. The vitality in his body makes even Nine Tails feel incredible. Even, in the eyes of the two Nine Tails at this moment, that Uzumaki Su Feng is a beast of individuality, which has already surpassed the scope of human beings. In front, after the man reminded him, he raised his eyebrows and suddenly spoke again. However, if he wants to die, it's okay to kill him. I didn't seek death. Sarutobi, who finally regained his breathing function on the ground, took a few steps back after hearing this. What do you mean by that? Can the old man find death by himself? Of course, courting death on the bright side is not acceptable. You can give in on the face, but not on the inside. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about many issues when he was just suffocating. Including Konoha, including conflicts with the Senju clan. Among them is this so-called Uzumaki of blood. After really confirming the identity of Uzumaki Su Feng, some things that I couldn't understand before have been completely straightened out. The strong man from the Sengoku period is revived. Also brought to the Uzumaki clan, making people escape incomprehensibly. The Uzumaki family at this moment is called the Uzumaki of blood by the ninja world. He decided to re-investigate Uzumaki village. As a human being, there will always be weaknesses. And before discovering the enemy's weakness, he must cooperate as much as possible. His lost face in Konoha today will find his way back sooner or later. As for the compensation for Ushio village, it is the same as the other two villages. Within 10 years, 10 million taels per quarter. Su Feng spoke leisurely. He just glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and knew that his choice was a temporary compromise. But that's okay. If he likes to make a big death, someone will take care of him. This number is a bit too much. Sarutobi was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth, and carefully glanced at Uzumaki Su Feng, seeing that he didn't show any emotion, he quickly changed his words. I need time. Konoha is not the only one who has the final say. This period is indeed the case. Especially after it was revealed that the Hokage and Senju clan had a disagreement, Tsunade didn't give Sarutobi any face in the high-level meeting. This made him completely unable to hold his head up in front of high-level officials, and arranging things was not as convenient as before. I will stay in Konoha for a while, but you'd better confirm this number for me before my patience is exhausted. Su Feng waved his hand to signal the other party to get out. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He just led Mito and Tsunade out, and he didn't come to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen specially. In fact, he wanted to choose when to find each other, and he had the initiative. Not that Sarutobi Hiruzen could meet him if he wanted to. Go to Uchiha and bring your friends with you, and we'll visit the first ninja village. Looking at Kushina, Su Feng said with a smile. The first ninja village. These 4 words were uttered from this man's mouth. After all, they were sarcasmus. The strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hadn't gone far, staggered and almost fell. It didn't take long for Kushina to bring Uchiha Makoto, but Makoto's little sister seemed to be worried with a look of surprise on her face. What's wrong? Su Feng asked curiously. It's nothing, I just beat up some pretenders in the past. Kushina shook his head, indicating that the problem is not big. Although the area where Makoto lives is not the absolute center of the Uchiha clan, it is inevitable to encounter members of the Uchiha clan if you want to go there. In addition, there were rumors today that the young patriarch of Uchiha was beaten up by a red-haired girl. When Kushina went, he was naturally regarded as an enemy. No way, she can only choose to do it. But in front of Makoto, Kushina didn't do anything cruel after all. After all, they were her clansmen anyway. The patriarch seems to have said something to his father. Makoto lowered his head. It is impossible for Uchiha's patriarch, who is also Fugaku's father, not to know that Kushina beat the young patriarch. She didn't hear what her father and the patriarch said. But judging from the sad look on his father's face, it must not be a good word. Do you like being with the Uchiha clan? Beside, Su Feng suddenly asked. How about visiting our Uzumaki clan? Take your parents with you. To the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Makoto was taken aback for a moment, then stared at Uzumaki Su Feng in a daze, unable to react for a while. On the contrary, Kushina seemed to understand something, and smiled and winked at Su Feng. Is the ancestor planning to change his good friend's account? I can't be the master of this matter, even my father, I'm afraid I can't do it. In the end, the patriarch must agree. Makoto said with some regret. The two were at the training ground before, and she asked about the Uzumaki village. According to Kushina's original words, compared with Uzushio village, the whole Konoha is a garbage dump. So she disagreed with Su Feng's idea of visiting Konoha. I've been shopping around with Makoto before, and found that there is no way to compare with the Uzumaki family. Whether it is the atmosphere or the folk customs. Everything here gives the illusion of hypocrisy. It seems to be thriving and united, but everyone has selfishness on their faces. When their interests are endangered, they will not hesitate to tear off their disguise and speak ill of you. Just like those roadside vendors who were trying to get close to her after seeing themselves hitting the young patriarch Uchiha at the door, wishing that they would feel aggrieved and disturb them. There is nothing to say, it is human instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Kushina did not make things difficult for others. Since you want to stay away from her, then just don't talk to them. Only Makoto, she is not like those people, even kind to her. These two are destined to have a great orange potential, and some things cannot be changed. Don't have any scruples, you just say, think or don't want to. Su Feng said lightly. Of course I wanted to. Makoto has always been extremely curious about the Uzushio village that Kushina was talking about. She also wanted to know what kind of atmosphere was completely different from Konoha. And Kanai, who was shocked by his father just by looking at it, how did he research it? She is curious about the world, wants to see, wants to know more. I think. Makoto nodded emphatically. But the patriarch probably won't agree. Makoto said regretfully. Just think about it. Su Feng smiled slightly. As for the patriarch, That fellow of the Uchiha clan is also worthy of being called the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan. There is only one Patriarch of the Uchiha clan recognized by Laozi. Is the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan recognized by his cousin? Uzumaki Mito thought silently. It seems that there is only Nan Hekwan, right? But isn't he dead? Mito frowned. She knew about the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. In the end, Madara's body was transported back, Senju Hashirama was wounded, and finally died of illness, and she became the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go to the ninja world. Anyway, I think this is the case with Konoha. By the way, the ancestor of Uchiha asked for someone, and with our relationship, I think he would not refuse. Old ancestors of Uchiha. At this moment, Mito was finally determined. Uchiha Madara is not dead at all. Konoha, Hokage office. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a mess and came back disheveled. In the office, a familiar figure was waiting there. Shimura Danzo, his dear old partner, the man who had pushed him into this awkward position by the hand. The current Sarutobi can't tell how he feels in his heart. It is obviously unreasonable to say that these things that happened are all Danzo's fault. But he can't let him bear all this by himself. You still have the face to come back. Sarutobi looked at each other coldly. You don't pay for my life, the old man pays for it himself. Danzo's arms were still bandaged, and he still couldn't make a seal for the time being, but he survived anyway, and he had sent someone to send the money to the Senju clan's land. It's liberty back. But now, after experiencing the ups and downs of his life, he seems to have completely seen the hypocrisy of his old partner. Konoha Tangtang, 3rd Hokage, for the sake of the village, made a serious blow to the inside. For the sake of the village, it is worth sacrificing one of you. We were supposed to give compensation to Uzumaki village, but the village has no energy left to help you. Sarutobi said with a sad face. That appearance of compassion obviously made him complete the process of transformation to the real 3rd generation. He's about to turn black. It's for the village again. Finally one day, this reason was used on myself. Danzo's face was livid, and he swore that he would never let him get the chance in the future, otherwise, he would also send these 4 words to Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the sake of the village, please 3rd Hokage die. Sooner or later, he will say this sentence. However, since you are back, let me tell you about the specific abilities of the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village. Uzumaki of blood, I need to master their weaknesses. Sarutobi looked serious. Uzumaki Su Feng thought he would give in. No, that's only temporary. He will find ways to seize the initiative. What about the strong ones from the Sengoku period? He still has cards in his hand. He also has the means to clean up the entire Senju clan. But before that, he needed someone, and he also needed to confirm a message. Uzumaki of blood, you can't analyze it yourself from the name. Hokage has been around for a long time, I can't even understand the literal meaning. Question mark. The trash is like this and still be your mother's Hokage. Danzo's yin and yang were strange, and then he exploded completely holding his breath in his heart. Boom. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's classic line, after being ravaged by Uzumaki Sufang, vented on Danzo. This old man is just reminding you that you still have to deal with Uzumaki village, you will definitely regret it. Danzo was not moved in the slightest. He thought to himself, he bought his own life with his own money, so why should he suffer from Sarutobi Hiruzen? He has already guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been crazily targeted by high-level officials and lost popular support, will definitely take measures. He will definitely not swallow his anger at Uzumaki village. But he really didn't want to face that terrible man again. I order you as Hokage. Tell me if the Uzumaki clan fight by manipulating blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Anyone can ignore his Hokage, but Danzo can't. So what? You have a way of dealing with him. How to deal with it? Danzo said coldly. It doesn't matter how you deal with it, just tell Orochimaru on the front line and let him come back. From today, Orochimaru is removed from the root and blended by me. Want Orochimaru? Danzo froze. This time, he really didn't guess what his former partner was going to do. Still, it's no problem to give him Orochimaru. But before doing so, he would sell Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. If that existence knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to deal with him, he would kill Sarutobi without hesitation, right? Time for this Hokage location. Sarutobi, increase the calendar. Turning around and walking towards the door of the office, Danzo's eyes were full of inexplicable excitement. He has been waiting for a long time to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure. Manipulating blood to kill. No wonder Uzumaki village is so strong. But what if they couldn't manipulate other people's blood? Does it mean that their fighting power will drop instantly? He laughed. A thought lingered in my mind. Don't forget, there is a kind of people in this world who don't have blood. Don't forget, Konoha, after the death of Senju Hashirama, was able to win the First Ninja World War, and what was the reason for the second Hokage Senju Tobirama? The dead have no blood. Sarutobi has fallen into madness, and the plan is instantly formed in his mind. There is no one in his hand that can be used, so he will create a real whole card by himself. That technique, after second Hokage used it, let Konoha crush the First Ninja World War. He can use it, why can't I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, use it? It's all for the village, for Konoha. It is also to deal with traitors. For example, the Senju clan. Ah, roar, just when the two had different thoughts in the office and Danzo was about to leave. Two roars of beasts resounded over the entire Konoha. 9 tails. Immediately, the two hurried to the window of Hokage's office and looked in the distance. At this moment, at the entrance of Konoha village, two huge figures are roaring towards the sky. 9 tails, or 2. Sarutobi knew the news, but Danzo saw it for the first time. He watched this scene in astonishment. See, not only war compensation, the Uzumaki clan is also eyeing Konoha's 9 tails. This touched the fundamental interests of Konoha. If it was Danzo in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen can guarantee that he would look livid and scold Uzumura fiercely. But to Sarutobi's surprise, when Danzo heard the words Uzumaki village, his previous astonishment instantly became a matter of course. Yes, that strong man wants 9 tails. Even though I don't want to part with it, I just give it to him. Anyway, he wasn't Hokage, and he wasn't the one who was buried after 9 tails was lost. Even Danzo is happy. The reason for the joy is also easy to understand. As long as the third generation is in office, the more problems arise, the faster he will step down. The faster Sarutobi steps down, the sooner he will be in power. Ask more questions. Danzo looked at 9 tails in the distance, with a big smile on his face. You won't surrender to the enemy, will you? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo's face in disbelief. Danzo betrays Konoha. He couldn't even imagine this scene. It is true that Danzo has a lot of problems, but every time he shouts for the slogan of the village, he is no lower than him. You're the enemy. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, and finally he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Sarutobi and turned away. It's not enough to surrender to the enemy. At most, send some reliable messages to that existence. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly wanted to get Orochimaru on a whim. Although I don't know what to do, after all, using Orochimaru to deal with Uzumaki Sufeng is a bit funny no matter how it sounds. But this news, he must send it to the place, and whether he accepts it or not is his own business. Konoha village mouth. At this time, the two 9 tails are shaking their tails and stretching their bodies gracefully. After being sealed for so long, this is the first time that he appeared to the outside world openly. They are very comfortable. The villagers of Konoha and the ninjas were all shocked. When 9 tails appeared, the ninjas standing guard at the door also fled in all directions. The entire mouth of Konoha village has directly become a vacuum zone. Of course, except for a few people around Sufeng. The villagers and ninjas naturally didn't know that 9 tails would not kill people meaninglessly. Even if it is runaway in the original book, it is because of Obito's control. And when it regained consciousness, it found that someone was attacking it, and it would naturally fight back in a rage. If you hit someone with your hands, why don't you fight back? Now that 9 tails has regained its freedom, it is natural to be too lazy to fight those ignorant people. Unless someone messes with it. As for why they appeared in real form now, it was because of the conversation between the two little girls in front 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. when a group of people came to the entrance of the village and planned to meet Su Feng's old friend. Makoto looked at the furry nine tails in Kushina's arms, and seemed a little moved. You touch. Kushina was not stingy, and sent Nine Tails' ears to Makoto's arms. It doesn't bite, does it? Makoto blinked his big eyes, but didn't answer the call immediately. My uncle is not a dog. Kurama is furious, and the look of baring her teeth and claws is quite cute. Talk down, don't scare my friend. Kushina frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Well, Kurama was a little bit aggrieved, but in the end he was stuffed into Makoto's arms honestly. It's so soft. Makoto exclaimed that it felt good, and nodded in praise. Have you ever ridden Nine Tails? Seeing Su Feng waving to her in the distance, Kushina suddenly asked. It must have never been ridden. Uchiha Makoto swallowed, a little incredulous. It just so happens that with them around, it's much easier to travel. Kushina quickly pulled Makoto, and the group came to the open space in front of Konoha. Immediately afterwards, under Su Feng's request, the two Nine Tails honestly changed into their real bodies. But Su Feng obviously didn't let them pretend. Instead, let them play a role of transportation. After all, Konoha is not too close to the land of rain, but if they help, it can save a lot of time. As for Konoha, someone will stop him from taking Nine Tails away. Joke. Don't say that you don't just leave now, after all, you haven't got the money yet. Even if he is Nine Tails, who can stop him? What happened when the head of the Uzumaki family took his cousin home? If you have an opinion, you have to hold back for me. Holding Uzumaki Mito in his arms, Su Feng lightly jumped onto Yin Nine Tails' head. As for Tsunade, he sat on Nine Tails with Kushina and Makoto. Glancing at the two crooked figures above Yin Nine Tails, Tsunade rolled his eyes. Really, I haven't seen him for decades, and his performance is normal now. Not jealous. After all, her relationship with Uzumaki Su Feng has not reached that point yet. But there was one problem that she didn't understand. Tell me, how can I call me Grandma Mito in the future? She looked at Kushina and asked with a frown. Just call me sister, there will always be no problem. Kushina said calmly, and just now, she decisively called Mito a sister. Sister. This seniority is obviously messed up. But calling her sister seems to be able to lay the groundwork for a certain day in the future. The little girl reacted quite quickly in this regard. Have you tried Tail Beast Shock? Holding Uzumaki Mito in his arms, Uzumaki Su Feng on Nine Tails' head was a little moved. It can see. Uzumaki Mito blushed, buried his head in Uzumaki Su Feng's arms, and explained in a low voice. Really, although it is a tailed beast, it is male anyway. Su Feng frowned, and first glanced down. Nine Tails studied it with his eyes. Then he calculated whether the tailed beast could be sterilized. Come on, boss. Sensing vague dissatisfaction, Yin Nine Tails trembled and opened her mouth tremblingly. Why do humans do this? Not to mention that it has no concept of that kind of thing at all. Even if it has, it is impossible to think that it is taking advantage of it. Brother, don't you know there is reproductive isolation? Forget it, let's go. Sighing regretfully, Su Feng suddenly had an idea about Erwei, who was far away in Cloud Shinobi Village. If he remembers correctly, the two-tailed Matabi seems to be female. After receiving Su Feng's order, the two-tailed beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then started to run. Under Uchiha Makoto's exclamation, they began to run freely. One after the other, Kurama, who finally regained his freedom, seemed to enjoy it very much. But this road really suffered for the Konoha shinobi passers-by. When people saw those two huge and terrifying beasts, their whole body went numb. They seemed to see the end of the world, and Konoha village, which was destroyed by Nine Tails long ago. But Nine Tails didn't even look at them, and happily ran towards the land of rain. Just now, Kurama got a positive message. That is, Uchiha Madara, who used Sharingan to control them at the beginning, is still alive, and is still in a state that can be manipulated at will. This kind of opportunity is quite difficult to find. Along the way, Yin Nine Tails was still thinking about how to bury Uchiha Madara later. As for being controlled by illusion again, in this regard, Su Feng has already mentioned it once when he helped it escape the shackles of Jinchuriki. The weird liberation scroll has completely connected them with Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina's chakra. At the moment, they belong to the half Uzumaki family. Illusions don't work on them at all. This point, after they connected with the two women, they really felt it. Not controlled by illusion. The aging Madara, Yin Ninetails smiled like a real fox and sharpened her paws. It even looks forward to meeting that man. I always feel uneasy. This moment, Land of Rain, a familiar cave. Sitting on a chair below the Gedo statue, Uchiha Madara frowned. Master Madara, Uzumaki Su-fang has gone to Konoha. Black Zetsu's head popped out from the ground, and then raised a level with some worry. The existence of that man became more and more uncontrollable. Unlike other people who did not witness the tragedy of Kurigakure, he observed the huge tsunami with his own eyes from a long distance. No one knows. That's not a disaster at all. Uzumaki Su-fang. The so-called tsunami was simply a blow from that man. When Uchiha Madara got the news, she showed a strange smile, and even said a word under Black Zetsu's horrified eyes. Not bad, it has the style of my year. Black Zetsu caught his breath. I can kill you. The second ninja war is still going on. As for the country of rain, although the last war in the country of vortex caused a chain reaction, it is still there. But the interests of the battlefield of the country of vortex and the battlefield of the country of rain are different. Small-scale conflicts between villages still exist. Compared with the previous wars, this kind of conflict can only be said to be commonplace, and it still looks very peaceful on the surface. And this calmness is accompanied by the delivery of a message. Once again caused an uproar. The news is about Uzumaki village. It seems that in this era, when the Uzumaki village appears in an absolutely powerful form, any news about the Uzumaki village will cause huge waves. On the surface, Sleepy Leaf still claims to be the number one ninja village. But as long as people are not stupid, they will understand that the number one ninja village has long existed in name only, and the one who is really powerful is. It is the Uzumaki village that can win LV3. The blood escape in Uzumaki village can manipulate other people's blood and use it to fight. This kind of blood inheritance limit is more violent than Sharingan, and it is not easy to control, so the people of the Uzumaki family are all violent. Some eyewitnesses claimed that they saw a young girl from Uzushio village beating the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the street, and even abducting the underage girl of the Uchiha clan, doing something that both people and gods hate. If the girls of the Uzumaki clan are like this, how cruel and bloody will the adult Uzumaki clan be? There are rumors that during the battle between Konoha and Uzushio village, the corpses of all Konoha shinobi were inhuman, and there was no living mouth. The blood of the dead was sucked clean, which was quite tragic. Why? This is the first news. When Onoki of Iwagakure, on the border of the Land of Rain, read the details of the document, he fell into deep thought. The source of the news is somewhat mysterious and special. What's special is that they didn't find out exactly where it came from. But Konoha was mentioned in the news, and they didn't know who the so-called witnesses were. But, what is the meaning of this message? Onoki couldn't understand it at all. To discredit Uzumaki village, specially add cruel characters to the Uzumaki clan. And then take this opportunity to characterize their power as evil. This is obviously an unnecessary move. Power never distinguishes between evil and justice. It depends on the person who uses the power. From Onagi's point of view, it doesn't matter whether it's Konoha's person, Third Raikage, or Kurigakure. They are all self-inflicted. If you take the initiative to invade other countries, you will suffer the consequences of failure. He disdains to use this kind of argument to attack. Failure is failure. Don't make excuses for your failures. So in his opinion, the person who spread the news must be the kind of person who is not strong enough and can only play tricks. Coincidentally, in his impression, that Konoha's third Hokage is this type of person. Needless to say, although there is no evidence, it is almost from him. But Onoki was obviously not interested in the news, and turned his attention to the second document. This news actually came from Konoha, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Su-fang, his biography. Relatively speaking, this is what he is most concerned about. According to rumors, the existence of the strongest Raikage can be instantly killed on the spot. Who is he? A genius appeared in the Uzumaki clan, and this genius is also the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, which makes people want to know him urgently. But when he continued to look over, Zui Emu's expression changed instantly. No one, above, even mentions Uchiha Madara. That was the biggest psychological shadow in his youth. Uzumaki Su-fang, according to legend, is the strongest Uzumaki family in the Sengoku period. He has led the Uzumaki clan to defeat the Uchiha clan several times, and is rumored to have a close relationship with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara once said that Uzumaki Su-fang is a qualified opponent, but for some unknown reason, Uzumaki Su-fang announced his retreat when he was 18 years old, and successfully passed out a month and a half ago, still maintaining the youthful appearance of 18 years old. Times are stronger. It is rumored that he is the founder of the blood escape of the Uzumaki clan, and an important benchmark leading the new era of the Uzumaki clan. Quote, Uzumaki Su-fang has been identified as the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. Patriarch Uzumaki. He has maintained his 18-year-old appearance for decades, and he is out today. He turned out to be the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. When this news spread to every corner of the ninja world, people were completely silent. It is true that the Uzumaki family has great vitality, and even the Uzumaki Mito of the same period, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is still alive. But there are rumors that it relies on the power of Nine-Tails. And Uzumaki Su-fang, he is relying on himself. Relying on himself to maintain a youthful appearance, he directly allowed the Uzumaki clan to complete the transformation after leaving the customs, and even awakened the clansmen to the blood succession limit called Shuiden. In everyone's eyes, that man makes people tremble like a legendary. He is a real monster. This news is not classified. Onoki looked at the documents on the table and fell into thought. He can get the news, which means that everyone in the ninja world already knows that the head of the Uzumaki clan is the strong man who defeated Uchiha Madara during the Sengoku period. No wonder the Uzumaki clan is so powerful these days. The appearance of the ancestor Uzumaki directly casts a layer of mystery on Uzumaki village, but he dare not approach it. That's the man who defeated Uchiha Madara. Even now, Onoki still can't forget the scene where he was stared at by the man with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he couldn't stand up anymore. Certainly, Onoki didn't know that this rumor was exaggerated. Su-fang did beat Uchiha Madara. But what he hit was Uchiha Madara, who didn't get Uchiha Izuna's eyes, only Mangekyo Sharingan, and who had exhausted his pupil power. If Su-fang hadn't inherited the power of the prison blood demon god at that time, if he faced the perfect Susanoo, he would obviously be unable to defeat him. After all, Uchiha Madara gained the eternal Mangekyo after his brother died. At that time, Uzumaki Su-fang had already announced his retreat, and Madara's enemy had also become Senju Hashirama, who was open. Su-fang did not see the scene where the two hanging walls rub against each other. But Onoki directly defeated this and applied it to Madara, who already had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, this is nothing. Because at this moment, Uzumaki Su-fang is not afraid of Uchiha Madara at his peak at all. Even if it's Six Paths Madara, he doesn't care if Rinnegan is turned on. But Onoki didn't know anything. All he knew was that the man who had defeated Uchiha Madara was an existence that he could not provoke for the time being. You must establish a good relationship with Uzumaki village. At a certain moment, Onoki seemed to realize it. He doesn't hate the Uzumaki clan, and even feels refreshed deep down in his heart because the other party has defeated Madara. As for the rumored blood escape of the Uzumaki clan, if he doesn't take the initiative to provoke the other party, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan doesn't seem like an unreasonable person. It is rumored that he seems to like money and women, and the relationship between the princess of the Tage family and that ancestor is somewhat unclear. It's convenient for women, but he can't satisfy the other party's hobbies for the time being. But money, Iwagakure has plenty. Just wait for an opportunity. Onogi gathers his mind as Iwagakure makes a decision. In the ninja world, because of the Uzumaki ancestors' exit, after confirming the current patriarch status of the Uzumaki clan, they fell into a strange confusion. Holding Mito in his arms, Su-fang rode Nine-Tails to the land of rain leisurely. Although Konoha is not close to the land of rain, but the speed of Nine-Tails is still very fast. Even on the way, they spent a lot of time wandering back and forth in nearby countries in order to enjoy the scenery of the ninja world. Still arrived in the country of rain in one day. Along the way, Kushina and Makoto were excited. This is the first time in my life that I feel like traveling with Nine-Tails. Ninetales has no objection either. After all, it is thanks to Uzumaki Sufeng that he regained his freedom. He has already decided that after mixing with awesome humans, his mind is much more open. Instead of being bound and offering chakra to Jinchuriki in the future, the life in front of me is undoubtedly beautiful and splendid. Ahead is the hidden cave of Madara. Ninetales slowed down and walked forward slowly. After having a special chakra connection with the Uzumaki clan, their perception is sharper than before. They instinctively felt a wave of energy fluctuations in the cave. Except for the familiar smell of Uchiha Madara. There is one more scary thing. But at this time, what Sufeng didn't know was, the atmosphere of the scene in the cave is a bit lively. Master Madara, your friend is so reliable, do you know what he did? He actually fished 9 tails, or 2 9 tails, out of the leaves. Black Zetsu danced and looked very excited. I'm afraid this is not a meeting gift from your friend. He completely retracted his previous words of doubting Uzumaki Sufeng. How the hell is there such a good thing? Uzumaki Sufeng made a trip to Konoha, then headed straight to Uchiha Madara in the Land of Rain. Also brought 2 9 tails over. Lord Madara, this friend, is really reliable. Reliable adults. This is much more comfortable than waiting for Nagato to grow up. But at the same time, Black Zetsu also had some doubts. Last time, Madara obviously wanted to tell Uzumaki Sufeng the plan, but the man didn't seem to be interested. Why has the situation changed now? Madara was silent. Uzumaki Sufeng will assist him in completing Project Tsuki no Mi. He knows the man. It seems very casual, but he is too lazy to pay attention to things that he is too lazy to participate in, so he will definitely not participate. This 9 tails, come here is strange. Squinting her eyes, Madara stared straight ahead. He didn't want Black Zetsu to think that Sufeng was here to give 9 tails to him. Footsteps approaching. When the group saw Uchiha Madara under the Gedo statue, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence, and the people led by Sufeng had different expressions. Uzumaki Mito is clear. No wonder Senju Tobarama didn't mention about recovering Uchiha Madara Sharingan after the Valley of the End War. There is a high probability that something went wrong with the people in the coffin. So it seems that Izanagi can also deceive Senju Hashirama's illusion. But she glanced at Madara's eyes with interest and found that there was no blindness. It seems that Madara has done a lot of things during these years of feigning death. Tsunade was a little shocked. Uchiha Madara, a strong contemporary of his grandfather Senju Hashirama. Of course, her acceptance of this powerful contemporary is much higher. After all, there is Uzumaki Sufeng standing next to her. It struck her that there was such a thing as Uchiha Madara being alive. Plus that huge golem behind him. Glanced at, Tsunade knew Madara's old appearance. It seems that not everyone can be as evil as Uzumaki Sufeng, who maintains a youthful appearance and possesses strong strength at the same time. Not Uchiha Madara. This is enough to prove the toughness of Uzumaki Sufeng. As for Uzumaki Kushina, she was much calmer. The last time she visited friends with her ancestors, it was not the first time she saw Uchiha Madara. She only felt that this was a pitiful, weak, and harmless old man. Although the old man's eyes are very deep, but if she has any wrong thoughts about her, she doesn't mind sending the ancestor's old friend back to the west. Among the group, only Uchiha Makoto was probably the most disturbed. Uchiha Madara. Is this old man the Uchiha Madara who led the Uchiha clan to war in the Sengoku period? The only patriarch of the Uchiha clan recognized by the ancestors of Uzumaki Kushina. Compared with other identities, Makoto is more impressed by the identity of the other party's real patriarch. Well, it's about whether she can go to Ashio village to play with Kushina. For a normal little girl, this is what matters. Descendants of Hashirama. Quote. Glances flicked, and eventually Uchiha Madara squinted at Tsunade. Compared to Hashirama, it is more than a star and a half weaker. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was an old hermaphrodite. Tsunade rolled her eyes. The entire ninja world can stand shoulder to shoulder with her grandfather, except for Uzumaki Sufeng. She couldn't find Zhao Wangjiao, the second one at all. That's better than you, at least you can move freely. Tsunade sneered. Chio didn't bow his head in front of Uchiha. As the current patriarch of the Senju clan, she must not embarrass the Senju clan. Without responding to Tsunade's words, Uchiha Madara apparently didn't care about her counterattack. There are some things he can say to old friends such as Uzumaki Su-fang. But for some ignorant people, he didn't even want to explain. Finally, his gaze landed on the shrunken 9 tails held in the arms of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. All identities are confirmed. Madara fell into silence with a somewhat complicated expression. The news that he is alive, after all, other than Uzumaki Su-fang, someone knows. Whether these people will spread the news and get themselves into trouble, Madara doesn't know. Thinking of this, he looked at Uzumaki Su-fang strangely. Come here, why bring so many people? Madara frowned, and these 2 9 tails, you probably didn't intend to give them to me, did you? That, Su-fang didn't answer. Beside, there was a timid movement suddenly. It's because of me. Makoto worked up his courage and finally spoke. It's because I want to be a guest in Uzumaki village, and I'm afraid that our patriarch won't agree. But Senior Su-fang said, you are the patriarch of Uchiha. Well, can you help me and talk to the current chief of Uchiha? When the little girl plucked up the courage to finish speaking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The atmosphere in the cave gradually became depressing. And the expression of the old man in that seat also began to be cloudy and uncertain. That's it. Is that all? That's why you came to me? At a certain moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized that he was not as important as a little girl. The country of rain. Inside Iwagakure's camp, when the ninja world was still digesting the news about the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, another blockbuster suddenly appeared. The news also came from Uzumaki village. From now on, Whirlpool Village is open to material transactions. This means that the excellent weapons of Uzumaki Village will no longer be the exclusive equipment of Rain Shinobi Village in the future. When he got the news, Hanzo was a little disappointed. But it also feels reasonable. Uzumaki Su-fang has kept his promise enough. Nearly 2 months have given Rain Shinobi Village a lot of advantages on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. When the deal was concluded before, Su-fang said that there will only be one transaction partner for Hanzo in the short term. Nearly 2 months, this time is not too short. For Su-fang, expanding the scale of the transaction is doomed. He is too lazy to pay attention to his equipment, whether it will expand the scale of the Second Ninja World War. He just needs money. Now, with the improvement of the level of the arsenal, the amount of basic and sophisticated equipment produced every day is already exaggerated, and a single Rain Shinobi village cannot afford so much equipment. The LV3 arsenal has 3 levels of equipment to produce, and the one used by Rain Shinobi village is the most basic level. But this time, Su-fang planned to sell part of the second-grade weapons and equipment, leaving the best equipment to arm Uzumaki village. This is also related to the second mission he gave to Uzumaki Ryuji when he left Uzumaki village. Immediately send someone to Uzumaki village. Remember, no matter what the price is, you don't need to report to me. As much as the working capital can move, give me the weapons and equipment of Uzumaki village. Just after reading the first news, Onoki immediately called his subordinates and began to arrange the purchase of supplies. Having fought against Rain Shinobi village several times, they have already understood the importance of those supplies. If you grab it, you can't grab it. Onoki also has no idea of snatching, and Konoha is the best example. Buying equipment from Uzushio village is also a sign of goodwill from Iwagakure. But when he opened the second information, he was in a mess. From now on, Uzumaki village will form a mercenary team. The only purpose of the mercenary team is to use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. As long as you have enough money, Ninja Village will be wiped out for you. When this news came out, the already restless atmosphere in the ninja world was completely ignited. This is the second mission that Su-fang arranged for Uzumaki Ryuji. Assemble a team of mercenaries belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Su-fang is too lazy to ask his people to do those common tasks in the underground trading market. If his team wants to pick it up, it will pick up a big deal. There are 2 original intentions for forming a mercenary team. First, it is still the method of obtaining clan PowerPoints, which is nothing to say. The key lies in the second point. Exercise the warlike nature of the Uzumaki clan. Why did the people in Uzumaki village change their minds so quickly after Su-fang retreated and lost their will to fight? It is because they are in a safe place and are not often stimulated by the battlefield. What Su Feng has to do is to use the slogan of mercenaries. While training soldiers, the people in Ji Washao village should not forget what it feels like to hold a weapon. The mercenaries are not composed of a fixed list, but the elite of the clan take turns to receive tasks. Get rewards while completing tasks, and then improve your own strength. By the way, you can also help Uzumaki Su Feng control the trends of the ninja world at any time. In the long run, this approach has many benefits for the Uzumaki clan. As for the name of the mercenary organization, Su Feng directly defined it as Breaking Dawn, with his careful thinking and a spoof mentality. Daybreak Organization. Now, it is estimated that no one can understand the meaning of the name of this organization. But it is estimated that the word dawn will make some people feel quite awkward. Hey, build me a house in wood style. It's just that the ninja world estimates that everyone can't think of it. At the center of the incident, the Uzumaki Patriarch, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, who was talked about by everyone, is feeling today's light rain somewhere in the country of rain. What's even more unexpected is that he was pulling Madara, who finally took a big sip from Ghetto Statue and regained some mobility, to let him build a house. Su Feng likes to walk in the drizzle and feel the atmosphere. But after a long time, I always feel uncomfortable looking at the gloomy weather. At this time, it is quite good to go to the room and do some strange movements to warm up your body. How do you know? I can wood style. Madara had a strange expression, and stared at Uzumaki Su Feng with a slightly alcoholic gaze. The group of them had already left the cave. Uchiha Madara didn't want to take Uchiha Makoto's request seriously. But Uzumaki Su Feng just looked at him dangerously. In the end, a compromise was chosen. It was announced on the spot that Uchiha Makoto will be renamed Uzumaki Makoto starting today. According to Madara's words, from today onwards, he no longer wants this clansman, and it belongs to Uzumaki Su Feng, and it doesn't matter how he struggles in the future. As for whether this decision is recognized by the Uchiha clan, what does this have to do with him? Although he abandoned the Uchiha clan, but what Uchiha Madara decided, that was decided. No matter if he admits it or not. But unlike Madara's indifference, Makoto seemed very excited. When she doesn't have to be bound by a clan, she has an instinctive sense of freedom, and she doesn't even have the slightest self-knowledge to be sold and count the money. Nice atmosphere. So Su Feng directly proposed to have a picnic outside, dragging it out and planning to get drunk. Master Madara, you can't drink anymore. Under the drizzle, Black Zetsu painstakingly persuaded by the side. It's a pity that Madara doesn't care what Black Zetsu, who is characterized as his own will, says. The last time the two met again, they just exchanged a few words in a hurry. Now, hold your head up. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade over there are grilling meat, and Uzumaki Kushina and the newly renamed Uzumaki Makoto are each rolling a nine tails and laughing happily. Although it was raining lightly, these people's strength was not bad, and it didn't affect them at all. This kind of atmosphere is somewhat similar to the scene where the three of them bragged to each other in Nanhakwan. For a while, Madara couldn't help but took another sip. I know how many hairs you have, don't say you know wood style. Su Feng said disdainfully. What's the matter? Is Hashirama's meat delicious? Does it give you an aftertaste? He did know. Madara fell silent. Among the three during the Sengoku period, Uzumaki Su Feng's perception is the most outrageous. If he can't sense the changes in his own body, then there is a problem. But there were some questions that he was waiting for Uzumaki Su Feng to ask, and he just didn't ask them. For example, what did I do in these years of suspended animation? For example, your own eyes. Another example, Uzumaki Nagato. Maybe this kind of life is also very good. The atmosphere is harmonious and there is no intrigue. Madara sighed slightly. But this is Uzumaki Su Feng's life, not his. The two took different paths. Hashirama failed, and he had to prove himself right. Standing up tremblingly, Madara clapped her hands after drinking a lot. Wood style, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. Call. When a house of considerable size appeared, Madara took a breather. His current broken body is only alive by relying on Ghetto Statue. Although it was just building a house, I was still a little out of breath. No way. According to Su Feng's words, he suffered from kidney deficiency since he was a child. I won't demolish the house. If you are free, come and stay for a few more days. After leaving a few words, Madara, whose body was trembling, walked towards the cave step by step, leaving only Uzumaki Su-feng behind. These years, he has not been easy. Su-feng sighed slightly. Is Uchiha Madara a villain? Naturally. In order to achieve his goal, he will use any means regardless of the consequences. His ultimate goal is to achieve eternal peace, but he doesn't know that eternal peace is essentially non-existent, CEFB, because before Su-feng came, even the Sage of Six Paths would die due to lifespan issues. Therefore, the appearance of infinite Tsukuyomi made Madara understand that controlling all people into dreams and manipulating their thoughts by oneself is peace. Pity. Infinite Tsukuyomi will eventually turn people into another species, that is, white Zetsu, which cannot make people live normally. Counting all people who can count, the result in exchange is that he is also a pawn. It seems that at the finale of the Hokage plot, everyone received what they wanted, except Madara, who was lying on the ground, still did not see the peace he wanted to see. He asked Hashirama if what he did was right or wrong. But Hashirama told him that if he failed to do it, it would be better for the younger generation to do it. This kind of statement is essentially irresponsible. If you can't do it yourself, why ask others? At least, Madara tried her best. But from the perspective of Senju Hashirama, he has naturally worked hard. Konoha, which can be created, did not bring peace to the ninja world. The establishment of Ninja Village escalated the original war on a large scale, and tens of thousands of people died on the battlefield at every turn. After he founded Konoha, he also worked hard for peace. For example, as the strongest ninja village and the god of ninjas, during the meeting of the five shadows, he kowtowed to the other shadows and then sold the tailed beast. But there really is him. Finally looking back at Madara, Su-feng picked up the wine glass and drank it melancholy. Konoha, when Uzumaki Su-feng is enjoying life, drinking and masturbating to nine tails. Orochimaru strode into the village with doubt and curiosity on his face. He was called back suddenly. Starting today, there is no need to continue to stand by in the land of rain, but to have a new special assignment. Danzo didn't say much to him, because this time, it was his dear teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen who directly assigned him the task. From today onwards, he has withdrawn from the roots and only takes orders from Hokage. What does Sarutobi mean? What task did he find himself to perform? Orochimaru thought about it all the way but couldn't figure it out. All the way to Hokage's office, and to his surprise, Danzo was coming out of it. The previous old leader didn't seem to have a very good face. Orochimaru didn't ask why, and Danzo didn't intend to say. In fact, even if Danzo said anything, it didn't mean much. He went to Sarutobi Hiruzen this time because of the news that was sent to the ninja world. The Uzumaki family is bloody and brutal. Is it an evil family? Don't think about it, it must be his old partner who can talk so much. Danzo objected to Sarutobi doing this, after all he had seen the real power of that man. That is an absolute interdimensional gap. If any clues are found, Konoha will be implicated by then. But Sarutobi bluntly said that he was scared by Uzumaki Su-feng, even. It was the classic line of Hokage who brought him out, and he was speechless with 2 sentences. I'm not Hokage, am I? You wait, Laozi will tell Uzumaki Su-feng the news. With a shake of his hand, Danzo turned and left. Orochimaru was a little confused, so after watching the old leader leave, he pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Came back, seeing the person coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally a bit unhappy, changed his face instantly. Orochimaru just nodded lightly without even saying a word. Others may not be able to see through the true face of this Hokage, but Orochimaru's ability to read words and emotions is much better than others. He knows exactly what kind of teacher he is. You should know everything that happened in the village. Sudden gloom filled his face, and Sarutobi seemed to want to confide in a compassionate tone. What is the mission? Orochimaru was too lazy to argue with him, and he didn't want to listen to the village's speech, so he directly asked about the mission situation. He knows. As long as my teacher moves out like this, most of the tasks cannot be refused, and they are mandatory. Sarutobi frowned. He always felt that his disciple was a little impatient with his words. In fact it is. After seeing Uzumaki Su-feng's formidable strength, he suddenly felt that a strong person who is alive like that is the real strong person. That man lives in his own way. It's not the kind of gangster who waits to die, nor the kind who is good at disguising. He is who he is, not at the mercy of anyone. Rebellious and unruly, like the wind that cannot be grasped. Orochimaru envied Uzumaki's Sufeng, envied his freedom. Contrary to the other party, there are too many shackles on him, and now he has to face an extremely hypocritical person. A long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing Orochimaru for half a day, suddenly took out an ancient-looking scroll from the desk drawer. This is second Hokage Senju Tobarama, what my teacher left behind. As soon as the words were finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see the warmth in Orochimaru's eyes with naked eyes. This is the real Orochimaru. He has a natural obsession with studying ninjutsu. Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction. I will transfer you back this time, and I will prepare manpower for you to set up a secret team. And you are the leader of this group. There's only one thing you need to do. Click. The scroll is thrown in front of Orochimaru. Mr. Snake opened it slowly, and after looking at the patterns and introductions engraved on the scroll, he smiled. According to the clues left by second Hokage, perfect this technique, right? Sarutobi didn't speak, but gave Orochimaru a positive look with his eyes. Orochimaru flipped the scroll, and the playful look in his eyes was even stronger. My dear teacher, actually used this move as a trump card. Without him, on the scroll, there is only one spell, but it is not complete. But if it reappears, it will definitely cause a huge chain reaction. And there is only one forbidden technique that can cause this kind of reaction. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Konoha. Separate yard, separate room. Orochimaru admires the scroll left by second Hokage Senju Tobarama. In a sense, he admires Tobarama a lot. But the admiration is all admiration. He found that mastering the so-called forbidden technique is actually not very difficult. For example, this impure world reincarnation. What was placed in front of him were just some basic ideas. It is estimated that the real impure world reincarnation has been hidden by the second generation. After all, if this thing spreads to the ninja world, it will make the war uncontrollable. Previously, Orochimaru had secretly investigated this scroll. But after searching for a long time, there was no clue. Now it is more or less unexpected to be sent in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly. He likes to study ninjutsu, and he likes to study all kinds of ninjutsu, including forbidden technique. But Sarutobi asked him to study impure world reincarnation, not to satisfy his own wish as a disciple. Looking at the scroll calmly, because the seat of the snake fell into thinking on the chair and served as a minister. Considering the predicament Konoha is facing now, he suddenly understands what his ultimate goal is as a teacher. Question placed on a wooden Yiming surface. First, the Hokage and Senju clans are at odds and their relationship must be resolved. Second, Konoha lacks effective combat power against Uzushio village, and the decisive factor for winning the Second Ninja World War. According to the records on the scroll, the people of impure world reincarnation will act according to the wishes of the summoner. There is a person, if the resurrection is successful, all of the above 2 points can be satisfied. Senju Hashirama, once god of ninjas, if he was resurrected, and then his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen manipulated him to drive the Senju clan, what kind of scene would that be? Tsunade's prestige cannot be compared with Senju Hashirama's in any case. As long as the first generation appears, Tsunade's status as the patriarch of the Senju clan will not be worthy of the name. Before contacting again, it was rumored that the Uzumaki clan now relied on blood to fight, and most people would be afraid of this ability. But I can't think of the internal factors. If the enemies they face have no blood, does that mean the power of the Uzumaki clan will be sealed? After all, the dead summoned by impure world reincarnation are immortal, and there is no other way but to seal them. Although the Uzumaki family is good at sealing techniques, but when countless undead troops attack, does Uzumaki village have other countermeasures? These are what Orochimaru thought out based on Konoha's current situation, rumors from the outside world, and the scroll Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him. Orochimaru is smart. He just didn't bother to calculate. I would rather spend time studying ninjutsu than imagine the intrigue like this. Secretly recalled himself, explaining that Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had no idea how to perfect the impure world reincarnation. He wants to use his talent for ninjutsu to create trouble for the Uzumaki clan. God of Ninja Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, and two figures appeared in his mind. One, belonging to Senju Hashirama. The other dish is Uzumaki Su-feng. He doesn't know how strong Senju Hashirama is, but he has seen Uzumaki Su-feng up close. A keen intuition tells Orochimaru that the existence of that man seems to have surpassed the category of ninja long ago. If he chooses according to instinct, he would rather believe that Uzumaki Su-feng is stronger. But there is no absolute. After all, Orochimaru did not see Senju Hashirama's demeanor with his own eyes. Now there was a question before Orochimaru. Whether to continue this task. If he continues, he will stand directly on the opposite side of Uzumaki village if the incident is revealed in the future. If he goes on strike, and even exposes his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, what good does he get for himself? This choice made it difficult for Orochimaru. He neither wants to confront Uzumaki Su-feng nor unite with his teacher. Orochimaru is fond of studying ninjutsu. But he is very afraid that when he succeeds, his teacher will throw the blame on him, and it must be natural for Sarutobi to buckle those who offend the undead. He silently observed the outside of the room. Orochimaru sneered. These people sent by the third generation to help him with his research are nothing more than secret whistles to monitor his leaks. Fortunately, he wanted to pass on a message, so obviously he wouldn't be restricted by this kind of stalking. With a wave of his hand, a small white snake burrowed into the ground, and Orochimaru looked at the scroll leisurely. He wanted to test the bottom line of that person's existence. If the message was sent out but there was no response, it was because the other party was too lazy to care about it. If you reply, it means that the existence is very concerned about this forbidden technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be crushed to death by the other party at that time. And once Orochimaru is sure that the other party cares about this technique. With an inexplicable light in his eyes, Orochimaru has thoroughly memorized all the contents of the scroll. Once a strong person has something to care about, it proves to have a weakness. Shaking his head, Orochimaru smiled. What was he thinking about? Use this so-called impure world reincarnation to restrain a strong man from the Sengoku period. Is he crazy? Rumor has it that the man in Sengoku's time defeated both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even if those two are resurrected, it is not the man's opponent. Orochimaru always has his own unique way of delivering messages, and the delivery speed is not slow. The snake is like his clone. The country of rain. In a bedroom with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, Su-feng scratched his head looking at the scene in front of him. Mito was here, and he could understand. But Tsunade's words. Glancing at the woman lying on her face with lost strength, Uzumaki Su-feng coughed, got up and walked out of the bedroom. I really drank too much last night. That was the effect of his deliberate indulgence. If he didn't want to get drunk, it was impossible for him to drink too much with his constitution. Su-feng just wanted to miss the feeling of being drunk in the previous life. I didn't expect that. Last night, maybe a little too tragic. As memories came to mind, Su-feng lowered his head and glanced at his hands. The temperature is still there. It was as if he was in control until he woke up. As expected of me, boss, there are good things. Just when he was reminiscing and wanted to go back to the room to get drunk for a while, 2 Ninetails who were letting the wind rushed towards him, and the Yin Ninetails among them was holding a 10-song white snake in his hand. Su-feng recognized the little snake at first sight. This thing is Orochimaru's exclusive information item, and it can transmit information extremely fast. He has something to do with me. Su-feng was clothed, and sat at the door of the room, took out the scroll from the snake's mouth, opened it and read it. Just glanced, Uzumaki Su-feng suddenly smiled. He said why Sarutobi Hiruzen matched his compensation amount so much. The emotional people thought of a second move. Guess the Uzumaki clan can't handle impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Su-feng grinned and waved to Kushina who was exercising his skills in the distance. The girl instructed, and trotted over quickly. Do you know that the mad warrior of our Uzumaki village is also the rumored blood escape? Why is it defined as a ghost swordsman in the transfer temple? Su-feng asked leisurely. This. Kushina frowned, then stretched out her arm, and scarlet lines appeared on it for a moment. Is it because of the ghost hand? This strange arm now has a unified name. The picture is Min. But Kushina didn't find anything special, and it didn't bother her. Half of the answers. Su Feng squinted his eyes, carried a 9 tails, and then walked to the open space step by step, and began to quickly form seals with his hands. Si hai wei mao shu zi yu wu si. Then put your hands together. Sealing technique. The ghouls are sealed. In the horrified eyes of 9 tails, a phantom suddenly appeared behind Su Feng. What is the boss going to do? Is he crazy? Is this going to seal me off? However, Su Feng's next reaction directly let Kurama breathe a sigh of relief. I saw that Shinigami had just come out, and seemed to want to have a soul connection with Uzumaki Su Feng. But the next moment, Su Feng's ghostly hand suddenly appeared, jumped up high, punched Shinigami's chest through. Soul Blade Kazan. With a low shout, under the gaze of everyone, a red halo covering a distance of hundreds of meters slowly appeared, and at Su Feng's position, a red phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom didn't seem to move at first. But when it found the Shinigami in front of Su Feng, it seemed to be interested, opened its bloody mouth and sucked it hard. Whoosh! The dignified Shinigami was directly eaten by the god of destruction of the Arad continent. And after eating that Shinigami, Kazan's radiance seems to be stronger than before. Ghost Swordsman's basic skill, the halo effect, increases strength and intelligence in the game. But here at Su Feng, it's the real world. What is summoned is also the real Kazan phantom, but even if it is a phantom, as a ghost, it can still instantly kill the Shinigami summoned by the ghoul seal in the ninja world. In addition, Uzumaki Su Feng also discovered one of the powers of the ghost hand, which is to destroy souls. The ghost hand is derived from the power of ghosts and gods. Attacking the spirit body with ghost hands, a trace of destructive power can directly wipe out the soul body. It seems that the ninjas have misunderstood Ghost Swordsman. Do you understand now? Taking back Kazan Phantom casually, Su Feng looked at Kushina and asked. Understood, but not fully understood. Kushina blinked and said ambiguously. Ghost Swordsman, Mad Warrior, Blood Escape. Whatever it is the power bestowed by the ancestors anyway, what to do so much? That's what Kushina thinks. Su Feng didn't continue to explain. Throwing aside the silly 9 tails, Su Feng touched his chin and fell into thought. He knew early on that with his own level of existence, the Shinigami in the Hokage world probably couldn't do anything about him. But that's not the point. The most important reason why he dared to use the ghoul seal boldly was that he had a spell on his body that could offset this level of soul seal. As a human being, you have to keep some cards. He bought that thing in a store exclusive to the ethnic group, and it has never been used. I wanted to test the strength of the soul body in this world, but the final result was obvious. The ghost hand has an exaggerated attack effect on the soul body. From this point of view, impure world reincarnation is a joke to Uzumaki village. The information Orochimaru sent was simple. He guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to revive Senju Hashirama, and then manipulate Senju Hashirama to command the current Senju clan, and by the way, create a large army of impure world reincarnation in an attempt to defeat Uzushio village. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen called the back move. Su Feng suddenly laughed. You really, is being the god of ninja a cabbage? If it is Senju Hashirama, the diarrhea version of the Chunin exam, it is normal to be controlled, but after Orochimaru added Senju Hashirama's cells in the offering in the later stage, the resurrected one is close to. The perfect Senju Hashirama is out of control. After thinking for a while, Su Feng suddenly thought of something. Then he opened the system panel calmly, and the Patriarch template of the exclusive store for the clan within the Patriarch's authority, and then he bought something from it. After pulling out the scroll, Su Feng walked up to the waiting little white snake, took out a piece of paper and wrote a line, and then stuffed the scroll into the white snake's mouth. Minister. After doing all this, Su Feng watched the white snake leave with an inexplicably bright smile. Taking steps, he walked towards the cave where Uchiha Madara was. He wants to tell Madara one thing. The 3 Sengoku brothers, there is a hope that they can get together in advance. Su Feng had already walked away, and the door of the room was suddenly opened. Tsunade's face was full of embarrassment and aftertaste, his footsteps were a little messy, and he wrapped himself tightly. And behind her, Uzumaki Mito lazily stretched and walked over. You didn't ask for this. You must find him to fight for wine. Aren't you going to leave when you're done fighting? Cousin is not polite to those who deliver to your door. Tsunade was in a mess. Never mind. She is a reliable adult. Anyway, things have already happened, and there is no point in entanglement. Grandma Mito. Did you call it wrong? Quote. That's about the same, but you have to think about it. If your grandfather is alive, how would you call him? After all, my cousin was the leader of the 3 Sengoku brothers. If you follow your cousin, you should call your grandfather the second younger brother. Quote. Of course, if you don't want to call it, you can call it a fool. That's what we used to call it at the beginning. As for Uchiha Madara, you can call the third brother Sha. Mito winked at Tsunade and said coquettishly. This seniority has been completely messed up. Tsunade held his forehead and limped back to the bedroom. She needs to catch up on sleep, the exhaustion is too serious, and she can't do without it. The country of fire. Konoha. To Orochimaru's shock, he did get a reply from that being. But that's not the point of the shock. The point is, that existence even gave him a scroll. The content of the scroll is pretty much the same as the scroll Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him, but it can be seen that it is the full version of Impure World Reincarnation. In addition to the scroll, there is another note. After glancing at the content above, Orochimaru fell silent strangely. Resurrection Senju Hashirama. Okay, please step up your efforts. Be sure to add Senju Hashirama's cells to the sacrifice, and use the scroll I gave you to release Impure World Reincarnation. Big brother, you. Orochimaru slapped himself hard. He shouldn't suspect that man is afraid of Impure World Reincarnation. In his hands, he has the full version of Impure World Reincarnation, and he even dared to give it to him so that he can use it. Even, people tell you clearly, if you revive Senju Hashirama, please do more. At this moment, Orochimaru was in disarray. People, I can't wait for Senju Hashirama to be resurrected. Teacher, I feel like you are gone. The country of fire. Konoha, the clan land of the Senju clan. Outside the room, 2 Ninetales were lazily basking in the sun, while Kushina and Makoto were discussing something. The little girl tirelessly introduced Uchiha Makoto about Uchishio village. And Makoto listened patiently. The scenery in the land of rain is nice, but it has been raining for years, which always makes people feel a little depressed, so after chatting with Madara, they came back with 9 tails. But before leaving, Su Feng left a message for Madara. He said, 3 brothers during the Sengoku period. There is a high probability that we will be able to reunite early. These words made Madara frown. She couldn't figure out the specific reason at all, and Su Feng didn't explain it either. The Senju family land, the core position, is an area where only female relatives exist. In a room somewhere, the sun shines on the ground, which is quite messy. Tsunade and Mito live side by side, hugging left and right is always exciting. But today, Su Feng intends to leave Konoha and return to Uzumaki village. According to the news from Uzumaki Ryuji, Kurigakure and Cloud Shinobi village have sent the compensation to Uzumaki village. A total of 20 million taels in the first quarter. Coupled with the large-scale sale of weapons and equipment in Uzumaki village, after the inventory was sold out, there was an additional 12 million taels. In order to buy his own life, Danzo also flattered Uzumaki Su Feng, and gave him all the savings of the Shimura clan over the years. A whole 15 million. This shows that Su Feng underestimated the financial resources of the Shimura clan. But it also makes sense. After all the vital forces of the Shimura clan died in the village of Uzumura, and there were not many clansmen left, so Danzo thought it was a good deal to save the clan's funds and use it to curry favor with Uzumaki Su Feng. And, besides money, Danzo wrote 6 letters. The content of the letter was very cryptic, but it was not difficult to see that he was reminding Uzumaki Su Feng that Sarutobi Hiruzen would still make moves, so he should be careful. In addition, he tactfully told Uzumaki Su Feng that if Su Feng is not satisfied with 3rd Hokage, 4th Hokage can take over in advance. Not a bad idea. B. Why does Danzo think that this 4th Hokage will be him? This made Uzumaki Su Feng quite puzzled. Too lazy to ponder the details, Su Feng got up and went straight to Hokage's office. Take the money and leave. The air in Konoha is rotten, and the rotten ninja village inside makes him a zone. In contrast, the scenery of Uzumaki village is better. Hokage building. Sarutobi came in a good mood. Nothing else. he suddenly discovered that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan was quite content. For example, that person would be trapped by Ruan Ruenshiong. This made Sarutobi sneer. What kind of powerhouse is this? Uzumaki Su Feng has nothing to do, and hangs out with Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito all day, which is good news for him. After reminding Orochimaru to speed up his research on impure world reincarnation, he tackled another matter. Rain Country Battlefield. Come in, the scale of the battle in the Kingdom of the Rain battlefield continues to increase. After each village had the weapons and equipment of Uzushio village, they flexed their muscles in the land of rain and rubbed against each other constantly. As far as Konoha is concerned, it is quite difficult to deal with. But under such harsh conditions, Hatake Tsukumo fully demonstrated his combat ability, and news of victory would come back from time to time. This made Sarutobi a little worried, and his face was full of sadness every day. Yes, Konoha wins, but he can't be happy. Because the current front line is fully commanded by Hatake Tsukumo, his Hokage still has not played a vital role. This is completely inconsistent with what he expected. Boom. Just when he was thinking about whether he could improve his prestige if he came to the front line at this time, the door of Hokage's office was kicked open. And the Anbu ninja who was in charge of guarding the Hokage building was carried in by the man pinching his neck. He asked me for a pass. Do you think I will give it? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile, Uzumaki asked. This Anbu ninja is also looking for death. He probably just came back from a mission outside. He didn't recognize Uzumaki Su Feng for the first time and actually stopped him from entering. Uzumaki village is an ally of Konoha. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan wants to come to the old man. How can he ask for a pass? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a serious face and reprimanded his subordinates rather dissatisfied. It looks like it. Su Feng was happy. If he didn't already know who Sarutobi Hiruzen was, and what he was doing behind the scenes, I'm afraid he would have believed his words. However, allies, Master Hokage's words are wrong. The Uzumaki clan has long unilaterally declared that Konoha has nothing to do with Uzushio village. The word ally, take it back, otherwise I won't guarantee what the insulted Uzumaki clan will do. Su Feng said slowly. Is it a shame to form an alliance with Konoha? Sarutobi's old face sank, but he didn't dare to refute. He wanted to explain why he said that. Because almost everyone in Konoha can see this guy hanging out with the patriarch of the Senju clan all day long, and some witnesses claim that this shameless old man stuffed Tsunade into an alley and kissed against the wall. Even if the relationship between his Hokage and the Senju clan is loose, then you have shown that you are so close to the Senju clan, can't the alliance be restored? Sarutobi felt that in this regard, he had to give a little mention to the head of the Uzumaki clan. Well, Master Su Feng, I actually think Uzushio village and Konoha have absolutely no reason to oppose each other. Rolling his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. Before, it was because of a misunderstanding that our two villages hated each other, but we were all allies before, and Master Su Feng should have vented his anger in the previous fights. The compensation is Konoha's sincerity. I just hope that Master Su Feng will not continue to hate Konoha in the future. After all, the Senju clan is still here. I can really talk. Su Feng touched his chin, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with interest. Speaking of which, this was the first real conversation between the two. Uzumaki Su Feng didn't even speak to Sarutobi Hiruzen at the gate of the Senju clan's clan last time. But, don't think that the words are nice. Uzumaki Su Feng won't be able to tell that this guy is secretly changing concepts here. He walked to Hokage's desk step by step. The man raised his long legs in the air, then stepped on them with one foot, put his arms on his knees, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. First, there has never been a misunderstanding between Uzushio village and Konoha. Second, Konoha's compensation is the necessary compensation that the defeated party should give to the victor, rather than the so-called resolution of misunderstandings representing Konoha's sincerity. Third, the corners of Su Feng's mouth turned up, with disdain written all over his face. He reached out and pinched Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck in an instant. Third, never show such a hypocritical expression in front of the Uzumaki clan. Because of us, it's not just chakra that's perceived, it's the human heart. To tear off his mask in person, Su Feng didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face. pinching his neck. The man obviously hasn't finished speaking. And what he was going to say next made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more desperate and angry. Because of Hokage's hypocrisy, I, Uzumaki Su-fung, on behalf of the head of the Uzumaki clan unilaterally announced that the compensation will be changed to 20 million taels per quarter. Breach of contract. Still a blatant breach of contract. Well, after all, Konoha is the #1 ninja village, rich. Su-fung smiled all over his face, but the words, #1 ninja village, were especially sarcasm. Because Konoha, known as the #1 ninja village, is being ruthlessly squeezed at this moment. If you don't get it together in one day, there is no need for Konoha village to exist. As if to say another trivial matter, Uzumaki Su-fung casually threw Sarutobi Hiruzen on the ground, and stretched himself. 20 million taels, less than 1 tael, I will kill the few remaining members of your tribe until they are all gone. He was threatened. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his neck, breathed with difficulty, there was anger in his eyes but he didn't dare to make any movement. Here is Konoha, or Konoha's Hokage building. This man, how dare he act presumptuously here? Sarutobi, 10 million taels have been collected, but the patriarchs of various clans have opinions on this. Just in the office, when the atmosphere is tense. The door of the office was pushed open again. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura walked in one after another. But when they saw Sarutobi on the ground and messy desks, they were furious immediately. Uzumaki Su-fung, how dare you treat Konoha's Hokage like this? Is it possible that we are not afraid of Konoha's death? It was Udatane Kaharu who spoke. She stretched out her finger, and pointed at Su-fung unceremoniously, with an air of giving it up. That is, our Konoha has collected 10 million taels according to your Uzushio village's request, as this quarter's compensation, but this does not mean that our Konoha does not have the strength to fight against Uzushio village. Mitokado Homura said coldly. Correct what you two said. Uzumaki Su-fung remained calm. Although I don't like talking nonsense with dead people very much, there are still some things to say. Not 10 million, but 20 million. This number is only for today, and it will be doubled tomorrow. However, if the fish dies and the net breaks. The man smiled, looked at Udatane Kaharu's face, and shook his head silently. The ignorant are doomed. 5 gold chains soared into the air, instantly blocking Udatane Kaharu's head and limbs. Click. A snap of the fingers was passed from the man's fingertips, and the 5 gold chains instantly exerted force. Crash. Blood rains down throughout Hokage's office. And the head of the woman who was still clamoring for death just now fell into Mitokado Homura's arms. After finishing all this, Su-fung waved his hand, as if he was disgusted by the bloody smell emanating from some people. He turned and walked towards the door. But after walking a few steps, he turned his head to look at the defeated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Also, one more thing to add. As long as Konoha's Hokage is you, the compensation will never change, and the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan cannot be repaired. Remember my words, you Hokage, you must be a little longer. With a big laugh, the man who won the outright victory in the first confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the office. In the room, the atmosphere was as calm as dead silence. Throwing away Udatane Kaharu's head stiffly, Mitokado Homura trembled all over. When facing death directly, he knew what he had just experienced. If it is said that the fish is dead, it is not Udatane Kaharu but him. That man would kill himself without hesitation. Sarutobi, what the hell are you? How to offend him? Mitokado Homura asked tremblingly. Now, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but others also found that the existence of the Uzushio village had an outrageous opinion on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi didn't explain anything, and lowered his head with an inexplicable light in his eyes. The man said, "Don't act so hypocritical in front of him." What is the inner meaning of this statement? Did he know something, or was it just a warning? Is it the Orochimaru side that's been exposed? Probably not. Even if the perception of the Uzumaki family is strong, it shouldn't be. After all, he specially added 3 enchantments, so it is impossible to be perceived. Sarutobi, talk, even if you don't intend to explain, the 20 million taels. Mitokado Homura asked bitterly. Udatane Kaharu is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke leisurely, stood up, and returned to his seat. What do you mean? Mitokado Homura was startled and asked hastily. I remember that over the years, she used her identity as a Hokage consultant to communicate with daimyo in private, and she also knew many ministers. The Second Ninja World War, you and she are both in charge of logistics. Take it out. Don't make me do it myself. Sarutobi waved his hand and told Mitokado Homura to get out with a little tiredness. He knows it all. Mitokado Homura turned pale with fright. This time, he didn't make any excuses for his, and left Hokage's office without hesitation. Sarutobi appears to be talking about Udatane Kaharu, but is actually beating him. Turns out, he knew early on what he and Udatane Kaharu were doing. But why did he stand up and say such things now? Mitokado Homura turned livid, took one last look at the door of Hokage's office, and turned to leave. For the remaining 10 million, he had to hurry up and get it together. In fact, as Hokage, he knows all about what happened in the village. Hokage consultants use power for personal gain. Danzo is ambitious, even taking the initiative to provoke a war, killing his own people and forcing Konoha's ninjas to join the route and impose a seal. He knows it all, but he didn't care. He is Hokage, and needs to balance the power of the Konoha family. Similarly, my heart is also biased towards my companions who have come from childhood. Even if he broke face with Danzo, he would turn a blind eye to what Danzo did. He thought he was being kind. But in fact, it is Konoha who is always harmed. Glancing at the blood-stained office, Sarutobi frowned and got up, leaving the Hokage building. Turning left and right, he came to a hidden courtyard in Konoha. This is the research area he prepared for Orochimaru. After he thoroughly clarified Uzumaki Su Feng's attitude, he must remind Orochimaru that the speed of researching this move must be accelerated. What Uzumaki Su Feng said just now was still echoing in his heart. As long as Hokage is you, never try to reconcile with Uzumura. He must pull out this thorn. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.